Chapter 1, Being humiliated by his girlfriend, 10 billion was credited to the super rich system. Lin Tian, let's break up. In the cafe, Lin Tian looked at Su Qing opposite him with a bitter smile on his face. He had long felt that her attitude had become much colder recently, and even her meetings had become perfunctory. But he had not expected that she would choose today to say this without warning. Why? Lin Tian's voice was calm, but he felt a little cold in his heart. Su Cheng took a sip of coffee and said indifferently, "You have no money, no background, no future, we are not from the same world at all." Lin Tian clenched his fists. For 3 years, he had given everything for this relationship. He spent almost all of his part-time job income during college on her. He even couldn't bear to buy a pair of better shoes for himself. But now, Su Qing completely abandoned him with just one sentence? Seeing that he didn't speak, Su Qing raised her lips slightly, her eyes full of contempt. "I don't want to waste any more time. Besides, I have already agreed to Wang Shao's pursuit. He treats me very well, takes me to high-end places, and gives me LV and Chanel. What about you? What can you give me?" As she spoke, she took out a check for 300 yuan and gently pushed it in front of Lin Tian. "This is the money you paid for buying things for me. I'm paying you back. Don't say I'm taking advantage of you." Lin Tian stared at the check, and the last trace of attachment in his heart completely disappeared. He stood up slowly and smiled. "Okay, very good. Don't act like a victim. I've seen a lot of men like you. You're a poor bastard. When you're really desperate, don't come to me for help." Su Qing curled her lips, stood up with a look of disdain, and walked towards the door in high heels. A Mercedes-Benz AMG was parked outside the door, with the window rolled down. Wang Shao was wearing sunglasses, with a smug smile on his face. "Qing, is it done?" "Yeah." Su Cheng smiled and nodded, then she took Wang Shao's arm and got into the car. Boom! The engine roared and the Mercedes sped away. Lin Tian stood where he was, clenching his fists tighter and tighter. She thinks I'm poor? Okay. One day, she will regret it. However, the next second. Ding! The super rich life system has been activated. Bound host, Lin Tian. Newbie rewards have arrived, 10 billion in cash. A clear electronic sound resounded through his mind, and then a translucent light screen appeared in front of Lin Tian, showing. Super rich life system has been bound. Host, Lin Tian. Assets, 10 billion cash. Privilege, Supreme Black Gold Bank Card Unlimited Global Credit Limit. Novice Gift Package, Top Luxury Car Pagani Function, Top Villa Dijing No. 1 Single Family Luxury House, Personal Assistant to be unlocked. Mission System, coming soon. Lin Tian was stunned, and before he could react, his cell phone dinged and he received a text message from a Swiss bank. "Dear Mr. Lin Tian, your account has received 10 billion, which can be transferred at any time. I wish you a happy life." 10 billion? Lin Tian's breathing suddenly stagnated and his heart started beating wildly. This is not a game, this is real 10 billion cash. In an instant, he felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. He originally thought that he would struggle at the bottom of society for the rest of his life, but now, he has become a real super rich overnight? Lin Tian held the phone tightly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a cold smile emerged. "Su Qing, don't you think I'm poor? Then just wait and see." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Luxury Cars and Mansions, Overnight Counterattack. Lin Tian stood at the door of the cafe, watching Su Qing and Wang Shao's Mercedes-Benz AMG go away with a cold look in his eyes. A minute ago, he was still a poor boy who was despised. 1 minute later, he had become a billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions. This extreme contrast gave him an unreal feeling. But soon, the text message of 10 billion received on his mobile phone made him realize that all this was true. "Since God has given me a chance to turn things around, I will not be polite." Lin Tian took a deep breath, opened the godly rich life system, and checked the reward details of the novice gift package. 1 Supreme Black Gold Bank Card Unlimited Global Credit Limit. 2. Top Luxury Car, Pagani Huayra worth 30 million. 3. Top Villa, Dijing No. 1 Single Family Luxury House valued at 260 million yuan. My goodness, the system is so domineering. Lin Tian directly clicked on the villa option, and the system popped up a message. Villa No. 1 of Dijing No. 1 has been registered to the host and can be moved in at any time. Dijing No. 1. That was the city's top wealthy area, full of business tycoons and top tycoons. A villa starts at 200 million, and he already owns a single-family mansion? Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. This was a real turnaround. Next, he opened the Pagani Huayra option. The Pagani Wind God has been delivered to the Daijing No. 1 Villa garage and can be picked up at any time. In that case, let's go and see my new home. Lin Tian directly stopped a taxi. Master, go to Daijing No. 1. Hearing this, the driver looked at Lin Tian in surprise. Daijing No. 1 is the most expensive villa area in the city. Ordinary people can't even enter the door. Only the top wealthy people can own property there. He glanced at Lin Tian's clothes. He was wearing cheap clothes, and his sneakers were even a little worn out. He didn't look like a rich man at all. Brother, are you sure? The driver hesitated. Daijing No. 1 is not a place that anyone can enter casually. Lin Tian smiled and said, don't worry, I live there. The driver was stunned, then smiled and shook his head. Young man, you should have some skills in bragging. The cheapest house in Daijing No. 1 costs 200 million. Where can you, a young man who just graduated, live? Lin Tian was too lazy to explain and said calmly, just drive, you'll know when you get there. The driver shrugged and started the car. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of Daijing No. 1 Villa District. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Tian saw a row of luxury cars parked at the door. Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, and Bugatti could be seen everywhere, and all the people coming and going were wealthy people and socialites dressed in famous brands. There were 2 security guards in black suits at the door with serious expressions, who stopped all vehicles that wanted to enter. As soon as the taxi stopped, a security guard came over and frowned, saying, this is a private villa area. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Seeing this, the driver quickly gave Lin Tian a look that said, didn't I tell you that? Lin Tian smiled faintly, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, clicked on the property information sent by the system, and handed it to the security guard. Look, I am the owner here. The security guard didn't take it seriously at first, but when he glanced at the screen of his mobile phone, his expression changed instantly. Villa No. 1, Imperial View No. 1, Mr. Lin? The security guard's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. He stood up straight and respectfully said, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry for the delay. Your villa is ready. Please go in directly. The taxi driver was stunned. He looked back at Lin Tian in disbelief, his eyes full of shock. Lin Tian smiled slightly and took out a stack of cash and handed it to the driver. Thank you for bringing me here, this is a tip. The driver looked down and saw a full 10,000 yuan in cash. His breathing stagnated, and he waved his hands quickly. No need. But Lin Tian had already opened the car door and strode into Daijing No. 1. The taxi driver was stunned for a few seconds, swallowed his saliva, and his face was full of shock. Fuck, this guy is really rich. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Limited Edition Supercar, everyone is stunned. Walking into the Daijing No. 1 villa area, Lin Tian looked around. This is indeed a gathering place for top wealthy people. The surrounding environment is extremely luxurious. Each villa is designed as a single-family building, covering a huge area, with a private swimming pool and garden. The greening rate is extremely high and the air is fresh. It is not like an ordinary high-end community at all, but more like a private manor. Lin Tian followed the system navigation and came to the door of Villa No. 1. The villa covers an area of more than 3,000 square meters. The overall style is modern and minimalist. The glass curtain wall reflects the sunlight, showing luxury. The main entrance of the villa is 4 meters high and inlaid with gold-plated badges. It does not look like an ordinary mansion, but a palace of European royal family. The smart access control system at the entrance of the villa automatically recognized his identity. The door slowly opened, and Lin Tian strode in. As soon as you enter the door, you will feel a fresh and comfortable air. The interior decoration of the villa is extremely luxurious, using all imported Italian marble. The living room is furnished with the world's limited edition Hermes sofa, and the oil paintings on the wall are from world-renowned painters. Even the value of a painting is enough to buy an ordinary luxury house. The entire space is spacious and bright. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is a private garden filled with various precious flowers and even an artificial lake that imitates a natural stream. However, what attracted Lin Tian's attention the most was the super luxurious garage in the villa. Boom! The garage door slowly opened, and the lights inside came on, revealing a super sports car that looked like a work of art. Pagani Huayra. There are only 100 units limited to this model worldwide, with a market price of 30 million. Ordinary people simply cannot afford it. The body of the car is in black and gold, reflecting a cold light under the light, just like a cheetah ready to rush out of its cage at any time. The unique streamlined appearance alone is enough to drive countless car fans crazy. Lin Tian took a deep breath, walked slowly closer, reached out and gently touched the car body. The smooth carbon fiber material had a cold touch, which was a true top-level craftsmanship. He gently pushed open the door and got in the driver's seat. The interior of the car was extremely luxurious, with the steering wheel and seats all wrapped in top-quality handmade carbon fiber and genuine leather, and the complex mechanical dials on the dashboard exuding a unique mechanical beauty. This is the life of a super rich person. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. Before, he didn't even have the chance to ride in such a car, but now, this top-level supercar belongs to him. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Super Rich mission triggered, experience super rich life. Mission content, drive the Pagani Wind God to the landmark building in the city center and stop in front of everyone. Task reward, a limited edition Patek Philippe watch, reputation plus 500. Lin Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stepped on the accelerator, and the supercar rushed out of the villa area in an instant. Entrance of Royal View Number 1. At this time, several top luxury cars were parked at the entrance of the villa area, and several rich second generations and socialites were gathered together chatting. Have you heard? Villa Number 1 has a new owner. I wonder who is so generous. TSK, those who can live in Daijing Number 1 are either business tycoons or heirs of wealthy families. How can ordinary people live there? Isn't it another rich second generation from some family? Probably not. People in our circle all know each other, and no one has bought a villa here recently. I think he's probably a nouveau riche who got lucky enough to move in. While they were discussing, boom! A piercing roar of a supercar engine came from inside the villa area. Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction of the sound. Soon after, they saw a black and gold Pagani Huayra, which rushed out of Daijing Number 1 at high speed like a cheetah in the dark. The cool streamlined body and unique gull-wing doors instantly made everyone at the scene excited. What the hell? Pagani Wind God? There are only 100 units worldwide, and each one costs more than 30 million. The key is that you can't buy it even if you have money. This car, could it belong to the mysterious boss who just moved into Villa Number 1? Could it be some super rich person? Damn, this is so handsome. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the speeding Pagani, with waves of shock rising in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Tian, who was sitting in the driver's seat of Pagani Huayra, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, watching the scenery outside the car window rapidly receding, and felt more cheerful than ever before. At this moment, he finally felt what a super rich life meant. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. The city center explodes and everyone is stunned. Boom! The Pagani Wind God was like a black and gold lightning, cutting through the street and speeding along the main road. Lin Tian sat in the driver's seat, feeling the powerful push on his back brought by the supercar, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. In the past, he could only watch others driving luxury cars in short videos, but now, as the owner of the world's limited edition top-of-the-line luxury car, he personally drives it. This is what it feels like to be a super rich person. In just a few minutes, Lin Tian had crossed the city and drove into the city's most prosperous commercial area, the Central Square. This is where luxury cars gather, and there are flagship stores of various luxury brands and high-end business clubs. It is the favorite gathering place for the rich second generation, young masters, and socialites. At this moment, it was afternoon and the square was crowded with people. Dozens of luxury cars were parked neatly in the VLP parking area, including Ferrari, Lamborghini, and Rolls-Royce. However, the next second, everyone suddenly heard the roar of an exploding engine. Boom! Everyone turned around subconsciously, and then everyone's eyes became dull. A black and gold Pagani Huayra slowly drove into the square like a king descending. The domineering appearance and extreme streamlined design instantly made all the luxury cars on the scene lose their luster and turned them into a foil. What the hell? Is it the Pagani Wind God? Isn't this a car that only exists in games? There are actually people driving it in real life. There are only 100 units worldwide, and most of them are sold overseas. There are only a handful of people in our country who can own this car. This is the real rich man. Countless people gasped and took out their mobile phones to take pictures frantically. Some internet celebrities and luxury car bloggers even started live broadcasts. The luxury car circle exploded. The second generation of rich people were all defeated. At this moment, in the VLP parking area of the square, several rich second generations were gathered together to brag about their luxury cars. Brothers, look at this Lamborghini Veneno of mine. It's limited to 63 units worldwide and worth 45 million. Isn't it awesome? A young man in a custom-made Armani suit proudly patted the Lamborghini Veneno behind him. Damn, Master Wang, your car is really awesome. Ha ha ha, of course. There are no more than 3 people in the city who can own this car. Wang Shao was proud. But my Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost is not bad either. It is limited to 25 units worldwide and is worth 80 million. Another rich second generation said with a smile, his eyes full of superiority. Everyone looked at him with envy. Which of them is not a top second generation rich? They gathered together today to show off their cars and see who is richer and more impressive. However, at this moment, boom! The black and gold Pagani Huayra slowly drove in and parked directly in the C position of the VLP parking area. The car door opened upwards, and the cool gull-wing door unfolded like a fighter jet door, instantly igniting the whole audience. The faces of all the rich second generations changed instantly. What the hell? Pagani Wind God? No way? How could this car appear here? Whose boss are you? This is limited to 100 units worldwide. Wang Shao's face suddenly turned gloomy. He originally wanted to crush the whole audience with his Lamborghini Veneno, but the opponent's Pagani Wingo directly broke his defense. It's like you just boasted that you own a villa, but then someone told you that he owns a city. The two are not on the same level at all. Wang Shao took a deep breath and tried to force a smile. This car is awesome, look who owns it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tian slowly got out of the car. The whole audience was shocked, and the ex-girlfriend regretted her decision. As soon as Lin Tian got off the car, he felt that everyone around him was staring at him. All kinds of eyes gathered there, some envious, some shocked, some jealous, but without exception, everyone knew that the young man in front of them was definitely not simple. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Lin Tian? Lin Tian was slightly stunned, and when he turned around, he saw Su Qing wearing a luxurious Chanel dress, holding the latest LV bag in her hand, and standing side by side with Wang Shao. At this moment, her face was full of shock and she was completely stunned. She never dreamed that her ex-boyfriend, whom she had just dumped, would show up here in a Pagani Wind God? How is this possible? End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Wang Shao provokes, Lin Tian crushes him with one move. Su Qing was completely stunned. She never thought that her ex-boyfriend, who she had just despised and dumped, would actually show up at a party of luxury cars and rich second generations driving a Pagani function. This is a super sports car limited to 100 units worldwide. Anyone who can afford this car must be a top wealthy person. This is impossible. Su Qing's breathing was rapid and her heart was beating wildly. She almost instinctively wondered if Lin Tian had borrowed the car or if he was just a driver. She forced herself to calm down and put on a mocking smile. Lin Tian, how did you get this car? Did you rent it? There was a hint of tentativeness in her tone, and she was also trying to convince herself this poor boy who once worried about a few $100s couldn't really become rich overnight. The rich second generations around also looked suspicious. Wang Shao sneered, his eyes full of contempt. Boy, do you know what car this is? Pagani Huayra, limited to 100 units worldwide. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. How dare you, a guy who can't even get into the gate of Daijing number 1, drive a car like this? Tell me the truth, where did you rent this car from? Lin Tian listened to the ridicule of these people, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Who told you that my car was rented? Su Qing was stunned, then sneered, did you buy it? Her tone was full of disdain. She didn't believe that a poor guy like Lin Tian could turn into a billionaire in just one day. However, Lin Tian said calmly, since you don't believe it, then take a look, is this car mine? After saying that, he took out his phone and clicked on the vehicle information of Pagani function. The owner's information clearly showed. Owner, Lin Tian. At the same time, the system popped up a prompt again. God of Wealth mission completed. Rewards have been received, 1 Patek Philippe limited edition watch, reputation plus 500. Lin Tian's wrist sank, and when he looked down, he saw a custom-made Patek Philippe watch worth 30 million yuan already on his hand. Black gold dial, inlaid with 24K pure gold carvings, limited edition worldwide, only available for customization by the world's top wealthy people. The whole place was dead silent. Wang Shao, Su Qing, and all the rich second generations who were watching were all stunned. Is this car really his? Besides, the Patek Philippe on his hand, it doesn't look like something that can be rented? Su Qing's eyes widened and she was about to collapse. It's only been a few hours. How did the man who was despised and dumped by her this morning become a truly top-notch rich man? She pinched her thigh hard, and the pain made her sure this was not a dream. How is this possible? She muttered to herself, her eyes filled with unwillingness and regret. She never dreamed in her life that the man she gave up would rise to fame on the day of their breakup, standing at a height that she could never even reach. At this time, Wang Shao's face had turned completely black. He was supposed to be the focus of the day, having enjoyed some glory with his Lamborghini Veneno, but ended up being crushed to death by Lin Tian with his Pagani Wingo. He gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Lin Tian, so what if the car is yours? Having money doesn't mean you can enter our circle of rich people. If you've got what it takes, come play some real rich man's games with us. After saying that, he pointed to a private luxury club not far away. That's the Genting Club. The entry threshold is to have at least 1 billion in assets. Do you dare to go in? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone stared at Lin Tian with a hint of provocation in their eyes. Genting Club is the city's top private club. One of the requirements for admission is a minimum bank deposit of 1 billion new Taiwan dollars, and one must also undergo a strict identity check. They just don't believe that Lin Tian can really get in. Su Qing also bit her lips, feeling ecstatic in her heart. Yes. She was almost frightened by Lin Tian's luxury car just now, but if Lin Tian couldn't enter the Genting Club, it meant that he didn't have 1 billion assets at all. In this way, he is still not in the top circle. By then, he will still be despised and humiliated. Su Qing thought of this and immediately sneered. Lin Tian, you don't dare to go in, do you? You didn't borrow a luxury car, trying to pretend to be super rich, but you got exposed? When everyone heard this, they all smiled playfully. They were all waiting to see Lin Tian make a fool of himself. However, Lin Tian's mouth corners slightly raised, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Go in? He said calmly, sorry, I've been a member of Genting Club for a long time. After saying that, he took out his mobile phone, opened his Swiss bank account, and displayed it directly in front of everyone. Account balance, 100 billion 10 billion. Everyone was petrified instantly. A second ago, they were still mocking Lin Tian for not being able to enter the Genting Club. A second later, they were slapped hard by Lin Tian's 10 billion deposits. Wang Shao's face turned pale instantly, and Su Qing almost couldn't stand. She completely collapsed. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 Genting Club, its status has changed dramatically. Lin Tian stood in front of everyone, calmly put away his phone, and slowly walked towards the gate of Genting Club not far away. Every step he took was so calm, as if he was walking into his own home, and this action immediately caused an uproar in the square. Wang Shao and Su Qing were dumbfounded. The Lin Tian in front of them seemed to become so arrogant all of a sudden, completely unlike the ordinary poor boy in their memory. He didn't even need to argue with them anymore. With just the 10 billion in deposits, he could easily put them to shame. I really didn't expect it. Wang Shao muttered to himself, his hands tightly gripping the steering wheel, his face livid, as if he had been thrown into the abyss. He actually has 10 billion. He originally wanted to humiliate Lin Tian through the threshold of Genting Club, but he was severely slapped in the face by the 10 billion deposit. A look of deep regret emerged on Su Qing's face. She originally thought that she could be superior, but she was caught off guard by Lin Tian's sudden identity as a wealthy man. She wanted to say something, but her mouth began to tremble. Lin Tian, do you really have 10 billion? Lin Tian's pace never stopped, and he responded casually, yes, 10 billion, you can check it out. He didn't want to waste any more time arguing with them, so he walked straight towards the Genting Club. The rich second-generation people around looked at this scene with their mouths wide open, and everyone was in shock. Lin Tian's performance was simply unbelievable to them. A low-key and unknown young man had suddenly become the one that all of them looked up to in such a short period of time. At this time, at the door of Genting Club, a tall security guard in a black suit was strictly guarding the door. All those who wanted to enter needed to swipe their cards to register, and even had to undergo identity and bank account verification. When the security guard saw Lin Tian coming, he frowned slightly, obviously not thinking that he could successfully enter here. Sir, I'm sorry, but you need to go through identity verification to enter the Genting Club. Please show us the relevant information. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He simply took out a card from his pocket and handed it over gently. It is a top-level private black card, valid worldwide and recognized by any luxury club. The security guard looked down and his expression immediately became stiff. Are you Mr. Lin? The security guard quickly and respectfully returned the card to Lin Tian. Sorry, welcome. After saying that, he immediately signaled to his colleague next to him to make way. The door of Genting Club slowly opened and Lin Tian walked in. This scene completely stunned everyone present. He went in. Oh my god, that card is a private black card. Only the truly rich can own it. This car and this card, could he really be? Wang Shao's eyes were filled with despair, and Su Qing's heart was suddenly shocked. Lin Tian has really changed. Inside Genting Club, control everything. Inside the Genting Club, a strong atmosphere of luxury hits you in the face. The space is spacious, and it is surrounded by top-notch artworks and magnificent decorations. Every chandelier shines brightly, and the air is filled with the scent of sandalwood and precious perfumes. Every detail here reveals an extraordinary temperament, and all VIPs here will feel a supreme status. As soon as Lin Tian entered the door, he attracted the attention of the entire club. In the Genting Club, every guest represents a huge business force. Whether they are bankers, business tycoons, or investment tycoons, they are all figures in the top wealth circle. At this moment, all eyes were focused on Lin Tian. Who is this? He's so young, he looks like a fresh face. Could it be some newly emerged rich man? Lin Tian gently adjusted his collar and walked to the bar. Please give me a special cocktail, he said lightly, his voice clear and powerful. The waiter at the bar quickly mixed him a top-notch cocktail and handed it to him respectfully. However, Lin Tian did not stay too long. He walked towards the VIP private room area of the club. Unprecedented treatment. The club's manager came over immediately upon seeing Lin Tian Ho. Mr. Lin, welcome, we have been looking forward to your arrival. The manager's tone was respectful and his expression was full of respect. It was obvious that he already knew Lin Tian's identity. Please follow me. There is a VIP room specially prepared for you. Lin Tian then followed the manager to the private room. As soon as he entered the private room, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This private room is extremely luxuriously decorated, with black and gold as the main colors and a unique design style. The walls are hung with world-class artworks. There is an extremely comfortable sofa in the middle of the room and a private cinema next to it. Such a luxurious private room is obviously the highest treatment in Genting Club, specially provided for top wealthy people. The manager poured him a glass of top-quality red wine and stood aside respectfully. Mr. Lin, if you need anything, please feel free to ask. Lin Tian gently picked up the wine glass and said calmly, let me enjoy it quietly for a moment. He lowered his head to savor the moment, feeling the tranquility. However, Lin Tian knew that the road ahead would be a real journey of business dominance. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Tian. Lin Tian, is that you? Lin Tian turned around and saw that it was Chenzi, his former classmate. Chenzi was wearing a custom-made suit at the moment, and walked over with a smile on his face, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. You are here? Lin Tian asked calmly. Of course, I am also a member here. I didn't expect to meet you here. Chenzi looked confident. It was obvious that he was very influential in this Genting Club. But when he saw that Lin Tian was still so calm and composed, his heart couldn't help but be moved. This former classmate was no longer someone he could look down upon. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Classmates meet again and old grudges erupt. When Chenzi approached Lin Tian, there was a smile on her face, but that smile revealed a subtle sense of tension. He used to be a frequent visitor to the Genting Club. He had a strong family background and tens of billions of assets. Seeing Lin Tian here today, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emotion in his heart. He couldn't help but secretly wonder in his heart, how could this ordinary person who used to be inconspicuous in school suddenly become rich and walk into the Genting Club? I didn't expect that, Lin Tian, it's been a long time since we last met. Chenzi smiled a little stiffly, but his eyes kept looking at Lin Tian, obviously trying to find some information from Lin Tian's attitude. Why, you came to Genting Club today too? Lin Tian gently raised the red wine glass in his hand and took a sip. His eyes were calm, without any fluctuations due to Chenzi's arrival. He said calmly, yeah, I didn't expect you to be here too. Chenzi frowned slightly, seeing the coldness in Lin Tian's tone. He was a little unhappy, and wanted to regain some of his face from Lin Tian. I didn't come here casually, I am a frequent visitor here. You also know that Genting Club is not a place that can be entered casually. I remember that you were not like this back then. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. In his memory, Chenzi had always been a high-ranking figure in the school. With good grades, a good family background, and an arrogant personality, he always liked to regard himself as the school hunk and was surrounded by a group of admiring girls. At that time, he was just an ordinary student who was unknown and worked hard to make a living. Indeed, I am no longer the Lin Tian of the past. Lin Tian finally spoke. His tone was calm, but revealed a strong aura. But you are no longer the Chenzi of the past. Chenzi was a little stunned, and he felt something was wrong. He was about to open his mouth to refute, but was interrupted by Lin Tian's casual words. Your current identity is different from the you I used to know. Lin Tian looked at Chenzi with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. You are now a frequent visitor of Genting Club, and I am more than just a member of Genting Club. Chenzi was startled, and then his expression was a little disapproving. Are you trying to say that you are also a member of this club? Just because you are a small company boss, how can you compare with me? Before I came here just now, the balance of the bank account had exceeded 10 billion. There was a hint of relief in Lin Tian's words, but it also made the atmosphere around them suddenly stagnant. A trace of uneasiness flashed across Chenzi's eyes. He didn't expect Lin Tian to reveal the truth so directly, and this sentence was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. He bit his lip tightly and forced himself to regain his composure. Really? 10 billion, but it sounds like it's just a flash in the pan. The most important thing is to be able to last. Maybe. Lin Tian smiled slightly, his tone did not fluctuate at all, but at least today, I am standing here with stronger capital than you. Chenzi's expression changed slightly, and he obviously didn't want to continue arguing with Lin Tian. He was secretly shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that Lin Tian had such a strong wealth and aura. However, on the surface, he still maintained a proud attitude. Okay, since you are here to consume, then enjoy it. However, this is a gathering place for business tycoons. Can you really stay here for a long time? Lin Tian did not answer him, but just glanced at him indifferently, then turned and walked into the depths of the private room. Chenzi looked at his back, feeling mixed emotions. He forced himself to suppress the uneasiness in his heart, and suddenly said, by the way, Lin Tian, I heard that you have been making some business investments recently, and it seems that you have a good vision. Lin Tian stopped, looked back at Chenzi, and smiled. Business investment is just one of the tasks of my godly rich system, but you can rest assured of my vision. I will never do a business that loses money. After saying that, he turned around again and walked towards the private room without looking back. Chenzi stood there, feeling very complicated. He knew that Lin Tian today was no longer the ordinary student that he looked down upon. At this moment, when Lin Tian walked into the private room, he happened to meet several business leaders he was familiar with. These people were one of the valuable connections he had obtained when he completed the transaction with the system a few days ago. When Lin Tian walked in, several big men were already sitting on the sofa. When they saw him come in, they all stood up and greeted him respectfully. Mr. Lin, you are finally here. Lin Tian nodded slightly and sat on the main seat with a faint smile on his face. This kind of scene was no longer a new thing for him. Mr. Lin, your business acumen is truly impeccable. I heard that you have been acquiring several companies recently? A middle-aged tycoon said with a smile, his tone revealing compliments and admiration. It's just a small matter. Lin Tian raised his eyelids. It's mainly a matter of capital operation. If you are interested, we can cooperate together for mutual benefit and win-win results. He has a bright future. Another tall tycoon also nodded with a smile. Mr. Lin is so young, but he already has such an amazing business mind. It's really admirable. Lin Tian smiled slightly and thought to himself, this is the beginning, the real excitement is still to come. Genting Club Challenge, Wang Shao is looking for trouble. However, things were not that simple. Just when Lin Tian was having a great time talking to several business leaders, suddenly, the door of the private room was pushed open, and Wang Shao walked in angrily. Lin Tian, you are too arrogant. Wang Shao pointed at Lin Tian and said angrily as soon as he entered the door. The people around immediately quieted down, and everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Shao and Lin Tian. Lin Tian put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at Wang Shao coldly. What are you doing here? Wang Shao was obviously extremely angry. How can you come into Genting Club today? I don't believe you are truly qualified. You must give me an explanation today. Lin Tian raised his lips slightly and said calmly, Explain? I came in based on my own capital, you can check it yourself. Those who are qualified do not need explanations. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 Wang Shao's challenge, Lin Tian's strong counterattack. Wang Shao stood at the door of the private room angrily, his eyes full of resentment and anger. Everyone around him stopped what they were doing, and all eyes unconsciously focused on the two of them. Lin Tian, not only did you play tricks in front of me today, you even dared to come to Genting Club. Wang Shao's voice was filled with suppressed anger. You know, this is not a place you can just come to casually. Even if you really have some money, you are not worthy of standing in the same place with us real rich people. Lin Tian looked at him calmly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, without a trace of panic. Mr. Wang, do you think you are still qualified to point fingers at me now? He gently put down the wine glass, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. The business leaders around looked at each other. They obviously didn't expect Wang Shao to take the initiative to provoke Lin Tian here. Although everyone knew in their hearts that Wang Shao's background was indeed not small, Lin Tian was completely different now. With a wealth of 10 billion and the powerful system behind him, his status in the business circle rose rapidly. He was no longer someone that Wang Shao could bully casually. Wang Shao obviously didn't expect Lin Tian to be so calm. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Do you think you can make me bow my head just for this little money? I warn you, not everyone can enter the Genting Club. If you want to continue staying here, I advise you to give me an explanation. Explain? Lin Tian chuckled, his tone unhurried. I don't think I have anything to explain. I came here today because I am qualified. If you have any opinions, I welcome you to raise them, but if you are just here to find fault, then I'm sorry, I'm not interested in wasting my time. Wang Shao was furious, his face turned livid. He took out a bank card from his pocket, threw it hard on the table, and said in a low voice, Since you are so capable, let's see how I deal with you today. He thought that with his background, he could completely crush Lin Tian, and even wanted to teach Lin Tian a lesson in this way to let him know that he still had to bow his head. But Lin Tian remained calm, not even frowning. He picked up the card, glanced at the business leaders around him, and smiled contemptuously. Do you think that this little trick can make me bow my head? He casually took out his mobile phone and tapped it a few times. Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen. The people around him took a closer look and found that it was the financial report of the Genting Club. It clearly showed that Lin Tian's account had been registered in the club's membership system and he was a top supreme member. I'm afraid your card can't compare to mine. Lin Tian said coldly, You are Mr. Wang, yes, but here, you are nothing. Hearing this, Wang Shao was completely stunned. A trace of confusion flashed across his face. He obviously did not expect Lin Tian to be so strong and even used the financial data of the club to directly fight back against him. You? Wang Shao's voice became a little stuttering. He originally wanted to use this card to let Lin Tian know that he was not just an ordinary rich second generation, but now it has become a great shame for him. At this time, the other bigwigs in the private room also lowered their heads to look at their phones, and immediately understood Lin Tian's true confidence, and a little respect rose in their hearts for him. The information of the internal system of Genting Club is not easily obtained by everyone. If Lin Tian can get this report, it means that he at least has enough status and background in the business circle. Among the big guys, a middle-aged man wearing glasses finally couldn't help but speak. Young Master Wang, you can stop it and stop causing trouble for yourself. I'm afraid that Lin Tian's identity is not something we can offend casually. Yes, don't let us business leaders get implicated. Another leader also advised, Lin Tian's investment vision has proven his extraordinary business acumen. We must be cautious with every move he makes. Wang Shao's face became even uglier. He felt the alienation and warning in the words of the big guys around him. But he was still unwilling to give in, and his heart was filled with anger. I don't believe that anyone can really make me bow my head today. Lin Tian looked at him, with a scornful smile on his face. If you don't believe me, I want to see what you can do. You? Wang Shao was extremely angry, but he was powerless to refute. He kept thinking about how to deal with Lin Tian. However, in the circle of Genting Club, Lin Tian was already in existence that could not be ignored. His identity and background far exceeded Wang Shao's imagination. Wang Shao finally snorted helplessly, turned around and left the private room with a gloomy face, but he knew in his heart that he had really hit a wall today. Lin Tianzi didn't care. He raised his glass and took a sip. He knew that his business journey had just begun, and today's small disturbance was not worth wasting too much of his time. At this time, several bigwigs in the private room cast admiring glances at Lin Tian. They had just witnessed Lin Tian's calmness and courage in the business world, and they knew that this young man was definitely not someone they could underestimate. Mr. Lin, today's incident really allowed us to witness your extraordinary magnanimity. The big man with glasses said with a smile. Yes, we admire Mr. Lin's vision and courage. Another big boss also echoed. Lin Tian smiled and said, "You are too polite. Today's incident is just a small incident. Don't take it to heart. In that case, let's get down to business." The middle-aged boss looked at Lin Tian with a hint of respect in his tone. "Mr. Lin, I heard that you have several acquisition plans recently. I wonder if there is any possibility of cooperation." Lin Tian's eyes flashed with thought, and then he nodded. "Okay, if everyone is interested, we can cooperate, but the premise is mutual benefit and win-win." Everyone nodded when they heard this, their eyes flashing with expectation and interest. At this time, Lin Tian was no longer the poor boy he used to be, but a business tycoon worthy of respect and cooperation from all business tycoons. Wang Shao's revenge plan. However, Wang Shao did not give up. Filled with anger and resentment, he had already begun to secretly plan how to deal with Lin Tian. He knew that although his identity and background were enough to make Lin Tian bow his head in the eyes of ordinary people, when facing a real business tycoon like Lin Tian, he had to use some special means to find a glimmer of opportunity in the business world. He swore that he would make Lin Tian understand that there were some people he could not despise. But Lin Tian no longer cared about all this. His business journey had just begun. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Capital Operation, Business War is on the rise again. As Wang Shao left, Lin Tian returned to the main seat in the private room and looked around at the bigwigs present. The air was still filled with the tension from before, but Lin Tian was no longer the ordinary person who was despised. Every word and every action he made was full of calm and domineering aura, as if he was born to be on this stage of business war. Okay, everyone's gathering today is to discuss cooperation. Lin Tian raised his glass and gently clinked it, making a crisp sound. Why don't we officially start and talk about the next cooperation opportunities? Several bigwigs nodded, obviously shocked and impressed by Lin Tian's transformation. They had already seen Lin Tian's extraordinary aura from the previous incident, and now this young man seemed no longer someone they could easily control. "Mr. Lin, you have always had a very unique vision." The bespectacled boss spoke first, smiling. "We business veterans have some understanding of your previous investment cases. Can you share your next plan?" Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly. He was not surprised by the questions from these bigwigs. His every move in the capital market had already attracted their attention. And now, he was preparing to further expand his influence through this party, and even take this opportunity to integrate more resources and promote his larger-scale business plan. "I have several projects in the works recently, one of which is a merger and acquisition plan targeting the technology industry." Lin Tian said calmly, his eyes flashing with determination. "Through this merger and acquisition, we will be able to control some advanced technologies and use it to enter a completely new field." Technology industry? The bespectacled boss frowned slightly, obviously not fully understanding it. This is not a simple industry. The risks are not small. Moreover, the competition is very fierce. Lin Tian smiled calmly. "I know how big the risk is, but this is where the opportunity lies. Only those who dare to take risks can get excess returns. Besides, we are not fighting alone, but we can unite more forces to open up this new field together." That sounds reasonable. Another business tycoon nodded in agreement. "Since Mr. Lin is so confident, we are also willing to join the cooperation." Seeing the change in attitude of the bosses, Lin Tian was secretly delighted. He knew that what he needed was not only financial support, but more importantly, partners with deep business resources. Only in this way could he stand out in future competition. "Since everyone agrees, let's start the specific negotiations." Lin Tian smiled, his eyes flashing with confidence. "I believe this will be a win-win cooperation." In this way, the negotiation was on track. With the help of several bigwigs, Lin Tian explained his business plan in detail, including the target company for acquisition, the technology integration plan, and the future market expansion plan. As the discussion deepened, everyone's confidence in this cooperation became stronger and stronger. However, just as the negotiation reached its climax, Lin Tian's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen and saw that the caller ID was Wang Shao. Although he was a little unhappy, Lin Tian still answered the call. "Lin Tian, you dare to humiliate me in front of everyone at the Genting Club. today I will let you know what the consequences of offending me will be. There was obvious anger in Wang Shao's voice. Lin Tian smiled calmly, his voice still calm. Young Master Wang, stop struggling in vain. Didn't you leave today? If you still don't give up, I suggest you find a place to calm down, so as not to do something worse. Wang Shao was furious. Do you think you can easily deal with me today? I will let you know that the consequences of offending me, Wang Shao, are not just verbal threats. Lin Tian paused, and suddenly changed his tone, with a hint of contempt in his tone. Since you like challenges so much, then I will fulfill your wish. You'd better be ready, I will not show mercy. After saying that, Lin Tian hung up the phone, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. What's going on? Is young Master Wang causing trouble again? When the big guy sitting next to him saw Lin Tian hang up the phone, they couldn't help but ask with concern. Lin Tian shook his head gently. It doesn't matter, he just wants to find a sense of presence in the business world. He should have understood today that it is not so easy to offend me. The business leaders nodded after hearing this, and it was obvious that they agreed with Lin Tian's response. Although Wang Shao's background was not small, it was nothing in front of the real business tycoons. Lin Tian's response not only showed his calm character, but also showed his strong confidence. The subsequent conversations continued smoothly. Under Lin Tian's leadership, several bigwigs made a series of refinements and adjustments to the merger and acquisition plan. Lin Tian's business sense and operational capabilities impressed these veteran businessmen. Soon, the cooperation plan was initially finalized, and the two parties agreed on the subsequent specific implementation details. However, although Lin Tian's business operations have been put on the right track, he knows that he is destined to be unstable. There must be a huge force behind Wang Shao. The next few days will probably be a more intense business war. Lin Tian sighed softly, knowing that the business world he had entered was destined to be turbulent and rough. And he was ready to meet all challenges. Wang Shao's revenge plan. A moment after hanging up the phone, Wang Shao did not give up easily. He was determined to take revenge on Lin Tian at all costs. Today's humiliation could never be let go. He immediately contacted some of his friends and prepared to launch a powerful attack on Lin Tian in the business world. He knew that although Lin Tian was rich and powerful, he still had a chance to gain the upper hand in this business showdown. Lin Tian, your luck has run out. Wang Shao swore in his heart, I must make you understand that real power and wealth are far from something you can challenge casually. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. The business world is in turmoil again, and Lin Tian faces his first tough battle. When Lin Tian returned to the mansion, it was already late at night. Messages popped up one after another on his phone. His reputation had spread throughout the business and social circles, and almost all business tycoons had paid attention to him. Although the club incident seemed calm, it had deeply hurt many people, especially those who had ignored Lin Tian. Just as Lin Tian was about to take a bath to relax, his cell phone rang again. It was Wang Shao. Lin Tian, you really opened my eyes today. You actually dared to put on airs in front of me. On the other end of the phone, Wang Shao's tone was full of unwillingness. I don't believe that a young boy like you can gain a foothold in the business world. Just wait, I will let you know the consequences of offending me, Wang Shao. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't take Wang Shao's words to heart at all. Wang Shao, thank you so much for reminding me. However, you are just a small character in the business world. You are no threat to me. Lin Tian's tone was calm, even with a hint of contempt. You dare to laugh at me? Wang Shao asked angrily, are you ready for revenge? I have already started. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian smiled. Wang Shao obviously didn't realize that when he offended Lin Tian, he had entered a situation of no return. From Wang Shao's phone call, Lin Tian had already judged that the capital strength behind Wang Shao was not strong, and even if he wanted to play any conspiracy, it would not be possible to shake Lin Tian's position. However, Lin Tian did not relax his vigilance because of this. Instead, he became more alert. He knew that the more insignificant the person behind Wang Shao was, the more desperate he would be, and this counterattack would usually be more intense. That night, Lin Tian lay in bed, tossing and turning, thinking about what might happen next. Although the challenge ahead seemed insignificant, he knew that the capital and resources behind Wang Shao could not be underestimated. A few days later, Lin Tian received a mysterious investment plan. When the plan appeared on his desk, it was a whole page of A4 paper, and every word and sentence was full of traps and challenges. Judging from the content of the plan, this was undoubtedly a conspiracy designed by Wang Shao, and the purpose was very clear: which was to lead Lin Tian into a financial dilemma through this investment plan. Wang Shao obviously did not underestimate Lin Tian's wisdom. He knew that it was meaningless for him to confront Lin Tian directly. Therefore, he adopted a more covert method, taking advantage of loopholes in the capital market and deliberately designing an investment plan that seemed harmless but was actually full of risks, hoping that Lin Tian would fall into it unknowingly. What a smart guy! After reading the plan, Lin Tian raised his lips slightly, without any panic in his heart. This plan seems to have a perfect structure, but in fact it has great hidden dangers. Wang Shao may hope to guide me to invest through this plan, but he obviously underestimated my understanding of capital operation. Lin Tian opened his notebook and began to carefully plan how to fight back. He quickly took out several relevant industry analysis reports from the folder and compared and integrated his ideas with the information at hand. As expected, after an in-depth analysis, Lin Tian discovered the loophole. He carefully checked every clause in the investment plan and finally found an obvious loophole in a data calculation. Although this loophole seems insignificant, once it is touched, it will lead to the failure of the entire investment project. Wang Shao's real purpose is to use this loophole to make Lin Tian bear debt and eventually put him into trouble in the capital market. Since you like to play tricks so much, I will let you taste the feeling of being toyed with. Lin Tian sneered and had a plan in mind. In the next few days, Lin Tian made some key decisions. He did not directly reject Wang Shao's investment plan, but deliberately accepted the plan and told Wang Shao that he would make a decision after careful evaluation. At the same time, Lin Tian began to quietly make adjustments in his investment company, rearrange the flow of funds, and prepare for the upcoming capital game. Wang Shao did not expect that Lin Tian had already seen through his scheme, and instead began to increase his investment in it, and used his influence in the capital market to reversely manipulate it. Every step taken by Lin Tian put Wang Shao into an increasingly complicated situation. At the same time, Lin Tian obtained the secret information of a powerful consortium behind Wang Shao through his own channels, and found that the consortium was trying to acquire some companies with great potential through mergers and acquisitions, but these companies had great risks in both financial and legal aspects. Lin Tian quickly contacted some of his partners and prepared to guide the transaction to the field under his control. However, things are not all smooth sailing. Although Lin Tian has taken some initiative, the financial group behind Wang Shao is very powerful and has many unknown underground operations. They will not easily give up suppressing Lin Tian. Just when Lin Tian began to increase his capital operations, the prompt sound of the Shenhao system suddenly rang in his system. System prompt: a new challenge task has been detected. Do you want to accept it? Task reward: obtain advanced business skills and financial support. Task description: facing the business giant behind Wang Shao, a successful challenge will bring huge wealth and business resources, but failure will result in huge economic losses. Sure enough, Lin Tian saw the system prompt and sneered. It seemed that the system already knew about the upcoming business war and had set a challenge for him in advance. In that case, let's go all out and see how this business war will end. Lin Tian took a deep breath and was mentally prepared. Wang Shao's counterattack plan. At the same time, Wang Shao was not defeated by Lin Tian's counterattack, but became more determined to defeat Lin Tian. He mobilized more resources and started a public opinion war in the business community, and even used the media to carry out some improper operations, hoping to indirectly affect Lin Tian's business operations by attacking his reputation. The financial group behind Wang Shao also sent out tougher representatives to start a capital campaign against Lin Tian in the market. The situation in the business war has become more complicated and sinister. However, Lin Tian was not afraid. He knew that this was a challenge that he had to go through. The business world was full of ups and downs, and only the strong could survive in this battlefield. And he was ready to face the next round of challenges. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Capital Decisive Battle. Lin Tian advances step by step. Since Wang Shao began to openly challenge Lin Tian, the business world has been in turmoil again. Although Lin Tian seems to be at a disadvantage, he has long realized that the current situation has entered a new stage of game. The capital power of the consortium behind Wang Shao cannot be underestimated, but for Lin Tian, this is just a necessary step in a business war. Lin Tian's plan was not accomplished overnight, but was a cautious and steady process. Every move he made was calm and precise. On this day, Lin Tian met with several of his core partners again, including Chen Hao, Li Ning, and others. For Lin Tian, these people are his right-hand men in the business world. They not only have business acumen, but also have extraordinary operational capabilities in the capital market. Lin Tian, we need stronger financial support. The actions of the consortium behind young Master Wang are becoming more and more fierce. Not only are they suppressing you in public opinion, they have also begun to mobilize capital on a large scale to acquire our important shares in the stock market. Chen Hao's tone was a little nervous. If we don't respond in time, I'm afraid there will be a risk of a broken capital chain. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and smiled faintly. It doesn't matter, the capital chain is temporary, but I have a better way. He raised his hand and pointed to a document on the table. This is the acquisition of Genting Technology that I recently took over. On the surface, it is a technology merger, but in fact, by acquiring this company, we can obtain the financial resources behind it and use it to contain the actions of Wang Shao's consortium. Li Ning's eyes lit up. Genting Technology? I heard that this company has been in some turmoil in the capital market recently and seems to be looking for an acquirer. However, their technical reserves are quite strong and their market prospects are also very promising. That's right. Lin Tian nodded. If we successfully acquire Genting Technology, we will not only obtain advanced technological assets, but also control a portion of high-end capital resources. Through technology mergers and acquisitions, we can break the financial operation chain of the consortium behind Wang Shao. Several partners immediately understood Lin Tian's intention. Although they knew that Lin Tian's methods were unique, they still found this idea of counterattacking through mergers and acquisitions quite novel. In fact, this merger and acquisition war is not only about funds and resources, but also a contest of intelligence and courage. So what should we do? Li Ning asked. First, we need to complete the acquisition negotiations as soon as possible and try to keep the acquisition price as low as possible to ensure that we have enough room for capital flow. Lin Tian continued. Second, we need to plan ahead and combine Genting Technology's technological advantages with our business plan to further suppress the capital momentum of Wang Shao's consortium. I understand. Chen Hao and others nodded. Lin Tian has decided that Wang Shao's consortium must be suppressed in this business war, not only because of his personal hatred for Wang Shao, but also because this is the moment for him to announce his true rise to the entire business community. Only through real capital operation can he completely get rid of the threat of these competitors. A few days later, Lin Tian took the lead in holding talks with the top management of Genting Technology. After a detailed discussion, he completed the preliminary agreement of this technology acquisition at a suitable price. On some well-known platforms in the business community, the news of Genting Technology also quietly became the focus of attention. Many consortiums have set their sights on this company, hoping to use it to realize their own layout in the field of technology. However, Lin Tian did not intend to make this matter too high profile. He completed the acquisition in a low-key manner and maintained its secrecy in the capital market. This was one of the reasons why he knew that Wang Shao's consortium might launch a counterattack against him. However, just when Lin Tian thought everything was on track, Wang Shao's actions once again alerted him. Wang Shao used his influence in public opinion and the capital market to start large-scale acquisitions of shares in other companies under Lin Tian, and spread rumors about Lin Tian's financial instability and broken capital chain. This guy really won't give up easily. Lin Tian frowned slightly. He knew that the consortium behind Wang Shao was not only trying to squeeze him through vicious capital competition, but also wanted to completely discredit him in public opinion. But Lin Tian did not panic. On the contrary, he had already begun to prepare a counterattack plan. All of this was an opportunity for him to learn and grow quickly in the business world. System, start the business war counterattack mission for me. Lin Tian said silently to the system. The system prompt sounded immediately. System prompt, business war counterattack mission started. Task rewards, obtain all-round financial knowledge, stock market manipulation skills, and huge financial support. Task description, Wang Shao's consortium has adopted vicious means to suppress the capital market. We must fight back through the stock market, public opinion, and mergers and acquisitions to break the consortium's control over the market. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. This task was almost a piece of cake for him. Through the operations in the past few days, he had accumulated enough funds and resources. This time, he wanted to use Wang Shao as a negative example and hit back hard. He gained more precise stock market operation skills and market control methods from the system, and even obtained a large amount of financial support with the help of the system, which gave him an even greater advantage in the business war. Next, Lin Tian not only began to launch a large-scale counterattack in the stock market, but also transformed Genting Technology's technological advantages into actual commercial benefits. Through this series of precise capital operations, Lin Tian not only successfully reversed the public opinion situation, but also began to establish a new image in the market and became a true capital powerhouse. Wang Shao's consortium would not sit idly by, and they began to fight back through some improper means behind the scenes. But Lin Tian's reaction speed was just as fast, and every step he took was on the weakness of Wang Shao's consortium, catching them off guard again and again. Eventually, Lin Tian's capital advantage gradually emerged, his reputation in the business world grew, and Wang Shao's consortium gradually lost control of the market. In the first round of the business war, Lin Tian's victory seemed to have become a foregone conclusion. But he knew that this was just the beginning of the business game and the real challenge had just arrived. Wang Shao's collapse. When Wang Shao learned that his consortium's capital was counterattacked by Lin Tian, he was struck by lightning and collapsed in his office chair. He never expected that the traps he set would be cracked by Lin Tian one by one, and he was even completely defeated in the stock market and public opinion. How is it possible? How could I lose to him? Wang Shao clenched his fists, his face full of anger and unwillingness. The financial group behind him also began to waver. Many shareholders had begun to show respect to Lin Tian, while Wang Shao became the target of public criticism. Lin Tian, just wait. The war is not over yet. Wang Shao swore with gritted teeth, ready to make a final fight. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12, a decisive battle, Wang Shao's final counterattack. Wang Shao's situation became increasingly difficult. Lin Tian's capital operation was like a powerful torrent, completely overturning his and the consortium's plans. In just a few days, Wang Shao found that he had almost lost control of the stock market, and the investment projects that were originally in a leading position also depreciated rapidly due to Lin Tian's counterattack. Lin Tian, he really should not be underestimated. Wang Shao sat alone on the sofa in the luxurious office, his brows furrowed, his eyes flashing with unwillingness and anger. He was originally full of confidence, thinking that he could easily crush a newly rising minor character, but every step of Lin Tian was more precise and faster than he had imagined. Now he had almost no room for counterattack. However, Wang Shao is not a person who gives up easily. Despite the unfavorable situation, he still decided to make a last-ditch effort, trying to save the situation through an extremely fierce capital war. He summoned the core members of his consortium and made a decision to break the rules, use completely illegal means, and forcibly suppress Lin Tian through market manipulation and resource monopoly. We are going to completely crush Lin Tian. Wang Shao said coldly, with an improper light flashing in his eyes, I will set the rules of this game. Wang Shao began to use some gray funding channels to rapidly increase the influence of his consortium through black market manipulation and short-term capital injection. He even began to put pressure on the government and regulatory authorities, hoping to use external forces to attack Lin Tian's business plan. This time, I'll let you know that shopping malls are not a place where you can play whenever you want. Wang Shao's voice was full of determination. At the same time, Lin Tian was also paying close attention to market dynamics. With the counterattack of Wang Shao's consortium, the capital market gradually became confusing. In the stock market, the stock prices of many companies fluctuated violently. Wang Shao's capital seemed to be trying to disrupt the market order through some improper means. He's here as expected. A hint of coldness flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He had long realized that Wang Shao would never accept failure, especially under the pressure of the consortium. Wang Shao's reaction would become more intense. However, Lin Tian was well prepared. He knew that he could not continue to waste time in the face of this situation. He immediately summoned the core members of his team, including Chen Hao, Li Ning, Zhao Cong and others, to prepare for a beautiful counterattack. Everyone knows that Wang Shao's consortium has been secretly playing tricks on the stock market recently. We can't just sit back and watch. Lin Tian said, his eyes sharp and calm, we need to quickly activate our capital pool and use Genting Technology's technical advantages and resources to take advantage of the situation to crack down on Wang Shao's capital flow. Chen Hao nodded, this time we must be quick, accurate and ruthless, and we must win with one strike. That's right. Li Ning also said, we not only need to stabilize the situation in the capital market, but also try our best to suppress Wang Shao's consortium's investment in other industries. Lin Tian calmly analyzed, Wang Shao's weaknesses are already obvious. He is good at manipulating the market with public opinion, but he ignores our advantages in technology and capital. Now, we need to do two things well. One is to control the stock market trends, and the other is to quickly increase our influence in the technology field to weaken Wang Shao's market control. He paused and continued, tomorrow, we will start acquiring shares of related companies, especially those projects that conflict with the interests of Wang Shao's consortium. At the same time, we will use the propaganda war to create negative news in the media that Wang Shao's consortium is eager for quick success and quick profit in crazy capital operations. Several core members nodded. Lin Tian's command style was decisive and organized, and every move was precise, as if he had already predicted every step of Wang Shao. That night, Lin Tian personally led the team and launched the acquisition. The capital pool was quickly mobilized, using the strongest resources to support the most promising projects and quickly seize market share. At the same time, media partners have begun to launch a wave of counter-public opinion to break the reputation of the consortium behind Wang Shao and make their legitimacy and morality widely questioned. For a time, the capital operation of Wang Shao's consortium was forced to be exposed, and public opinion launched a fierce attack on its market manipulation. Speculators and small and medium shareholders in the capital market began to withdraw their capital and turn to the projects supported by Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not hesitate at all. His precise capital operations and guidance of public opinion not only expanded his own capital pool, but also successfully disrupted the layout of Wang Shao's consortium. Wang Shao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He couldn't believe that Lin Tian could quickly turn the situation around through such clever capital operations. This is impossible. Wang Shao roared, how could Lin Tian react so quickly and take control of the situation? There is no way he can be so proficient in capital operations. But no matter how he roared, the rules of business war had changed, and the direction of the capital market was firmly controlled by Lin Tian. Wang Shao's consortium had problems with capital flow, stock prices plummeted, projects stagnated, and ultimately caused significant financial losses. As the situation worsened, shareholders of Wang Shao's consortium began to demand changes to the leadership and called on Wang Shao to step down. At this time, Lin Tian took action again, taking advantage of the victory and preparing to completely eliminate this enemy. Lin Tian, I will make you regret this. Just wait. Wang Shao knelt on the floor of the office and clenched his fists. He knew that he had already lost this battle, and all his efforts were in vain under Lin Tian's calm strategy. However, Lin Tian has been moving forward steadily in the competition in the capital market, moving towards the top of the business world step by step. Turned defeat into victory. With Lin Tian's ingenious layout and successful counterattack in the capital market, more and more investors began to praise and trust him. He not only won the favor of capital, but also won the respect of business giants. The decline of Wang Shao's consortium became more and more obvious, while Lin Tian gradually emerged and became a new force in the business world. However, Lin Tian was not satisfied with this. He knew that this business war had just begun, and the next opponents would be stronger and the challenges would be more severe. He is fully prepared for the next battle. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. The Peak of Capital, Lin Tian's desperate counterattack. After a fierce game with Wang Shao's consortium, Lin Tian finally gained the upper hand in the business war and successfully counterattacked. The wind direction of the capital market gradually changed, and Lin Tian's name began to stir up waves in the business world. But this is just the beginning. Next, he will face not only challenges from personal enemies, but also cruel competition from the entire business world. In Lin Tian's view, business war is like a game. To truly gain a foothold, it not only depends on the accumulation of funds, but also requires strategy, vision, and influence. In order to break through the existing limitations and finally reach the peak he really wants, Lin Tian decided to set his sights on a higher goal: cross-border acquisitions and global layout. Chen Hao, Li Ning, Zhao Song, come to the office. Lin Tian had just arrived at the company in the morning and summoned several core members. Our next goal is not just limited to the domestic market, I plan to enter the international stage. Chen Hao heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. International market? Lin Tian, are you saying that we want to conduct cross-border mergers and acquisitions? Lin Tian nodded, that's right. Although the domestic business war has come to an end, if we want to truly gain a foothold in the business world, our influence must extend to the international market. Now is the time to let the global capital market know that Lin Tian Kai is the true king of the business world. However, international mergers and acquisitions are difficult after all. Li Ning frowned, especially the giant companies on a global scale, which should not be underestimated. Can we enter smoothly? Don't worry. Lin Tian said firmly, my target is the global technology giants, those companies with world-class technology and markets. Although they may seem huge, through appropriate strategic acquisitions, we still have the opportunity to leverage the entire market. Zhao Song was eager to try, his eyes sparkling. If we can successfully acquire these world-class companies, we will not only gain a technological advantage, but also quickly increase our visibility in the international market, and may even control certain monopoly industries. Yes. Lin Tian took a deep breath. We can start with some innovative technology companies, first integrate resources through mergers and acquisitions, gradually break the monopoly of those large companies, and ultimately control the core competitiveness of the global technology industry. Lin Tian quickly began to mobilize the capital in his hands and began to conduct mergers and acquisitions research on multinational companies to find the most suitable targets. At the same time, he also began to prepare his own global strategy, paving the way for future global acquisitions through multiple means of capital, technology, and public opinion. However, while Lin Tian was busy, Wang Shao's consortium on the other side did not give in easily. Although they suffered huge losses, Wang Shao still recovered some funds through some improper means and began to plan a revenge action. Wang Shao held the phone tightly and said in a deep voice, "We can't let Lin Tian get so proud. Now is the best time to fight back. While he is busy with international mergers and acquisitions, we must use stronger means to regain the market." Wang Shao's consortium began to operate again. Although his funds did not return to their original size, he began his road to revenge by cooperating with overseas capital groups. His target was still Lin Tian, using capital, public opinion, and even legal resources to suppress Lin Tian, causing Lin Tian to encounter unprecedented obstacles in the process of global acquisitions. However, Lin Tian was not disturbed by Wang Shao's counterattack. On the contrary, he had already seen through Wang Shao's intentions and started to take countermeasures early. He did not rely solely on funds, but gradually promoted the development of the global layout through his international partners and top consultants. Lin Tian found his first global target company, Merida Technology, a company with breakthrough technologies in the field of artificial intelligence. Although its current market value is low, it has a strong scientific research team and international patents, which is crucial to Lin Tian's future strategy. Merida Technology is the key to our layout this time. Lin Tian said to his team members, "Acquiring it will open the door to the global market for us." Chen Hao nodded. "This goal has great potential, but there is a lot of American capital behind Merida Technology, and the competitive pressure is not small. That's why we have to act as soon as possible." Lin Tian sneered. "American capital is indeed powerful, but we have our own advantages. Since they are eyeing Merida Technology, we must use our capital advantage and technological integration to quickly control this company." A few days later, Lin Tian formally proposed a merger with Merida Technology and began lobbying the other company's top management through capital guidance and technological advantages. At the same time, he also disclosed his strategic plans for the global market through media warfare, gradually gaining attention and recognition from both inside and outside the industry. Lin Tian's move quickly attracted the attention of the American capital circle, especially the shareholders and management of Merida Technology. They soon realized that Lin Tian's acquisition proposal not only met the development needs of their company, but also could enhance Merida's influence globally. "Lin Tian is indeed a business genius," Chen Hao exclaimed. "Not only can he act quickly in the capital market, but he can also accurately grasp the pain points of major technology companies and use them to carry out mergers and acquisitions." As Merida Technology's shareholders gradually accepted Lin Tian's proposal, the acquisition process gradually advanced. This time, Lin Tian finally succeeded in stepping onto the global capital stage and began to continuously enhance the company's global influence through his own acquisition strategy. At the same time, although Wang Shao has been planning behind the scenes, he has never been able to disrupt Lin Tian's acquisition process. Lin Tian's reaction speed is far beyond Wang Shao's expectations, which makes Wang Shao feel more and more powerless. "I will never admit defeat in this battle." Wang Shao clenched his fists tightly. He was unwilling to be defeated like this. The business war had just begun. The first step in global acquisition. With the successful acquisition of Merida Technology, Lin Tian's international layout was finally officially launched. Taking this opportunity, he not only won a reputation in the global market, but also obtained a large amount of international funds and technical support, laying a solid foundation for subsequent M&A plans. At this time, Wang Shao was still secretly planning an opportunity for revenge, but he had lost his power over Lin Tian. Seeing that Lin Tian's capital was becoming stronger and stronger, his road to revenge became more and more difficult. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14, Global Layout, The Rise of Lin Tian's Wealth Empire. With the successful acquisition of Merida Technology, Lin Tian's capital began to expand globally. This strategic acquisition not only brought him a huge technological breakthrough, but also caused a sensation in the global business community. Lin Tian knew that one acquisition alone was far from enough. If he wanted to gain a firm foothold, he had to make plans in more areas. Next, we must gradually establish our influence in the global science and technology and energy fields. Lin Tian walked towards the conference room and said to Chen Hao and Li Ning beside him, "The future world will be driven by the dual wheels of energy and technology. These two industries will determine the future capital structure." Chen Hao nodded in agreement. "That's right, Lin Tian, the global energy market is experiencing a surge in demand, especially in the field of new energy and sustainable energy, which has become the focus of capital. The science and technology field should not be underestimated either. The competition in the global market is becoming increasingly fierce. If we want to become a top company, we must make an all-round layout." "That's right." Lin Tian pondered for a moment. "We must first establish our own technological barriers in the energy field, and quickly increase our market share through technology acquisition and integration. In the field of science and technology, we must take advantage of Merida Technologies' AI advantages and begin to lay out the intelligent hardware and automation industries." In the following days, Lin Tian began to expand his global layout at an efficient pace. He not only concentrated funds to acquire several small companies with promising new energy fields, but also increased cooperation with global technology companies, quickly integrated resources, and laid a solid foundation for his future market expansion. At the same time, Lin Tian's business empire began to take shape, and his name gradually spread from the upper echelons of the business community to the global capital market. Investors from all over the world began to pay attention to the companies he controlled, and Lin Tian became one of the most influential new business stars in the world. "Lin Tian, this guy is so scary," a senior executive of an investment company exclaimed in an interview. "He can not only quickly identify M&A opportunities, but also accurately predict market changes. In the future capital war, he will definitely be one of the biggest winners." Lin Tian's rise is not only a success in capital, but also a profound change to the entire industry structure. Another investment expert pointed out, he has surpassed the scope of ordinary entrepreneurs and has become an emerging force in the global economy. Lin Tian's business empire is growing, and his vision is becoming more long-term. After a series of mergers and acquisitions and capital operations, his wealth has exceeded 100 billion, making him one of the youngest super-rich people in the world. Most importantly, his influence in the global business community has gradually approached those entrenched giants. However, just as Lin Tian was leading the way and rapidly expanding his business territory, the challenge from the rich second-generation alliance was quietly approaching. The capital power in this alliance is very strong. The members not only have a huge capital chain, but also control many important industries around the world. Wang Shao, as an important figure in it, is using this alliance plan to launch a fierce counterattack against Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, do you really think you can snatch the global market pie from us?" Wang Shao said coldly while sitting at the conference table of the rich second-generation alliance. "We have to make him understand that the capital game has never been a simple arena." The core members of the rich second-generation alliance also nodded. Their goal was to suppress Lin Tian's development through joint forces and ensure that control of the global capital market would not fall into the hands of an emerging player. Lin Tian's rise is too rapid and has already threatened our position in the capital market. This war can't be dragged on any longer, we must take the initiative. Wang Shao's deep voice was full of determination. "Our goal is clear, to break Lin Tian's capital chain and disrupt his global layout." At the same time, Lin Tian also noticed the changes in the business community, especially the undercurrents of the rich second-generation alliance. He knew that in the process of global expansion, he had inevitably touched this huge capital group. However, Lin Tian was not panicked. Facing the challenge of the global enemy, he was ready. "If they come, I will fight them." Lin Tian said calmly, with a sharp look in his eyes, "I don't believe that there is any capital group in this world that can withstand my attack." Lin Tian keenly discovered the loopholes in the rich second-generation alliance through analysis of its background and capital flows. Although their resources are strong, there are also some unstable factors. Through precise capital operation and strong public opinion offensive, Lin Tian decided to take advantage of this opportunity to weaken the influence of the rich second-generation alliance in one fell swoop. "Chen Hao, Li Ning, Zhao Song, start our counterattack plan." Lin Tian ordered decisively. "We must take advantage of the public opinion in the global market and cooperate with capital operations to launch a precise counterattack and break the capital linkage of the rich second-generation alliance." Several core members immediately took action and used the media resources in their hands to quickly launch a public opinion offensive against the rich second-generation alliance. At the same time, Lin Tian quickly acquired strategically important international companies, creating capital pressure on the rich second-generation alliance. Lin Tian defines this battle as a dual game between capital and public opinion, and regards it as a key part of his global strategy. A few weeks later, Lin Tian's counterattack began to bear fruit. The internal capital chain of the rich second-generation alliance began to have problems, and the capital flow of some important members was blocked. However, Lin Tian's capital was like a growing torrent, sweeping the global market quickly and firmly controlling some key industries. Lin Tian actually managed to gain the upper hand in this capital game. Wang Shao stood in the meeting room of the rich second-generation alliance with a gloomy face. He knew that he and the entire alliance's capital group were facing unprecedented challenges. Lin Tian, relying on precise strategic layout and resolute capital operation, successfully broke through the first counterattack of the rich second-generation alliance and pushed his global layout forward again. This battle is far from over. Winning the future. As cracks appeared in the capital chain of the rich second-generation alliance, Lin Tian's control over the global market gradually strengthened. He not only acquired more potential companies, but also completed the global layout of multiple industries through efficient capital operation. Behind all this, it is Lin Tian's extraordinary business vision and unparalleled capital operation ability. However, Lin Tian knows that the real challenge has just begun. The future business war will be more intense, and the top competition in the global business community will still have no end. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15 Global Peak Showdown, Lin Tian's Strategic Counterattack. As the cracks in the capital chain of the rich second-generation alliance intensified, Lin Tian's control over the global market gradually became more solid, and his business empire has surpassed the domestic borders and rapidly expanded to the world. With the success of Merida Technology and other key MA targets, he not only occupied a place in the technology field, but also gradually established strategic advantages in many important industries such as energy, finance, and technology through a series of precise capital operations. But Lin Tian knows that his success is not only the accumulation of capital, but also the profound change of the entire business landscape. This change has brought him unprecedented opportunities, but at the same time, it has also brought endless challenges. As the counterattack of the rich second-generation alliance becomes more and more fierce, Lin Tian decides to launch his final counterattack and firmly grasp the initiative of the business war in his own hands. Competition in the global market has entered a white-hot stage. Lin Tian's next goal is to break the power of several giants in the global capital market and truly become a super capitalist who controls the global economy. Our counterattack cannot be limited to the operation of finance and resources, Lin Tian calmly analyzed while sitting at the conference table in the company headquarters, facing core members such as Chen Hao, Li Ning, and Zhao Zong. Next, we must break all the established limitations and fundamentally subvert these huge capital giants. Are you saying that we should further undermine their foundation? Zhao Zong frowned and asked, these giants are not only strong in capital, but also have powerful political connections and industrial chains behind them. If we simply operate through capital, we will face great risks. That's right, Lin Tian nodded, but it is precisely because these giants have a powerful and huge industrial chain behind them that we must launch attacks from multiple dimensions. Lin Tian's eyes became sharp, break the industrial chain, weaken their control in key areas, and then use our technology and capital to occupy a more advantageous position globally. Chen Hao quickly sorted out his thoughts. Lin Tian, what you mean is that we should break the monopoly of those giants in key fields such as new energy, artificial intelligence, and finance, and then use our own companies to fill this gap? That's right. Lin Tian's tone was resolute. We want to make the global capital market understand that Lin Tian is not just a wealthy businessman, but also a master of the global economic landscape. Lin Tian's words were like a flash of lightning that cut through the air in the conference room. Zhao Zong and Li Ning nodded one after another. They all knew that Lin Tian was determined to completely break the hegemony of the business world and build a wealth empire of his own. In order to achieve this goal, Lin Tian began to reposition several key industries in the global market. 1. New energy field. By acquiring the world's leading energy companies, especially those with unique technologies in future energy industries such as wind energy, solar energy, and hydrogen energy, Lin Tian plans to gradually break the control of traditional energy giants and thus influence the global energy market. 2. Artificial intelligence and automation. Lin Tian leverages Merida Technology as technological advantages to further acquire AI startups around the world and rapidly enhance its core competitiveness in the fields of smart hardware, artificial intelligence algorithms and automation equipment. 3. Global financial layout. Lin Tian has set his sights on the financial sector and is building a huge financial empire by acquiring the world's top investment banks and hedge funds. Behind all this, Lin Tian's capital chain has been opened up, and every subsequent capital operation will shock the global market. At the same time, Lin Tian knew that the key to destroying the industrial chain of giants was how to use information and capital to strike. He cooperated with the world's leading media groups and began to launch a large-scale public opinion offensive against the major giants in the global capital market, making the internal problems of these companies public and stimulating panic in the market. Do you still remember the loopholes of those giants? Lin Tian asked in a low voice. Our next strategic goal is to make their dominant position in the capital market precarious. We will take advantage of their internal conflicts, disrupt their capital layout, and ultimately destroy their monopoly. He quickly flipped through the documents in his hand. First, the steel giant Alfred Group. This group has long controlled an absolute share of the global steel industry, but recently its management has split. We can use capital manipulation to gradually infiltrate its shareholder structure and disintegrate its control from within. In the second step, we will launch an attack on the world's largest energy company, ENN Energy, Lin Tian continued to analyze. ENN Energy has a strong influence in the global energy market, but it is overly dependent on traditional energy structures and has begun to gradually expose the problem of insufficient innovation capabilities. If we make appropriate acquisitions in the field of new energy, we will be able to quickly make up for this shortcoming and make ENN Energy lose its advantage in the competition. Before Lin Tian finished speaking, Zhao Tsong immediately picked up his phone and began to contact globally renowned financial investment institutions to prepare for the next strategic deployment. Lin Tian calmly and quickly launched a capital offensive and began to attack Alfred Group and ENN Energy in multiple dimensions through capital layout, market operation, public opinion influence, etc. At the same time, he also started the acquisition plan of multiple technology giants, striving to complete technology accumulation and market penetration in the fields of artificial intelligence and smart hardware as soon as possible. However, the second-generation rich alliance did not sit still, especially Wang Shao, who was still secretly planning a counterattack against Lin Tian. Although Lin Tian had the upper hand, Wang Shao still used his connections in the global capital market to try to unite several other international investment giants to form a stronger business alliance. Lin Tian's rise is destined to be bumpy. Wang Shao sneered, even if we temporarily lose some capital, through cooperation with multiple capital groups around the world, we can still break Lin Tian's strategy and completely collapse his global layout. But Lin Tian was not afraid. He knew that this business war was no longer a simple competition of funds, but a game of global industrial chain and a deep confrontation between capital and technology. He was ready to meet the challenge and decided not to rely solely on the advantages of capital, but to completely dominate the future of the global business world through technological innovation, resource integration, and public opinion manipulation. The second-generation rich alliance's counterattack? Lin Tian smiled, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It's just in time for me to eliminate their threat in one fell swoop. As the global layout gradually advances, Lin Tian's business empire has occupied an important position in various industries, and the business world is once again in ups and downs. Next, Lin Tian will face a real peak showdown, the final battle of the global capital market. Towards the top. Lin Tian's wealth empire has begun to approach its ultimate goal, but he also knows that the real challenges and dangers are still ahead. Faced with the ever-changing global capital market, he must continue to strengthen his strategic layout to ensure that his business empire can truly dominate the world. This business war is far from over. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16, Capital Undercurrent Surges, Lin Tian's final blow. As Lin Tian's layout in the global market gradually improves, the business landscape has undergone tremendous changes. The capital giants who once looked high and mighty in his eyes are now gradually feeling the pressure from Lin Tian's business empire. At this time, Lin Tian's goal is no longer just business expansion. He has already aimed at the commanding heights of the global capital market to completely destroy those capital giants who intend to be his enemy and reach the pinnacle of global business. The next battle must be won with one strike. Lin Tian stood in front of the window of a high-rise building, staring at the city below, his tone calm and firm. His sight passed through the entire financial district, as if he could foresee the various challenges that would come next. The counterattack of the rich second-generation alliance did not stop. Wang Shao was still unwilling to fail. He united the forces of multiple capital groups around the world and secretly launched a strong capital suppression against Lin Tian. Their goal was very clear: to use capital to encircle Lin Tian's global layout and break his advantages in technology and energy. However, Lin Tian did not retreat, but quickly adjusted his strategy and used his extraordinary skills in capital operation to reverse the situation in a lightning speed. In this battle, we must utilize global capital liquidity to create an irreversible market crisis and completely break the capital linkage of the rich second-generation alliance. Lin Tian sat back in the conference room, and the core team around him was ready to face new challenges. Lin Tian, we have taken control of key companies in multiple industries, Zhen Hao reported. The core asset values of these companies continue to rise, but the second-generation rich alliance can still put pressure on us through public opinion and capital. We need to change the market's view of us in a short period of time and cannot let them take control of the initiative anymore. That's right, Lin Tian nodded, his eyes deep. This business war is no longer a competition of capital, but a competition of industry and public opinion. In every step forward, we must use the flow of information to drive panic in the market and form a counterattack against the rich second-generation alliance. Lin Tian knew that if he wanted to completely break the opponent's capital suppression, it was not enough to rely on the advantages of funds and technology. He had to control public opinion and use the power of the global media to create a capital storm and plunge the rich second-generation alliance into endless turmoil in a short period of time. He quickly assigned Zhao Zong and Li Ning to contact senior executives of major financial media around the world to launch a public opinion war on the global capital crisis. We need to make every investor in the market panic, Lin Tian whispered, and make them realize that cracks have appeared in the capital chain of the rich second-generation alliance, and its monopoly advantage may suffer a devastating blow in the short term. Zhao Zong and Li Ning quickly took action, and through precise information delivery and capital flow analysis, they began a public opinion offensive against the rich second-generation alliance. For a time, news about the rich second-generation alliance's broken capital chain and internal divisions quickly spread around the world. At the same time, Lin Tian increased his capital layout in the fields of new energy, technology, and finance. Through a series of mergers and acquisitions, he successfully acquired several promising companies in the fields of renewable energy and artificial intelligence, which not only made up for Merida Technologies' technical shortcomings, but also gave himself a more advantageous position in the global market. The reaction speed of the rich second-generation alliance is too slow. They can't respond to our offensive quickly, Lin Tian said calmly, with wisdom flashing in his eyes. The key next is to make their stock price plummet and their capital chain collapse completely. Through a series of capital operations, Lin Tian successfully triggered panic in the market. The stock price of the rich second-generation alliance began to fluctuate violently, and investors withdrew their capital. Since these capital groups were closely linked to each other, Lin Tian only needed to pry one link to trigger a chain reaction and drag the entire alliance into the abyss of collapse. At this time, Lin Tian did not stop. He continued to strengthen his global layout, consolidate his industrial chain by acquiring more multinational companies. He began to enter more subdivided high-tech fields, and relied on Merida Technologies' AI technology to continuously expand his market share in intelligent manufacturing, automated production, and other fields. The storm in the global capital market has quietly arrived. Lin Tian's wealth empire also quickly rose in this battle without the smoke of gunpowder and became one of the most influential business forces in the world. Lin Tian, you really did it, Zhen Hao exclaimed. You used capital and technology to completely change the global economic landscape in just a few months. Lin Tian smiled slightly. This is just the beginning. Next, we will reach our true peak. However, the counterattack of the rich second-generation alliance did not stop there, and Wang Shao was still secretly planning a new counterattack. Facing the powerful Lin Tian, the capitalists of the rich second-generation alliance did not give up, and they were preparing to unite more forces to launch a new round of offensive. But Lin Tian knew that this battle was no longer a simple capital game. Every attack was an opportunity for industry change, and the real battle would determine who would dominate the future of the global economy. The counterattack of the rich second-generation alliance? Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. No matter how they fight back, I am ready to meet the challenge. With the dramatic fluctuations in the global capital market, Lin Tian's empire has stepped into the top of the business world, and the peak showdown in the business world has finally arrived. Go all out to achieve the peak of business war. Lin Tian has already stood at the pinnacle of global business, and this business war that has lasted for many years has finally ushered in a decisive battle. Next, whether it is the rich second-generation alliance or other business giants, they will become stepping stones for Lin Tian to hit higher goals. The real business war will begin at this moment. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17. The Rise of the Business Overlord, Lin Tian's Ultimate Challenge. Lin Tian stood on his private plane, overlooking the vast ocean, his heart full of calmness and confidence. After several months of capital operation and global layout, he has become an undisputed supergiant in the global business community. From the initial rise of a super-rich man to the current global economic controller, Lin Tian's business empire has covered multiple industries and its tentacles are spread all over the world. He not only occupies a dominant position in the fields of science and technology, energy, and finance, but also through acquisitions and mergers, he has become the stabilizer of the global economy. However, Lin Tian knew that this battle was far from over. He never thought that he had reached the top, and the real test had just begun. We must quickly stabilize the situation. Lin Tian's eyes were firm. He knew that although he currently had an absolute advantage in the global market, the second-generation rich alliance had not completely given up. They were still trying to fight back through capital cooperation and political means. Especially Wang Shao, as the main operator behind the scenes, he never gave up the idea of defeating Lin Tian. If we let the rich second-generation alliance recover, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Lin Tian said to his team, "We must stir up a big storm in the capital market and completely destroy their ability to fight back." Chen Hao, Li Ning, and others nodded in agreement. Lin Tian knew that the counterattack of the rich second-generation alliance relied on the linkage of global capital and the huge industrial network. Therefore, the only way to break their counterattack was to create an irreparable rift and fundamentally deprive them of the opportunity to rise again. The next layout will determine the final direction of the entire situation. Lin Tian made a quick decision. Our strategic goal is very clear. The first step is to break the capital chain of the rich second-generation alliance. The second step is to use our technological advantages to completely subvert their control over various industries. Step 1: Capital Strike. Lin Tian's first goal is to cause drastic fluctuations in the stock price of the rich second-generation alliance through a series of operations in the capital market, and completely destroy their capital base. In order to achieve this goal, Lin Tian decided to launch an air raid on the global stock market, and through precise manipulation of capital flows, guide the market to have deep doubts about the future of the rich second-generation alliance. Lin Tian assigned Zhao Zong and Li Ning to work with the world's top investment banks and analysts to launch an unprecedented market manipulation operation. First, they carried out a short attack on several core companies under the rich second-generation alliance, and through large-scale short selling and manipulation of news flow, they quickly caused market panic and forced the stock prices of these companies to fall sharply. Then, Lin Tian acquired several financial companies with great influence in the rich second-generation alliance around the world through capital cooperation, gained more market voice, and laid the foundation for subsequent capital suppression actions. This series of capital operations quickly generated a huge shock wave around the world. The stock price of the rich second-generation alliance plummeted instantly, and many partners began to rush to leave, resulting in the break of the alliance's internal capital chain. The panic in the capital market spread, and investors withdrew their capital one after another. The counterattack of the rich second-generation alliance began to face severe tests. Step 2: Technology wins. In the field of technology, Lin Tian's advantage is unquestionable. Merida Technology has quickly occupied the global market with its breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, smart hardware, and new energy technologies. In order to further consolidate its leading position in the global technology field, Lin Tian decided to launch a revolutionary product to completely change the global industrial landscape. This product will be our final blow to the rich second-generation alliance. Lin Tian said calmly, "It will not only bring us a huge market share, but also completely destroy their monopoly in the technology field." Merida Technology's latest product, the holographic smart assistant, has attracted the attention of major global technology giants with its revolutionary technological breakthroughs. Lin Tian decided to bring this product to the market, marking his further consolidation in the field of smart hardware. Through the promotion of global partners, this product quickly entered major markets and was favored by major companies. However, what shocked the second-generation rich alliance the most was that Lin Tian not only successfully broke their advantage in the field of science and technology through technology, but also aroused great attention from the global market to technological innovation through this product. The trend in the field of science and technology has completely reversed, and the second-generation rich alliance knows that their dominance in this field is already in jeopardy. This battle has finally reached the most critical step. Lin Tian looked at his team with a smile, his eyes gleaming with determination. We must not only use capital to completely collapse them, but also use technology to subvert their business model and truly leave them with no way out. The final battle. Facing Lin Tian's all-out attack, the reaction of the rich second-generation alliance became increasingly fierce. Wang Shao began to secretly contact some business giants around the world, trying to unite and launch an unprecedented counterattack. However, Lin Tian had already seen through the opportunity and blocked all opportunities for counterattack in advance by cooperating with the world's largest investment institutions. At an important international investment summit, Lin Tian publicly announced a groundbreaking global cooperation plan, the Global Green Energy Alliance. This plan will promote a global energy revolution, help countries around the world get rid of their dependence on traditional energy, and move towards a cleaner and more environmentally friendly future. The success of this plan will mean that Lin Tian's energy layout has been recognized by the world and has completely defeated the hegemony of the rich second-generation alliance in the energy field. No matter how hard you struggle, Lin Tian looked at Wang Shao in the video conference, his tone calm and powerful. The era of the rich second-generation alliance is over. Wang Shao's face was gloomy, but he had no capital to fight back. With the successful implementation of the global energy strategy, Lin Tian had almost completely grasped the pulse of the global economy, and his dominant position in the business world was becoming more and more stable. The counterattack of the rich second-generation alliance has failed. Lin Tian stood at the top of the business empire and took a deep breath. I have stood at the pinnacle of global business. Next, it will be my era of global domination. Global domination, Lin Tian's empire rises. Lin Tian's business empire is not limited to a certain industry or market, but a global domination in all aspects and fields. With the rapid advancement of his technology, capital, and strategic layout around the world, Lin Tian has truly stood at the top of the global economy. All the people and forces that once challenged him have become stepping stones on his road to conquering the business world. And all this has just begun. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18, Global Domination, the Rise of Lin Tian's Business Empire. Lin Tian stood in the cabin of the private jet, looking through the glass window at the vast city scene outside, his eyes full of endless thoughts. With the changes in the global economic landscape, his business empire has gained a firm foothold, covering almost all key industries. From finance to technology, from energy to media, his business tentacles have extended to the global market, becoming an important force influencing the global economic trend. However, Lin Tian knew that the real challenge was not over yet. Although he had gained a huge advantage in the capital market and broke the counterattack of the rich second-generation alliance, the road to dominating the global business was still full of unpredictable risks. More importantly, Lin Tian knew that only by constantly challenging and conquering could he maintain this top honor. Next, I want to completely realize the global dominance of my business empire. Lin Tian whispered, with a hint of calmness in his tone, as well as an ambition that was hard to conceal. Final layout of global strategy. In Lin Tian's plan, the layout of the energy field is undoubtedly an important step in his plan to dominate the world. In order to completely change the global energy landscape, Lin Tian decided to make a breakthrough in the field of new energy and promote the global transition to clean energy. In this process, Lin Tian chose to cooperate with governments and large energy groups around the world to jointly develop the world's largest green energy project, the Global Green Energy Alliance. We must not only participate in the global energy transformation, but also lead this revolution, Lin Tian made it clear at a closed-door meeting. Chen Hao and Li Ning, two core members, distributed Lin Tian's strategic plan in detail, and global energy giants, government agencies, and major multinational companies reached cooperation agreements under Lin Tian's proposal. With the implementation of this plan, Lin Tian is not only a business tycoon, but also a weather vane in the global energy field. The future of green energy is not only related to national economic development, but also to global environmental protection and sustainable development. Taking this opportunity, Lin Tian not only gained an absolute advantage at the capital level, but also established a new business discourse power on the global political stage. Shocks and breakthroughs in the capital market. At the same time, Lin Tian's capital layout continued to expand. In the global capital market, Lin Tian gradually established a strong influence. By manipulating the stock market, acquiring high-quality companies, and laying out a global financial network, he gradually turned himself into a business tycoon and owned a huge investment empire. Through his deep understanding of the global economy, Lin Tian accurately predicted the market trend of the next stage. The combination of technology and finance will become the mainstream in the future. He decided to concentrate his capital in the fields of blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, big data, digital currency, etc., and quickly build his own advantages in the digital economy and emerging industries. In the future, technology and finance will be integrated, and our goal is to become the master of the digital age. Lin Tian said to his team. Under this strategy, Lin Tian further consolidated his advantages in the fields of smart technology, financial technology, digital currency, etc. by acquiring a series of leading technology companies. With the launch of various high-tech products, Lin Tian's business empire not only occupies a dominant position in the capital market, but also leads the trend of industrial transformation on a global scale. Challenges and opponents. As Lin Tian's pace of global domination accelerates, some old-line forces in the business world begin to feel threatened. Especially Wang Shao, he has not completely given up the challenge to Lin Tian. Although the counterattack of the rich second-generation alliance failed due to Lin Tian's capital attack, Wang Shao did not admit defeat. He is secretly planning a new counterattack and intends to unite with other international capital giants to compete with Lin Tian again. Lin Tian, the next round of business war will be your decisive moment. Wang Shao sent a challenge signal to Lin Tian through private channels. At the same time, he won over some international bigwigs around the world and prepared to jointly launch a cross-border capital war to challenge Lin Tian's dominance in the global market. You guys dare to challenge me? Lin Tian showed a sneer on his face. He was never afraid of any challenge. No matter how Wang Shao united with the capital giants, Lin Tian had enough capital and technology to deal with it. He had established a huge business network around the world. The world's top technology, capital, and market resources had formed a powerful system of checks and balances in his hands. If they dare to come, I will let them understand thoroughly that my empire cannot be shaken. Lin Tian looked at the sunset gradually sinking outside the window, his heart filled with infinite longing and confidence for the future. On the eve of the decisive battle. As the global capital market changes, Lin Tian's business empire is gradually approaching the final stage of global domination. Capital and resources from all walks of life have begun to converge on Lin Tian's camp, and Lin Tian's business empire has the ability to challenge any business force in the world. However, Lin Tian knew that the final battle of this business war was the most important moment. Facing the counterattack of the rich second-generation alliance and other multinational capital giants, Lin Tian was determined to go all out and completely destroy any force that challenged his dominance. This is the final decisive battle and the ultimate change in the global business landscape. Lin Tian took a deep breath, and a blazing fire ignited in his eyes. Wang Shao's counterattack and the alliance of the rich second generation will eventually be the last barrier on Lin Tian's way to the top of the global business world. And this battle that determines the future of the global business world will eventually usher in a perfect ending under Lin Tian's control. The rise of Lin Tian's business empire. The final battle for global business domination has begun. Lin Tian is no longer an ordinary business tycoon. He has become a weathervane of the global economy and the master of the global business community. All the forces that were once his enemies will eventually become a footnote in his long history. Lin Tian's business empire has just begun to show its true power. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19, The Ultimate Challenge, Lin Tian's Business War. Lin Tian sat in front of the office window, and the neon lights outside the window seemed to be telling the prosperity and opportunities of the city. With the gradual change of the global economic landscape, Lin Tian's business empire has been in full swing, almost reaching the top of all industries. Whether it is technology, finance, energy, or digital currency and emerging industries, Lin Tian's name has become a symbol of the global business community. However, Lin Tian knew that the business war never really ended, especially when facing opponents who were unwilling to fail. The battle would only become more intense. Just when Lin Tian's empire seemed stable, a new challenge appeared before him again. Wang Shao has finally started to fight back. Lin Tian muttered to himself while reviewing the global business trends. He had expected this. Wang Shao not only did not give up completely, but secretly united with several top business groups in the world to launch a strong counterattack. Lin Tian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Nothing could stop him from conquering the world. He had already established an unshakable foundation in all walks of life, and this ultimate challenge would be the most important battle in the rise of his business empire. Unprecedented confrontation of global capital. Wang Shao is not stupid. He knows that relying solely on the alliance of the second generation of rich people can no longer shake Lin Tian's empire. Therefore, he began to unite the world's top capital forces, trying to challenge Lin Tian's business dominance through cross-border mergers and acquisitions, capital suppression, and political alliances. This time, Wang Shao's alliance includes not only world-class financial giants, but also several veteran overlords in traditional energy, heavy industry, and the internet. The purpose of their alliance is very clear: to break Lin Tian's monopoly in the global market and divide the capital and industrial chain he controls. If they dare to come, I dare to take the challenge. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was ready to face this bloody and firepowerful business war. In order to cope with the upcoming capital storm, Lin Tian decided to launch a series of precise layouts in the global capital market, using capital, technology, and political means to lead this confrontation to a situation that is favorable to him. Capital counterattack, Lin Tian's counterattack. Lin Tian first launched a counterattack in the global capital market. By manipulating the capital flow of the global stock market, he preemptively launched a fierce short-selling attack on several core companies controlled by the rich second-generation alliance and Wang Shao. Prior to this, Lin Tian had already mastered the equity and information of related companies in advance through cooperation with dozens of top investment institutions around the world. This enabled him to accurately predict market trends and complete the airstrike at lightning speed, catching his opponents off guard. At the same time, Lin Tian further strengthened his control over the financial sector through his digital currency platform and blockchain technology. He took advantage of the fluctuations in the global capital market to guide capital into his own industry and successfully seized part of the market share of Wang Shao and others. With Lin Tian's capital injection, the global market's confidence in him gradually increased, and the stock market reversed. At this time, Lin Tian once again took advantage of the global green energy plan and launched green new energy cooperation agreements with governments and multinational companies, further consolidating his dominant position in the energy field. Lin Tian's capital counterattack quickly won. In just a few weeks, Wang Shao's coalition began to feel tremendous pressure. Their layout in the global stock market came to a standstill, and the stock prices of some core companies fell sharply, directly leading to a break in the capital chain. However, Lin Tian's business empire was in full swing, and funds continued to flow into his industry. They have begun to collapse. Lin Tian looked at the financial data in front of him with a smile on his face. Technological innovation destroys the opponent's last hope. However, Lin Tian knew that relying solely on the blow from the capital market was not enough to completely destroy the enemy, so he decided to completely destroy Wang Shao and his alliance's ability to counterattack through a major technological innovation. The holographic virtual reality technology launched by Lin Tian through Merida Technology has caused a huge sensation in the global market. This technology has not only set off a new round of technological revolution in the fields of games and entertainment, but also has a profound impact on many industries such as education, medical care, and commerce. Holographic virtual reality technology will become an indispensable force in the future development of the global economy, and behind all this is Lin Tian's in-depth layout. At the same time, Lin Tian has further enhanced its control in the global market through the world's top 5G communication technology. The popularity of 5G enables Lin Tian to carry out large-scale intelligent networking on a global scale, integrating resources from various industries and fields to form a huge business ecosystem. Wang Shao's camp gradually fell behind in terms of technology. Although they also had top technology companies, they were still unable to catch up with Lin Tian in areas such as holographic technology and 5G networks. Relying on his huge advantage in the field of technology, Lin Tian once again ushered in the opponent's defeat. The final showdown between business giants. As the global market fluctuates violently, the final battle between Lin Tian and Wang Shao finally arrives. The international capital giants that Wang Shao has united with have fallen into a financial crisis, and almost all the investors who once supported them have begun to sell their shares and withdraw their capital. Lin Tian, you have no way out. Wang Shao said coldly during a tense telephone conference, "We will definitely win this battle." "Do you think so?" Lin Tian sneered, "You have missed your last chance. In the next battle, I will completely end your business dream." In the following days, Lin Tian successfully dismantled all the plans of Wang Shao's alliance through a three-pronged strategy of capital, technology, and politics, and completely destroyed their ability to counterattack. In the end, Wang Shao's business empire had to declare bankruptcy, and Lin Tian's position as the global business hegemon was completely consolidated. Lin Tian stood at the pinnacle of global business, overlooking the huge empire he had built, his eyes flashing with endless ambition and determination. "This is my real beginning." Lin Tian's global business empire never stops. With Wang Shao and the rich second-generation alliance completely defeated, Lin Tian became the undisputed absolute overlord of the global business community. From finance to technology, from energy to digital currency, Lin Tian's business empire has spread all over the world, and almost no one or force can shake his position. However, Lin Tian knew very well that the war in the business world would never have an end, and he had just begun to move towards a higher peak. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20, Rebuilding the World Order, Lin Tian's Global Domination. As Lin Tian's business empire steadily develops around the world, he is not only a business tycoon, but also an absolute ruler of the global economy and politics. Wang Shao's coalition has completely collapsed, and the remaining forces of the rich second-generation alliance are no longer able to resist. Lin Tian's road to global domination has reached a new height. And this was just the beginning of his conquest of the world. Reshaping the global financial landscape. Lin Tian's global dominance is not only reflected in market share and resource control, but more importantly, his reshaping of the global financial landscape. In the business field, Lin Tian not only grasps the pulse of the world economy through capital control, but also successfully launches a new digital currency system through his global financial technology company. This system not only breaks down the barriers of traditional finance, but also injects new vitality into the global economy. With the digital currency alliance as the core, Lin Tian has united governments and banking institutions from many countries and regions around the world to promote an unprecedented financial reform. The core of this reform is to combine traditional paper money and digital currency to establish a new cashless society and realize instant transactions and transparent payments around the world through blockchain technology. This innovation has greatly improved global transaction efficiency and completely changed the landscape of the financial industry. In this process, Lin Tian not only consolidated its leading position in the global financial field, but also quickly attracted a large amount of capital and investment. Governments and companies from dozens of countries around the world have participated in it, promoting the globalization of this change. The revolution in the financial industry has begun. Next, the economic order of the entire world will be redefined by me. Lin Tian said calmly. Technological innovation to build a global digital empire. In addition to the financial sector, Lin Tian's layout in the field of science and technology is also shocking. Through deep investment in technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, and the Internet of Things, he quickly pushed himself to the top of the global technology industry. Especially in the field of artificial intelligence, the intelligence system launched by Lin Tian's Tianqi technology has become the core support for major companies and government agencies around the world. The application of this technology has not only changed the way traditional industries operate, but also set off profound changes in many fields such as medical care, education, and manufacturing. Through the combination of artificial intelligence and big data, Lin Tian has successfully built a global digital business empire, the global intelligent ecosystem. This system covers various fields from IoT devices to smart manufacturing and smart city management, integrating resources and information from all over the world. Lin Tian's influence is no longer limited to the capital market, and his name has almost become synonymous with global technological innovation. This is my real goal, to build an intelligent, digital, and globalized empire and dominate the world of the future. Lin Tian said confidently. Control the global energy market and seize the future. In the global energy sector, Lin Tian's layout is also ingenious. As the global demand for green energy continues to rise, Lin Tian has successfully dominated the future of the global energy market by cooperating with energy giants in dozens of countries around the world. Through investment in holding in new energy projects, Lin Tian has become the world's largest supplier of clean energy, and through his original global energy management system, he has achieved global intelligent allocation of energy. He has not only changed the pattern of global energy supply, but also affected the economic lifeline of countries around the world by controlling energy prices. Lin Tian's green energy plan not only promotes global environmental protection, but also provides new growth momentum for the global economy. He successfully combined clean energy with artificial intelligence and launched the world's first smart energy network, which can monitor and regulate global energy supply and demand in real time. Energy is the lifeblood of the world. If you control energy, you control the world. While watching the trends in the global energy market, Lin Tian carefully planned future strategies. Political game, the controller of global power. Although Lin Tian's business empire is powerful, to truly become the world's dominant power, it is not enough to rely solely on economic and technological power. In this game of global hegemony, the ability to play political games is also crucial. Through a series of clever political tactics, Lin Tian gradually gained the support of global powers and occupied important seats in many international organizations. Through political alliances with many major powers, he successfully promoted global trade liberalization and economic integration. This process not only allowed Lin Tian to gain a firm foothold in international politics, but also provided more resources and support for his business empire. At the same time, Lin Tian also actively participated in elections around the world through political donations to major political parties around the world, and promoted government reforms and policy optimization in many countries. Through this series of operations, Lin Tian not only occupied a dominant position in the global business community, but also became a key figure on the global political stage. Business and politics always complement each other. I have to dominate both fields to truly become the world's master. Lin Tian said with a smile. The king returns, Lin Tian's final plan. Through a series of layouts, Lin Tian successfully pushed himself to the top of the world and controlled the core of the global economy, finance, energy, technology, and politics. However, he was not satisfied with this. Lin Tian knew that the real challenge had just begun, and the real goal was to break the existing world order and build a global empire of his own. The world is my chessboard, and I will be the only master. There was a deep light flashing in Lin Tian's eyes, and his global plan was already quietly underway. With the comprehensive reconstruction of the global economic landscape, Lin Tian's name will become synonymous with future global history, and his empire will continue to expand in the next few decades and hundreds of years until the world is unified. Lin Tian, the true overlord of global business and politics, the ruler of the world. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, the final decisive battle. Lin Tian rebuilds his empire. After years of careful planning, Lin Tian has firmly established himself at the pinnacle of global business and politics, firmly controlling the global economy, technology, energy, and finance. The business empire continues to expand, and its influence radiates to every corner of the world. However, despite his unrivaled position in many fields, Lin Tian knows that the empire he has built still faces a final challenge to completely destroy the remaining resistance forces and rebuild the global order. The ultimate showdown, the old enemy returns. Although Lin Tian has successfully defeated Wang Shao and the forces behind him one by one, there are still a few hidden forces that are unwilling to fail. In particular, some business tycoons and government-backed forces that were once defeated by Lin Tian have not given up completely and have been secretly planning to rise again. Lin Tian knew that in this world that he had already controlled, only by completely eliminating all hidden dangers could he ensure that his empire would be as stable as Mount Tai. Therefore, he decided to launch a final reckoning to completely eradicate all potential threats. If we don't defeat them thoroughly, there will always be trouble in the future. Lin Tian looked at the development of the global situation with a calm expression. I want everyone to understand who is the real king. The global business war. Lin Tian launched a global business war storm. He launched a comprehensive capital attack on his former rivals through acquisitions, mergers, and reorganizations. This time, he was not just targeting individual companies, but was going to fundamentally destroy the foundations of the international groups that were competing with him. First, Lin Tian used his control over the global financial market to launch an unprecedented capital attack. Through large-scale fund mobilization, he pushed the stocks of several competitors to the bottom. As a result, the capital chains of these companies collapsed and became his possession. Afterwards, Lin Tian used technical means to send his apocalypse technology to launch a cyber war against these companies. The data systems of these companies were completely breached, and their core technologies and confidential documents were leaked, making their competitive advantages almost gone. Lin Tian used this almost cruel method to completely eradicate all opponents who attempted revenge. Since you have chosen to challenge me, you are destined to pay the price for it. Lin Tian maneuvered on the chessboard of global business wars and defeated every resistance force one by one. The peak moment of global political game. However, business war is not the only challenge facing Lin Tian. As he reaches the peak of his business achievements, his political opponents also quietly surface, ready to challenge Lin Tian at this moment. The turmoil of regime changes and political struggles in various countries has quietly heated up. Although Lin Tian controls the economic lifeline of the world, the struggle for political power is the key to determining the fate of the world. He knows that the global political game is far more complicated and cruel than commercial wars. In this global political decisive battle, Lin Tian has to face not only the politicians and political groups of various countries, but also the power struggles of transnational organizations. He knows that any mistake may cause him to lose the balance between these regimes and capital. Through his global intelligence network, Lin Tian successfully obtained dynamic information from governments of various countries, and through a series of clever political arrangements, he cleverly took advantage of the contradictions and conflicts of interest among countries and deployed precise political arrangements. At the same time, Lin Tian also promoted a global political reform plan through the alliance with multiple political forces around the world, aiming to eliminate the turmoil and conflict in the global political arena through centralized management and global integration. The implementation of this plan has made the global political landscape develop in a more stable and centralized direction, and Lin Tian has therefore firmly controlled the dominance of global politics. Clean up thoroughly and destroy the last resistance. After several rounds of business wars and political games, Lin Tian finally ushered in the final decisive battle, destroying the last resistance force. These forces are not only composed of former business opponents, but also some hidden forces in huge companies and multinational organizations acquired by Lin Tian. Lin Tian was not merciful. He decided to take tougher and more decisive measures. Through a series of global joint military exercises, economic sanctions, international agreements and other means, he aimed to completely dismantle those forces that were still trying to counterattack. By controlling the economic lifelines of several major military powers in the world, he promoted several economic sanctions with military backgrounds, forcing the resistance forces to give up the confrontation. Lin Tian used the capital, technology, and military resources at his disposal to completely destroy all the forces that dared to resist. With the last opponent defeated, Lin Tian stood at the global commanding heights and looked down at the business empire he had built, feeling an unprecedented power of control. Major capitals, governments, and multinational organizations in the world began to submit to him, and the resources, wealth, and political power of the world were all under his control. The pinnacle of the empire, Lin Tian's future. In the end, Lin Tian's business empire completed the transformation from a global hegemon to a global master. Not only did he occupy an absolute advantage in various fields such as economy, technology, energy, and finance, but he also consolidated his global dominance through precise political operations. But Lin Tian did not stop. He knew that the empire he built could not be stable forever. This world is constantly changing, and business wars and political games will never end. Lin Tian has begun to plan a new strategic goal to create a global unified virtual world, and to achieve comprehensive control of the world's resources by controlling the global internet and digital technology. The world's order has been rebuilt by me. What follows will be a truly new chapter for me. Lin Tian announced confidently. Lin Tian's global empire has reached its peak, but he knows that the future will bring even more ambitious goals, and the world is still in his hands. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22, Bloody Battle in the Capital Market. Lin Tian stood in front of the wide glass window, overlooking the busy city. Since the acquisition of Tianlan Technology, his influence in the global capital market has reached a new height. This time, his target is the International Shipping Group, a global logistics platform with the most strategic significance. This acquisition must be successful. Lin Tian decided secretly and already had his own plan in mind. An elite assistant behind him, Shao, handed over a detailed report that clearly listed some information about competitors, especially the actions of the Swedish investment group. They also had their eyes on this shipping giant and were ready to acquire it through a merger and acquisition war. Lin Tian smiled slightly. If these people knew that I could personally take action, I'm afraid they would withdraw their investment overnight. As a world-renowned capital giant, Swedish investment group has a strong capital chain and market operation experience. Lin Tian knows that this MA battle is not a simple acquisition, but a showdown between wisdom and capital. However, Lin Tian is not an ordinary business tycoon. He has the help of the Shinhouse system behind him, which can accurately predict market trends and respond to the market quickly. This time, he decided to take the initiative and lay out in the stock market as quickly as possible. He quietly looked at the report in his hand, calculating every number and every transaction. Lin Tian analyzed the changing trends of the global shipping industry through the Shinhouse system, made arrangements in advance, and invested a large amount of funds in the stocks of the shipping group. A few days later, the market suddenly changed. The Swedish investment group really started a fierce acquisition offensive, which quickly pushed up the shipping group's stock price. The Swedish investment group's actions attracted the attention of global investors for a while, and the stock price soared from the initial $30 to $50. The entire capital market was shocked by their strong funds and offensive. However, at this time, Lin Tian had quietly laid out his position. Through a series of complex financial operations, he quietly acquired a large number of shares, laying the groundwork early. Almost no one knew that Lin Tian had become one of the major shareholders of the shipping group. When the Swedish investment group's acquisition offensive reached a white-hot stage, Lin Tian decided to act decisively. He did not choose to confront the Swedish investment group directly, but took advantage of the scarcity of equity in the stock market to quietly push up the stock price, creating a market expectation that the stock price is overvalued in the short term. As the stock price continued to rise, the Swedish investment group's capital chain began to have problems. The large amount of funds they had prepared was no longer sufficient due to the rapid rise in stock prices. The Swedish side tried to continue the acquisition through borrowing financing, but the instability of the market made their plan more difficult. After Lin Tian realized the other party's predicament, he decisively increased his capital investment and pushed up the stock price to $60. When the Swedish investment group's capital chain was completely broken, Lin Tian had already controlled most of the shipping group's shares and took quick action to announce the completion of the acquisition. A few days later, the shipping group's board of directors held an emergency meeting and announced that due to the Swedish investment group's broken capital chain, Lin Tian's team became the only acquirer. Lin Tian not only completed the acquisition of the shipping group, but also successfully further enhanced his control over the global logistics industry through this operation. This result shocked investors in the global capital market. The strong entry of the Swedish investment group failed to bring the expected results. Instead, it was completely reversed by Lin Tian's precise operation, becoming the biggest defeat in the market. Lin Tian stood in front of the French window in his office, looking at the night view outside, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He knew that this capital market game was just the beginning. Next, he would face more challenges: acquisitions in the global energy market, integration of the international technology industry, and even bigger political and commercial games. All this has just begun. Lin Tian whispered to himself, his eyes revealing endless ambition for the future. His plan is not just to acquire the shipping group, but to further consolidate his dominance in the global economy through this capital war. Whether it is the energy industry or the technology industry, he will gradually build a global business empire through systematic layout. Wealth, power, status, all of these are no longer out of reach. Lin Tian smiled confidently, his eyes more determined. In this bloody battle in the capital market, Lin Tian has taken a crucial step, and he has much more to do. He will continue to write his own legend in the battlefield of the business world until the whole world is shocked. Chapter 23, A Showdown in the Global Business Community. Lin Tian had just acquired the shipping group when he heard feedback from all sides. The shock in the global capital market did not subside, but became more intense. With the help of the Showdown system, he quickly took control of the shipping field, but at the same time, his global business rivals did not sit idly by. Instead, they realized that Lin Tian already had strong funds and resources, which made him the focus of the next round of capital wars. One day, Lin Tian was sitting in his office, reading a report from a global investment group. As his business empire continued to grow, major business giants began to threaten him. This time, the business leaders are finally getting restless. Lin Tian whispered to himself. He looked at some of the names in the report and knew that the road ahead would be even more complicated. Jack Hunt is one of the world's leading energy giants. His company, Hunt Oil, almost monopolizes most of the global energy market. As one of the leaders of the cartel group, his name is almost known to everyone in the global capital circle due to his deep understanding of the global energy market. And now, Hunter's target is Lin Tian. Before, he may have ignored Lin Tian's rise, but when Lin Tian acquired the shipping group and rapidly expanded its influence around the world, he finally realized the threat of Lin Tian. He finally took action. Lin Tian's eyes moved slightly, but he was not panicked at all. Lin Tian had already begun to lay out the global energy market when he acquired the shipping group. His first goal was to control part of the shares of Hunter Oil. With the help of the Showdown system, he had accurately grasped the capital flow and stock market dynamics of the Hunter Group. A few months ago, Lin Tian gradually accumulated a considerable stake by acquiring other small energy companies. Although these companies are small in scale, they play a very important role in the global energy market. Over time, these small companies continue to grow and gradually become part of the global energy industry. However, Hunt Oil will obviously not give up its market dominance easily. Lin Tian realized that the next showdown will not only be a business struggle, but will also involve politics and global economic competition. This battle is destined to be inevitable. Lin Tian said in a low voice, with a flash of determination in his eyes. However, Lin Tian did not want the battle to be too intense. Although he had strong financial strength, direct confrontation often meant huge risks in the business world. He knew that Hunter's background and influence could not be easily shaken by money alone. He needed more chips and more strategic options. Therefore, Lin Tian decided to adopt a strategy of cooperation and acquisition in parallel, thereby taking root in Hunter's territory and slowly launching a counterattack. Through sophisticated planning, he launched equity cooperation with other global energy companies. Although these companies have long been in competition with Hunt Oil, Lin Tian's business vision and cooperation proposals have aroused their interest. By joining forces to acquire Lin Tian's supporters, Lin Tian eventually occupied a more advantageous position in the global energy market. As time went by, the share of the Hunter Group in the global market was gradually eroded, and Lin Tian's energy empire began to take shape. In this silent confrontation, Hunter Oil gradually fell into a passive position. Cooperation and acquisition have always been my most powerful weapons, Lin Tian said confidently. Lin Tian did not let himself get stuck in a rigid confrontation, but chose to use precise capital operations and win-win cooperation strategies to put the other party in financial difficulties and gradually decline their position in the industry. He took this opportunity to quickly fill the market gap and rise strongly. However, the showdown in the business world is not just a simple capital struggle. Lin Tian knows that to gain a foothold in the global business world, it is not only capital and resources, but also connections, wisdom, and strategic vision. And he has begun to build his own business empire on the global stage. However, Lin Tian's rise did not make everyone happy. As Lin Tian's influence in the business world grew, many seemingly neutral investors began to choose sides. Some business leaders who had worked with Lin Tian began to launch new capital challenges to Lin Tian through acquisitions and mergers. This situation is becoming more and more complicated. Lin Tian sighed softly. He knew that this business showdown was not just about money and resources, but also a contest of wisdom and strategy. In this business world full of uncertainties, only the calmest and most decisive players could make it to the end. Chapter 24, Invisible Game. Lin Tian had just achieved a preliminary victory in the global energy market, and the turmoil in Hunt Oil had brought about a huge change in the entire industry. However, this was not the end, but the beginning of another game. On this day, Lin Tian had just returned from Tianlan Technology's annual summary meeting when he received a call. Mr. Lin, I have received a very important message. The Global Investment Alliance is conducting a comprehensive capital review of you. Almost all investors and hedge funds are paying attention to you. On the other end of the line, there was a hint of nervousness in the voice of Assistant Shaoli. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows, put down the documents in his hand, and his eyes darkened. The Global Investment Alliance is one of the largest investment organizations in the world, covering almost all top investment institutions. He knows very well what the review of this organization means. They are not just ordinary capital parties, but also powerful forces behind the scenes with huge global influence. Continue to monitor and keep all information updated. Lin Tian said in a deep voice, but he was calculating quickly in his mind. He knew that the game in the capital market was no longer a simple acquisition and merger, but a contest with the powerful forces hidden behind the scenes. The review of the Global Investment Alliance seemed to be just a routine capital review, but in fact it was a strategic blockade against him. If they decide to list Lin Tian as a risk target, then his capital flow, market operations, and even future investment plans will be restricted. This is undoubtedly a huge challenge for Lin Tian. It seems that they have finally made a move. Lin Tian whispered to himself. Since he began to emerge, these hidden global forces have been paying attention to him. Now, Lin Tian's biggest challenge has finally come: not only funds, but also a comprehensive blockade of the global capital network. Lin Tian was not panicked. He knew very well that he now had much more capital and resources than before, and the godly rich system behind him gave him a vision and judgment beyond ordinary people. Even if the Global Investment Alliance wanted to block him, he had a way to deal with it. He did not choose to confront directly, but through a series of clever operations, he decentralized his funds to ensure that every link could operate without attracting attention. At the same time, he also reached cooperation with some small and medium-sized investment institutions through some indirect means, using their power to carry out capital layout, thereby breaking through the blockade of the Global Investment Alliance. A few days later, the review of the Global Investment Alliance began. Almost all hedge funds and investment institutions were closely following Lin Tian's capital movements, and every transaction and every acquisition became their focus. Lin Tian did not rush to react, but with the help of the Xinhao system, he accurately predicted the market trend. While he was quietly laying out his plans, he also began to gradually expand his business territory to more hidden places through some low-key and efficient acquisitions. He bought some startups with great potential in the global market. Although these companies are small in size, they have great potential in future technology and innovation. Through these investments, Lin Tian not only continuously accumulates his voice in the capital market, but also provides more options for his future layout. At the same time, Lin Tian did not completely avoid confrontation with the Global Investment Alliance. On some important occasions, he deliberately revealed his plan to acquire well-known global companies, which not only shocked the investors who were watching him, but also made some opponents nervous. Although the Global Investment Alliance is powerful, they don't dare to make a decision easily. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. Sure enough, a few days later, the top leaders of the Global Investment Alliance publicly stated that they would not take tough measures against Lin Tian immediately, but would continue to observe his further actions. This means that Lin Tian successfully broke the blockade of the Global Investment Alliance through an invisible game. Their movements are slower than I expected. Lin Tian said softly, feeling secretly proud in his heart. This capital market game has just begun. Lin Tian knows that he will face a more complicated situation next. No one will give in easily in front of the global business giants. Every move is a precise layout, and he has already stood at the top of this game. Chapter 25, The Battle at the Top of Capital. Lin Tian's capital flow began to attract continuous attention from the global capital market. His every move affected the pulse of the world economy. And this time, he was ready to compete head-on with a more powerful opponent, the world's largest financial group, Huaxi Capital. Huaxi Capital has a huge pool of funds behind it, almost monopolizing the global stock and bond markets. Its control is so strong that it has surpassed the influence of many governments. The merger of the shipping group and Tianlan Technology, which Lin Tian had previously acquired, has begun to arouse Huaxi Capital's vigilance. Huaxi Capital sees that Lin Tian is no longer a small role that can be ignored, but a financial giant that is quietly rising. Everything happened unconsciously. Lin Tian did not confront Huaxi Capital directly, but gradually expanded within their sphere of influence through more clever means. His business layout was like a huge net, quietly covering the entire global market. But it is clear that Huaxi Capital is not a giant that will easily let go of its opponents. A few days later, Lin Tian received a challenge from the top management of Huaxi Capital. Co-chairman Andrew Fox issued a public statement to Lin Tian, although your fund operation is efficient, in our opinion, your rapid expansion is a huge risk. Huaxi Capital is willing to provide you with acquisition cooperation to make your investment behavior more compliant and avoid excessive fluctuations in the financial market. This challenge is undoubtedly a tough capital oppression. Huaxi Capital not only hopes to swallow up some of Lin Tian's assets, but more importantly, they want to completely bring Lin Tian under their control through this cooperation. Lin Tian smiled and responded calmly, "Cooperation? I already have the world's strongest capital resources. I don't need to rely on anyone, especially you. Our cooperation is just standing on different positions. Whoever can stand to the end will be the real winner." He did not directly reject Huaxi Capital's proposal, but began to conduct a more in-depth study of Huaxi Capital. The data provided by the Shenhouse system allowed Lin Tian to know every capital flow and every decision-making insider of Huaxi Capital. Lin Tian found that although Huaxi Capital was powerful, they were not without loopholes. In order to control global capital, Andrew Fox ignored a very important factor: the diversification of the capital market. Do you think that if you control the global stock market, you can control everything? Lin Tian sneered. The power of the capital market is not limited to the stock market. He began to lay out his own capital enclosure. The target is not only the stock market, but also a wider range of resources: real estate, minerals, energy, and advanced technology. He acquired several mining companies with great potential in the global market, entered the field of the world's most scarce resources, and began to establish cooperative relationships with some top technology companies. At the same time, Lin Tian did not give up on cooperating with small and medium-sized enterprises, and further deepened his influence in the global market through equity incentives and financing. This diversification strategy will become his powerful weapon in the next fight against Huaxi Capital. As the capital market fluctuates, Lin Tian gradually demonstrates his true business wisdom. He understands that capital is not a simple force, but a multi-force field that can change in an instant. Behind the strength of Huaxi Capital, there are huge risks. If Lin Tian can grasp these risk points and use them skillfully, he will be able to gain the upper hand in this contest. The stock market on Wall Street is like a battle without gunpowder, and every second is full of variables. Lin Tian knows that this battle with Huaxi Capital will not only be a confrontation of funds, but also a battle of mentality and wisdom. If Huaxi Capital underestimates me, it will be a big mistake, Lin Tian said softly. He did not take any radical actions, but quietly planted a crisis in the capital market through step-by-step layout. Once the time is right, he will launch a full-scale counterattack. At the same time, Lin Tian obtained more exclusive intelligence from the global market through the Shenhouse system. This information allowed him to make adjustments to Huaxi Capital without them noticing, keeping them in a passive situation. Finally, at the Capital Conference a month later, Lin Tian and Andrew Fox met face-to-face again. Lin Tian knew that Huaxi Capital could no longer ignore him. They had to make a decision: either let go completely, or start a capital war with Lin Tian to the death. However, Lin Tian is ready. No matter how Huaxi Capital responds, he will reach the peak of his business empire. In this world, there are never impossible enemies, only challenges one by one. Lin Tian looked into the distance, with a sharp light in his eyes. This battle for the top of capital has just begun. Chapter 26. The decisive battle is imminent. Lin Tian was in an unusually calm mood when he walked out of the Capital Conference of Huaxi Capital. Andrew Fox's tough attitude at the meeting did not make him feel any pressure at all, but made him more certain of his strategy. Although the threat of Huaiji capital existed, the real battlefield of this game was no longer a simple confrontation of funds, but a comprehensive contest of wisdom, resources, and strategy. Mr. Lin, what is your attitude towards Huaiji capital? Shao Li asked from the side. Lin Tian smiled slightly. Keep going, I have a bigger plan. Don't be fooled by their superficial oppression, the real challenge is still behind. At this time, Lin Tian was standing at the center of the global economic stage. The newly acquired Tianlan Technology and Shipping Group had already begun to connect with global large companies, which meant that Lin Tian would launch a counterattack from multiple industries. And Huaiji Capital was no longer his only opponent. Those seemingly low-key industry giants had already quietly planned new strategies behind the capital. He decided to speed up his planned cross-border acquisition. Lin Tian's next plan is to enter the global technology market and acquire some innovative companies with great potential and incorporate them into his capital empire. In the global technology industry, there are many small and medium-sized enterprises that are in a stage of rapid growth, and these companies are often ignored by big capital because they have not yet reached the standards of the mainstream capital market. Through the analysis of the Shenhao system, Lin Tian targeted several companies that are in the process of breakthrough innovation. These companies have extremely bright future prospects, especially in the fields of artificial intelligence, green energy, and quantum computing. These fields will change the world in the next few decades, and Lin Tian wants to become an important capital party in these fields. Just when he was busy planning, a piece of news broke all his peace. The Global Investment Alliance suddenly announced that it would suspend financial support for some of Lin Tian's companies and even began to conduct intensive supervision on these companies and restrict the flow of funds. This decision was clearly an attempt by the Global Investment Alliance to weaken Lin Tian's capital influence. Lin Tian did not panic because he understood the mentality of the Global Investment Alliance. They were worried that they would lose control of the global capital market, and Lin Tian was their biggest threat. The Global Investment Alliance always likes to use this method to oppress its opponents, but they don't understand that this will only make my steps more determined. Lin Tian said lightly. He decided to fight back with his own secret weapon, private equity. Through private equity funds, Lin Tian can bypass the capital blockade of the Global Investment Alliance and transfer funds to the direction he wants without having to rely on any public market. The capital pools of these private equity funds are flexible and can not only quickly increase his capital reserves, but also quickly capture popular projects in the market. But at the same time, Lin Tian also knew that the operation of private equity funds was not without risks. In order to protect his own interests, he secretly summoned his most elite team and began to make full-scale layout. He used the information advantage in his hands to quickly mobilize funds and purchase some assets around the world that have not yet been paid attention to by big capital, including mineral resources, energy companies, and patents for advanced technologies. At the same time, Lin Tian used the Shenhao system to accurately analyze the biggest loophole of the Global Investment Alliance in the global energy market, the new energy field. This is not only a market opportunity brought by the environmental protection trend, but also an industry supported by governments around the world. Whoever can take the lead in the new energy field will have the right to speak in the global capital market in the future. Lin Tian did not miss this opportunity. He began to increase his investment in new energy companies and acquired several companies that were developing clean energy. With the rise of new energy, the market share of traditional energy began to decline gradually, and the new energy field that Lin Tian laid out will become the hottest investment track in the global capital market in the next 10 years. Not long after, Lin Tian launched another acquisition and integrated these new energy companies into a huge group, becoming a leader in the global new energy market. However, Huaiji Capital failed to notice this change in time and continued to put pressure on him. However, Lin Tian also knew that the next decisive battle had quietly arrived. The alliance between the Global Investment Alliance and Huaiji Capital was still the biggest obstacle in front of him. He knew that only by breaking through their suppression could he truly stand at the top of the global business empire. However, the time for a breakthrough has not yet arrived. Just as Lin Tian was preparing for his next plan, the Global Investment Alliance announced that it would conduct a comprehensive review of all companies in the new energy field, attempting to forcibly control the market through this review. Lin Tian's heart moved. It seems that the Global Investment Alliance has begun to target me. He realized that this decisive battle was no longer just a confrontation of funds and resources, but also a re-examination and challenge of the rules of the global capital market. Lin Tian decided to break the blockade of the Global Investment Alliance in one fell swoop and become the real global capital hegemon. This time, I'm going to give them a surprise attack. There was a sharp light flashing in Lin Tian's eyes. Chapter 27, Crisis is everywhere and the capital storm is coming. Lin Tian stood in his luxurious office in New York, overlooking the busy city. At this time, the global capital market was at a delicate moment. The dual pressures of the Global Investment Alliance and Huaiji Capital had made every decision of Lin Tian full of risks. However, it was this kind of pressure that further stimulated Lin Tian's fighting spirit. He knew that only through a more daring layout could he break through the shackles and stand at the top of the global capital market. With his rapid rise in the new energy field, the pressure from the Global Investment Alliance and Huaiji Capital has become increasingly strong. In order to break this situation, Lin Tian decided to adopt a more radical strategy to completely shake their foundation through mergers and acquisitions and capital operations. What we need to do is to bring them down, rather than being brought down by them, Lin Tian said to his financial team on the phone. We need to step up our acquisition efforts, especially for those fast-growing technology companies, especially in the fields of AI, quantum computing, and gene editing. We need to quietly make arrangements behind them so that they can't react. This time, Lin Tian decided to squeeze the market space of Global Investment Alliance and Huaiji Capital through a series of high-profile acquisitions. His goal was to quickly occupy the commanding heights of the global market by acquiring technology companies with future potential, forcing these capital giants to give in. In order to ensure the smooth progress of these acquisitions, Lin Tian obtained a large amount of information on potential stocks through the Shinhouse system. Although these companies have not entered the mainstream capital market, their technology and prospects are among the best in the world. A few days later, Lin Tian started a sensational acquisition storm in the capital market. He quietly purchased several innovative technology companies through various channels and quickly concentrated the equity of these companies in his own hands. Lin Tian's methods were both low-key and swift, greatly disrupting the flow of funds in the market. At the same time, Huaiji Capital and the Global Investment Alliance began to feel tremendous pressure. They learned through intelligence that Lin Tian not only made breakthroughs in the field of new energy, but also made layouts in multiple scientific and technological fields, gradually showing capital strength that should not be underestimated. Andrew Fox sat in the conference room at Huaiji Capital's headquarters with a gloomy expression. Lin Tian has begun to increase his M&A efforts. This situation must be controlled as soon as possible. We can't let him continue to expand. The CEO of the Global Investment Alliance also joined the meeting at this time. Lin Tian's expansion is too fast. If we don't take measures, he may really control the global capital market. The discussion between them gradually intensified, and they finally decided to take tougher measures: publicly acquire the core assets of Lin Tian's company and suppress Lin Tian's capital power through stock price operations in the capital market. However, this decision undoubtedly led to a dead end in the duel with Lin Tian. Lin Tian had long anticipated that Huaiji Capital and the Global Investment Alliance would take such extreme measures. He did not choose to confront them directly, but instead used his own resources to launch a strong counterattack against the global market. Through his own private network, he established closer ties with the world's top investment banks and technology giants, and raised enough funds to ensure his initiative in this capital storm. At the same time, Lin Tian also began to take advantage of the information gap in the capital market and the loopholes within Huaiji Capital and the Global Investment Alliance to carry out precise strikes. A few days later, Lin Tian issued a public statement in the capital market. The suppression and control of the Global Investment Alliance and Huaiji Capital have seriously affected the healthy development of the market. In the near future, I will take a series of capital operations to promote the global capital market towards a more fair and transparent future. Your suppression strategy will only accelerate your decline. This statement was like a bombshell, causing a stir in the global market. The share prices of Huaiji Capital and Global Investment Alliance began to fall sharply, investor confidence was shaken, and many funds began to withdraw from their capital pools. Lin Tian's statement made the global capital market re-examine the power he represented, and Huaiji Capital and the Global Investment Alliance gradually exposed their manipulation of the capital market. Many investors began to sell their stocks and turn to Lin Tian's investment projects. Amid the turbulent fluctuations in the global capital market, Lin Tian's capital empire ushered in unprecedented opportunities. Through precise fund mobilization and capital operation, he gradually split the equity of Huaiji Capital and Global Investment Alliance, and through strong mergers and acquisitions, he further consolidated his position in the global capital market. This battle has entered a white-hot stage. Lin Tian was in his office, quietly looking at the real-time data of the stock market, with a smile on his face. But this is just the beginning. He knew that this capital storm would ultimately determine his position in the global business empire. Chapter 28 Capital Strikes Back. Will the world be in turmoil again? In the fierce competition in the global capital market, Lin Tian has long understood his own advantages. Although the pressure from Huaiji Capital and the Global Investment Alliance has shown the outside world how powerful they are, it has also given Lin Tian enough opportunities in space. At this time, Lin Tian had not only made a breakthrough in capital operation, but also showed an all-round suppression trend in the layout of major industries around the world. He broke the barriers of many industries through diversified means such as mergers and acquisitions, cooperation, and capital flow, and began to show a global influence that could not be ignored. However, the crisis has never gone away. The speed of the counterattack of the Global Investment Alliance and Huaiji Capital has always made Lin Tian unable to take it lightly. In just a few months, the Global Investment Alliance established a new joint capital organization called the Global Capital Alliance, which aims to unite major global capitals to further suppress Lin Tian's expansion momentum. During an afternoon meeting, Lin Tian received a call from Calvin Smith. Lin Tian, your plan has completely disrupted the layout of our Global Capital Alliance. We will fight back against you through a full range of capital means. Calvin Smith is the executive chairman of the Global Capital Alliance. He has a strong background and is a super boss that almost everyone in the global capital market knows. When Lin Tian heard this, he did not feel nervous at all. Instead, he smelled a hint of opportunity in the threat in Calvin's tone. Calvin, your threats 1T make me change direction. I'm used to fighting. Lin Tian said calmly. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tian began to think calmly. The establishment of the Global Capital Alliance does represent the concentration of global capital power, but in his eyes, this is just the last struggle of the giants. The capital market is a place of competition. Today's influential figures may not be tomorrow's winners. He began planning his counterattack, a financial reshuffle. If we want to truly shake up the Global Capital Alliance, we must fundamentally change the rules of the market. Lin Tian whispered to himself, we need a huge financial storm to make them understand that simple capital suppression can never defeat smart minds. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a strange light. He decided to use the power of virtual currency to break the existing financial system rules and through this revolutionary change, completely leave the Global Capital Alliance behind. He began to mobilize virtual assets around the world through the Shinhouse system, and with the support of blockchain technology, launched the world's first capital operation plan based on virtual currency. This plan is not just a simple currency issuance, but to build a new global capital market through virtual currency. This will be a decentralized, transparent, and efficient financial system. With the launch of this plan, Lin Tian began to attract a large number of investors and developers to participate. Funds from all over the world quickly gathered in his emerging virtual currency market, and these funds would soon come under Lin Tian's control, forming a major reshuffle of global capital. At the same time, problems gradually emerged in the funding pool of Huaiji Capital and the Global Investment Alliance. Lin Tian's plan was not a simple capital game, but a complete financial revolution. The rise of virtual currency made the traditional financial model of the Global Capital Alliance gradually appear cumbersome and lagging, and Lin Tian has made his capital operation more efficient through precise market operations. You think you can suppress me through financial manipulation, but you have overlooked a key point: the future capital market will no longer be a game controlled by you. Lin Tian said calmly when he was interviewed by global media. These words once again shook the global capital market. More and more investors began to pour into Lin Tian's virtual currency market, while the Global Investment Alliance and Huaiji Capital fell into crisis. The speed of capital outflow made them feel unprecedented pressure. He wants to change the entire rules of the capital game. This is not just for money, but a challenge to our entire system. Calvin Smith roared angrily. However, anger cannot change the facts. Lin Tian's financial reshuffle has already begun and is becoming increasingly powerful. At the same time, another strategy of Lin Tian was quietly launched: cross-border cooperation. He reached cooperation agreements with global technology giants in private to jointly develop a new business model. Through operations in the field of virtual currency, he not only controlled the flow of global capital, but also began to promote the transformation of the global technology industry. Lin Tian's capital empire is no longer limited to a single industry, and his tentacles have extended to every important field around the world. As time went by, Lin Tian gradually realized the transformation from a capital overlord to a global business leader. Every step he took was precise and efficient, and every decision he made shocked the global capital market. In this battle, my opponent has not fully understood what I am going to do. Lin Tian whispered in the office, with a confident gleam in his eyes. He knew that the road ahead would still be full of challenges, but this was exactly what he desired. Only in a true capital storm could he defeat the giants who tried to suppress him one by one and finally reach the top. Chapter 29 Capital Encirclement, Lin Tian's Fatal Counterattack. The global capital market was in turmoil. The financial reshuffle initiated by Lin Tian not only shook Huaiji Capital and the Global Investment Alliance, but also impacted the entire traditional financial system. The rise of virtual currencies has caused a large amount of capital to flow out of traditional banks, hedge funds, and financial institutions and into the global digital currency trading network controlled by Lin Tian. This phenomenon has completely panicked the giants of the Global Capital Alliance. They finally realized that Lin Tian is no longer just a business genius, but an ambitious person who is trying to reshape the entire world economic landscape. Faced with this unprecedented impact, the Global Capital Alliance finally issued the most severe financial sanctions. It joined forces with multiple governments to try to completely block Lin Tian's capital flow through policies, laws, market intervention, etc., and even freeze the overseas assets of some of his companies. "Lin Tian, you've gone too far," said Calvin Smith, chairman of the Global Capital Alliance, in a grim tone at a press conference. "We will not allow anyone to disrupt the global financial order." However, Lin Tian just sneered. He had already expected this step. "Blockade? Do you think you can make me bow my head with this trick? Capital encirclement, Lin Tian's crisis?" As soon as the blockade order was issued, Lin Tian received news from banking systems in many countries around the world. UBS suspended some of his account trading privileges. The UK Financial Conduct Authority froze the flow of funds from two of his investment companies. The Federal Reserve is reviewing Lin Tian's US dollar assets. Many Wall Street investment banks refused to cooperate with Lin Tian's financial network. This is a comprehensive encirclement and suppression against him. The old financial giants of the Global Capital Alliance joined forces with governments of various countries to try to use rules to kick Lin Tian out of the global market. What's worse is that Huaiji Capital took the opportunity to launch a fierce sniping war in the stock market, trying to put Lin Tian into a financial crisis by selling and shorting the stocks of his companies. In just 2 days, the stocks of many listed companies under Lin Tian plummeted, with some even falling by 35%, and the market value evaporated by more than 100 billion yuan. For a time, the entire business community was paying attention. Lin Tian, is he really going to lose? A Jedi counterattack, turning the hand into clouds. Just when everyone thought that Lin Tian would be seriously damaged by this capital encirclement and even have to bow to the Global Capital Alliance, Lin Tian took action. "Do you think you can really control the capital market? That's because I haven't met the true king yet." Lin Tian used the Shenhao system to accurately predict market changes and made a series of arrangements in advance. Although his capital flow was partially blocked, it did not mean that he had no backup plan. He quickly launched 3 Jedi counterattack plans. 1. Capital uses a shell company to bypass the blockade. Lin Tian used the private funds under his control to transfer assets to multiple overseas trust institutions. At the same time, through fund management companies in different countries, he cleverly backdoor sourced the frozen funds into other markets. This means that the blockade of the Global Capital Alliance is ineffective and cannot actually freeze Lin Tian's funds. 2. The stock market counterattacks and snipes the short-selling forces. Facing the short-selling attack from Huaiji Capital, Lin Tian sneered and launched an epic stock market counterattack. He first allowed the stock price to continue to fall, inducing more speculative funds to join the short-selling trend. When the stock price fell to the bottom, he directly called a large amount of funds and quietly absorbed the sold-off shares of his company through multiple fund accounts. Immediately afterwards, he announced at several international conferences that his companies would receive strategic investments from sovereign funds of several countries. As soon as the news came out, market confidence was instantly restored and the stock price soared like a rocket, rebounding 60% in just 1 day. A large number of hedge funds that shorted Lin Tian's stocks were forced to close their positions, resulting in losses of tens of billions of dollars. 3. Counter-sanctions will shake the Global Capital Alliance. Lin Tian knew that just fighting back was not enough. He wanted to make the Global Capital Alliance pay the price. He immediately united a number of world-class companies and governments and announced the launch of the world's first decentralized financial settlement network, completely bypassing the existing bank settlement system, allowing global companies to trade directly through his financial system without being restricted by the rules of the Global Capital Alliance. This move directly caused the Global Capital Alliance to panic. "If you block me, I will create new rules of the game. From today on, the center of global capital is no longer you." The world is shocked, Lin Tian is crowned. When Lin Tian's counterattack began, the global market ushered in unprecedented changes. The virtual currency market is booming, and funds are pouring into Lin Tian's financial system. The investment banks on Wall Street realized that they could not stop Lin Tian and began to contact him secretly, trying to reach a settlement. Governments of many countries announced their support for Lin Tian's decentralized financial settlement network, and the Global Capital Alliance's blocking strategy completely failed. Huiji Capital's short-selling funds were counterattacked by Lin Tian, resulting in heavy losses. Andrew Fox smashed the wine glass in anger. In just 1 month, Lin Tian not only got rid of the blockade, but also made himself the new core of global capital. When members of the Global Capital Alliance gathered for a meeting, they finally realized that Lin Tian is no longer someone we can stop. He is not a new noble, but a new overlord. This is just the beginning. Lin Tian sat in his private office in the world's tallest building, holding a glass of red wine in his hand and looking out the window calmly. This capital storm has completely rewritten the global business landscape. But Lin Tian knew that this was far from the end. The rules of the game and the capital market have changed. And I am the creator of this new world. End of chapter 29. This chapter speeds up the plot, highlights Lin Tian's strong counterattack in the capital encirclement, and shows his business wisdom and world-class pattern. In the next chapter, we will enter the stage of establishing a new global economic order, allowing Lin Tian to completely dominate the capital market and move towards the ultimate goal. Chapter 30, Global Financial Hegemon, the capital storm is rising again. In the ever-changing global capital market, Lin Tian is no longer the unknown new business upstart. Through precise strategic layout, he successfully fought back against the encirclement and suppression of the Global Capital Alliance and Huiji Capital, and even became the biggest dark horse in the global financial field in just a few months. However, the turmoil in the global financial market has not ended. Lin Tian knows that he has just gained a foothold and the challenges he faces have just begun. Although he has made breakthroughs in virtual currencies and decentralized financial settlement networks, his next opponents are not only those traditional financial giants, but also his past competitors and some emerging technology companies. Facing the challenge, Lin Tian's global expansion plan. As the capital market gradually stabilized, Lin Tian knew that simple capital operation could no longer satisfy his ambitions. To become a global financial hegemon, he not only needed to rely on financial advantages, but also needed to establish a strong cross-industry cooperation alliance around the world to further expand his influence. At this point, Lin Tian chose to break through the boundaries of traditional industries and focus on the field of technological innovation on a global scale. He not only wants to occupy a place in the traditional investment field, but also to quickly gain control of the global technology industry through cross-border cooperation. Only by mastering technology can we truly master the future. Lin Tian knows that in the next 10 or even 20 years, the dominance of the global economy will be in the hands of technological innovation. Only by breaking down existing industry barriers and integrating multiple fields can we gain an invincible position in the global market. Therefore, Lin Tian started cross-border cooperation with many technology giants through the world's top investment companies. He has invested in several startups in cutting-edge technology fields such as artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and quantum computing, and quickly invested funds in innovative technology research and development. Through these collaborations, he can not only obtain the latest technology products, but also further open up various channels in the global market. At the same time, Lin Tian is also working on building his own smart city plan. He plans to promote green economy and smart life around the world by investing in and building smart cities in many countries around the world. Once these projects are implemented, they will bring huge profits and extremely high social influence to Lin Tian. The rise of global technology giants and Lin Tian's game. Lin Tian's rapid rise has already attracted the attention of global technology giants, especially Alpha Group and Atlantis Technologies, which are the two largest technology companies in the world and have always occupied a leading position in the world's technology field. However, Lin Tian was not afraid. To him, Alpha Group and Atlantis Technology were just a few fortresses that had not yet been completely conquered. He had already begun to plan how to bring these two companies into his camp through capital acquisition, cooperation, and strategic alliances. One afternoon, Lin Tian invited Kevin Stewart, founder and CEO of Alpha Group, to his private conference room. Kevin, your Alpha Group has always occupied a place in the global technology field, but have you ever thought about what kind of situation you will end up in the future if you don't transform as soon as possible? Lin Tian said with a smile. Kevin Stewart's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation, but he quickly regained his composure. Lin Tian, I have always admired your vision, but the global technology market is so competitive that we must be cautious in every step. What do you mean by transformation? Lin Tian's smile gradually became more confident. transformation means breaking down existing industry barriers and integrating resources to welcome the arrival of the next technological era. I have a brand new business model that can completely subvert the existing technology industry landscape. I hope that Alpha Group can become my partner and lead the future of global technology together. Kevin Stewart was shocked by Lin Tian's words, but he still hadn't made a decision. After all, the status of Alpha Group could not be easily shaken overnight. However, Lin Tian was not impatient. He knew that in the near future, Alpha Group and Atlantis Technology would sooner or later be forced into a corner by his capital operation and finally make a choice. Global stock market turmoil, Lin Tian's road to success. As Lin Tian's global technology layout continues to expand, the global stock market has also ushered in new fluctuations. With his heavy investment, several technology companies under Lin Tian have launched a series of epoch-making products, including superchips based on quantum computing, a global intelligent networked driverless car platform, and the world's first holographic data transmission network. The emergence of these technologies not only caused a sensation in the global media, but also allowed Lin Tian's influence in the capital market to reach an unprecedented height. His capital empire has unknowingly crossed the boundaries of traditional industries and fully entered the technological era. Investors in global stock markets flocked to Lin Tian's related companies, and stock prices soared. Lin Tian's assets quickly exceeded the trillion mark, making him the youngest trillionaire in the world. However, as Lin Tian's power continued to grow, the reaction of the Global Capital Alliance became more intense. In order to curb Lin Tian's expansion, Huaxi Capital began to manipulate the media, release false information, and even directly intervene in capital, trying to guide market sentiment and weaken Lin Tian's capital influence. Lin Tian was well prepared for this, and he decided to launch his strongest move, a comprehensive acquisition. Comprehensive acquisition, the capital empire rises again. Lin Tian quickly launched an acquisition of key companies in the Global Capital Alliance, and through clever capital operations, he took control of these companies into his own hands. During the acquisition process, Lin Tian demonstrated amazing business acumen. Not only did he gain dominance in many key global fields through equity acquisitions, he also used this opportunity to further open up various links in the global technology industry, making his capital empire even larger and more complex. This capital game is no longer just a competition of money. Lin Tian sat at his desk with sharp eyes. I am no longer a simple businessman, I am the controller of the global economy. As Lin Tian's acquisition plan went smoothly, the top leaders of the Global Capital Alliance began to feel increasing pressure. Lin Tian not only made great breakthroughs in the financial market and the technology industry, he even began to turn his attention to other global industries, such as energy, logistics, and medical care. Lin Tian is no longer an opponent we can stop. We have to take stronger measures. Members of the Global Capital Alliance finally realized that Lin Tian was no longer just a business rival, but a great changer of the times. End of Chapter 30. Chapter 31, Global Capital Storm, Lin Tian takes action again. Lin Tian stood on the top floor of his luxurious office building in New York, overlooking the lights of this bustling city. The sun shone through the glass and onto his body, reflecting a sharp and calm aura. At this time, he had already stood at the top of the global financial market, holding huge wealth and power. But he understood that the higher he stood, the greater the risk he faced. The global capital market had already entered a turbulent period. Although he had secured a place in the market, the next competition would be the most difficult. Lin Tian's eyes swept across the tall buildings outside the window, and suddenly, his phone rang. It was Peng Zhe calling. Mr. Lin, Huaxi Capital and Alpha Group jointly issued a statement against us, accusing us of acquiring their shares through improper means, and publicly announced that they would launch an antitrust investigation. Peng Zhe's voice was full of anxiety. Lin Tian frowned slightly. Although he had expected this, he did not expect the other party to react so quickly. The joint action of Huaxi Capital and Alpha Group meant that they had regarded Lin Tian as an enemy and were ready to confront him head-on. Don't worry, Peng Zhe, I will handle this matter personally. Lin Tian responded calmly, his tone without any fluctuation, as if these challenges were not important to him. But Mr. Lin, once the antitrust investigation is launched, it may affect our capital layout in multiple countries. In addition, the media pressure is also very high. Peng Zhe was a little worried. All problems are not problems. Leave it to me to solve. Lin Tian hung up the phone and turned to a corner of the office, where an advanced quantum computer was placed. This computer was one of the most cutting-edge technology products he had recently invested in. It had extremely high computing power and could complete real-time data analysis of the global market in a few seconds. Lin Tian sat down and began to quickly input a series of commands. After a while, a detailed global capital market analysis report appeared on his computer screen. His brows gradually relaxed, and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Antitrust investigation? It's just a paper tiger. He muttered to himself, as if everything was under his control. Break free and take control. A few days later, Lin Tian convened his core team for an extremely important strategic meeting. In the meeting room, in addition to Peng Zhe, there were also top financial experts and technical consultants from all over the world. Huaiji Capital and Alpha Group jointly accused us of monopolizing the market and are preparing to initiate legal proceedings against us. But we must be clear that their real purpose is not anti-monopoly, but to curb our expansion through legal means. Lin Tian stood in the center of the conference room, his tone calm and firm. Then what should we do? Peng Zhe couldn't help but ask. Although he had already anticipated that Lin Tian would have a response plan, at this moment, he still hoped to get a clear answer. Their counterattack is our best opportunity. Lin Tian smiled slightly, with wisdom in his eyes. We should use their antitrust lawsuit to draw the focus of the global capital market to us. In this way, we can not only strengthen our influence in the market, but also use this opportunity to break the existing competitive landscape. He paused and continued, antitrust investigations often stir up a storm in the capital market. What we need to do is to manipulate information accurately so that the public will believe that all this is improper behavior by global capital giants, and we are on the side of justice. His words shocked everyone present. Lin Tian's strategy has always been a surprise victory, not only shrewd but also very profound. By cleverly manipulating public opinion and capital, he can turn defeat into victory in a crisis, break the impasse, and usher in a new round of capital surge. I am ready to launch a series of information counterattack plans to ensure that we can take the initiative in the war of public opinion. Lin Tian said calmly, his eyes flashing with cold determination, we must push Huaiji Capital and Alpha Group to the forefront, let the eyes of the global capital market focus on them, and ultimately fight back against their antitrust allegations. Capital operation, profit maximization. Under Lin Tian's guidance, the core team quickly launched a public opinion war. Through cooperative media, social platforms, financial analysis agencies and other channels, they accurately released investigation data and evidence against Huaiji Capital and Alpha Group, revealing their improper means in the global capital market and their exploitation of small investors. At the same time, Lin Tian also rapidly pushed up the market value of his stocks through the companies he controlled, shifting the focus of the capital market to him rather than the antitrust investigation itself. At the same time, he also increased strategic acquisitions around the world and steadily expanded his industrial chain layout. A few months later, public opinion had gradually reversed, and global media began to generally question the behavior of Huaiji Capital and Alpha Group, and even more investors began to withdraw their capital. During this process, Lin Tian's company received an influx of funds at an astonishing speed, and its market value rose steadily. In the end, Huaiji Capital and Alpha Group had to bow their heads. Lin Tian used the dual pressure of capital and public opinion to force them to compromise in the global capital market. The storm of the antitrust investigation eventually came to nothing, and Lin Tian also took this opportunity to steadily push his capital empire to a new peak. Global layout, Lin Tian's road to invincibility. Lin Tian's capital operation and strategic layout have enabled him to continuously expand his influence. Through continuous innovation, he has successfully entered multiple fields such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, and new energy, becoming one of the most influential business empires in the world. As time went by, Lin Tian was no longer just a business tycoon, but also a leader in global technological innovation. His connections and resources became the object of pursuit for countless companies, and every technological innovation he promoted became a weather vane for the global economy. Lin Tian's name has also become a frequent visitor on the global wealth list, and his legend is constantly being written. End of Chapter 31. Chapter 32, Bloody Battle for Capital, Lin Tian's Ultimate Counterattack. Lin Tian stood in front of the French window in his office. The scenery outside was still prosperous, but there was no ripple in his heart. After a period of planning, he had completely stabilized his position in the global capital market. Now, not only Huaiji Capital and Alpha Group, but the whole world began to gradually realize his strength. Even some large multinational companies that dared not to be his enemy have quietly started to cooperate with him. However, this does not mean the end of the challenges. Mr. Lin, we have just received a report from the investment department that the world's largest energy group, Thunder Energy, has decided to enter the new energy field where we are in plans to make large-scale acquisitions in the capital market. Peng Zhe appeared behind Lin Tian with a document in his hand. Thunder Energy? Lin Tian repeated the name softly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Although they dominate the traditional energy market, aren't they too hasty to enter the new energy field? Peng Zhe nodded. That's right. Xiaowang, the chairman of Thunder Energy, has recently stated on many occasions in public that he wants to compete with us in an all-round way, using his strong financial strength and capital operations to quickly occupy the new energy market. Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Xiaowang? He didn't think this name would bring him too much threat. After all, although Thunder Energy was strong, it was still inferior in capital operation and technological innovation. Get ready for me. In the next few months, Thunder Energy will not be able to successfully enter the new energy market. Lin Tian's eyes were firm, and his tone revealed a fearless confidence. Challenges come, war spreads. In the following weeks, Thunder Energy indeed began a fierce capital offensive. They carried out a series of large-scale acquisitions in the new energy field, announcing the acquisition of a leading new energy company almost every week. The firepower of funds made many companies that originally had advantages in the new energy field retreat. However, Lin Tian was not in a hurry to fight back. Instead, he calmly observed everything and regarded this capital storm as a rare opportunity. Through the intelligence he had, Lin Tian gradually discovered that Xiaowang's plan was not going so smoothly. Although Thunder Energy had a huge amount of funds, their technology research and development and resource integration capabilities were far inferior to Lin Tian's new energy company Xingqian Power. In particular, the several companies that Xiaowang had acquired in a high-profile manner had no obvious breakthroughs in technology, and even the management behind some companies had already had problems, and the internal chaos of the companies was in chaos. Although they have acquired a lot of companies, they have not gained any real technological advantages. Lin Tian looked at the report on the screen and said softly, "If they continue like this, they will inevitably face the dilemma of a broken capital chain and a lack of technological breakthroughs." Peng Zhe also came over and nodded. "Boss Lin, if this continues, Thunder Energy's market competitiveness will be greatly reduced. When do you plan to make a move?" A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. "I have waited long enough, now is the time for us to fight back." Lin Tian's counterattack: defeat the enemy with one move. Lin Tian's counterattack did not involve a large-scale acquisition like Thunder Energy, but rather a more precise and in-depth technological breakthrough. He knew that in the field of new energy, only technological innovation was the ultimate winning weapon. Therefore, he decided to release an unprecedented all-round new energy system through star power, which he controlled. The launch of this technology would completely break the bottleneck of traditional new energy technology in the current market and become the leader of the industry. This technological breakthrough can significantly improve the storage efficiency and conversion rate of energy, while reducing production costs, and promote the entire industry to develop in a more efficient and environmentally friendly direction. Lin Tian not only achieved a breakthrough in technology, but also through precise marketing. The news quickly spread around the world, causing a huge sensation. At the same time, Lin Tian also cleverly used capital operations to rapidly increase the market value of Star Power. In just a few days, Star Power's stock price soared to a record high, becoming the #1 giant in the global new energy field. In just 2 months, many of Thunder Energy's acquisition plans failed due to a broken capital chain and inadequate technology, and the company fell into an unprecedented crisis. At the same time, Star Power's technological advantages and market share have completely surpassed Thunder Energy. Xiaowang, chairman of Thunder Energy, is facing unprecedented difficulties. He knows very well that Lin Tian has already grasped the initiative in the market. His series of acquisitions have not brought about any technological innovation, but instead provided an opportunity for Lin Tian to counterattack. Xiaowang's last stand. Although the situation was extremely unfavorable to Thunder Energy, Xiaowang did not give up easily. He knew that if he wanted to turn the tables, he had to take unconventional measures. So he decided to use his influence in the traditional energy market to make a final effort against Lin Tian through political means and dark transactions. Xiaowang reached an agreement with some international capital giants to jointly launch a capital attack on Xingqian Power. They planned to force Lin Tian's company into a stock price plunge by short-selling stocks, creating market panic, and exerting political pressure, thereby regaining market control. However, Xiaowang didn't know that Lin Tian had already foreseen this and had made adequate preparations in secret. If Thunder Energy really wants to do this, then come on. Lin Tian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his eyes full of coldness and confidence. End of Chapter 32. Chapter 33, The Hidden Chess Piece in the Dark, Lin Tian's Ultimate Plan? With Lin Tian's success in counterattacking Thunder Energy, Xingchen Power's position in the new energy industry has become more and more solid. The global capital market has also begun to re-examine Lin Tian's strategic vision and profound business layout. Lin Tian not only has an advantage in technological innovation, but also through precise capital operation and global layout, his wealth is growing. However, behind the apparent calm, undercurrents are quietly surging. Although Xiaowang's capital attack failed, he did not accept defeat. By joining forces with some world-renowned financial giants, Xiaowang planned a more secretive capital storm behind the scenes, intending to completely subvert the market position of Xingchen Power through technical slander, malicious mergers and acquisitions, and other means. Lin Tian knew clearly that this secret war had just begun. He had won repeatedly in the capital battlefield, but this did not mean that he had already won. The real showdown had just begun. Pengze, continue to pay attention to the movements of Thunder Energy and those financial giants. We cannot afford to make any mistakes in our layout. Lin Tian stood in front of the desk, folding his arms, thinking about the next strategy. Pengze nodded, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Boss Lin, the capital chain behind Thunder Energy has been quietly arranged. They may join forces with other capitals to launch a new round of malicious attacks. Lin Tian smiled slightly. I already knew that they would not give up easily. In this case, let us take advantage of this opportunity to defeat some of the capital forces that are hostile to us. Lin Tian's counterattack, rapid deployment of global capital. Lin Tian's counterattack was not a blind direct confrontation, but through capital layout and technical barriers, he made Thunder Energy's capital offensive powerless. Through the shadow fund he controlled, he quickly bought more shares of new energy companies and launched mergers and acquisitions in many countries and regions. At the same time, Lin Tian also sent a team to extend an olive branch of cooperation to world-renowned high-tech companies, quickly spreading the latest technology of star power to the global market, leaving those capital groups with sufficient funds but backward technology far behind. Not only that, Lin Tian also reached cooperation with some government-backed companies with powerful resources through clever capital marriages, quickly built a global new energy ecosystem, and became a core node in the global new energy field. Lin Tian knows very well that behind all this is the game between capital and technology. Whoever masters the core technology will control the future. Pengze, prepare the next acquisition plan and focus on acquiring Snow Wolf Energy and Herman Technology. Although these two companies are not very prominent for the time being, their technological reserves are very promising. Once we acquire them, we will be able to establish technological barriers on a global scale. Lin Tian said lightly. Yes, Mr. Lin. Pengze replied respectfully. As the capital storm comes, Lin Tian faces the challenge. Just when Lin Tian put all his energy into technology layout and capital operation, Thunder Energy's counterattack finally arrived. Xiaowang, through the capital operation in his hands, began to spread rumors in the market about the immature technology of star power, trying to create panic in the stock market and launch a hostile takeover. After the news came out, the stock price of star power fluctuated sharply in just a few days. Some investors chose to sell their stocks, causing the company's stock price to fall. However, Lin Tian did not panic. He had made preparations months ago and set up a defensive fund to protect capital in emergencies and ensure market stability. Do they think this little trick can affect me? Lin Tian sneered and picked up the phone. Notify all partners and be prepared. Once Thunder Energy's capital attack escalates, we will immediately launch a counterattack plan. At the same time, Lin Tian quickly fought back through cooperation with several major fund companies and well-known investors in the world, using his financial advantages to push the share price of star power back to a reasonable range, without any interference from Xiaowang. The truth of the counterattack, Xiaowang's defeat. Lin Tian not only stabilized the market position of Xingchen Power in the capital battlefield, but also quickly converted his shares into more technical resources and industrial layout. At this time, he learned from internal channels that there was an even more shocking secret behind Xiaowang's capital attack. It turned out that in order to save Thunder Energy from its decline, Xiaowang actually used political power behind the scenes and reached some kind of deal with some senior politicians. He tried to restrict Star Power's technological research and development through political means, and even put pressure on Lin Tian through industrial policies, forcing him to give up certain technical patents. Lin Tian's heart moved. This was the stupidest move Xiaowang had made. The combination of politics and business would eventually drag him into a deeper quagmire. Pengze, prepare a detailed counterattack plan for me. We will use legal means to expose Shao Ang's conspiracy internationally and completely uncover the true nature of the political dealings behind him. Lin Tian ordered calmly. Yes, Mr. Lin. Peng Zhe knew very well that Lin Tian had already begun planning a bigger chess game, and the outcome of this battle was destined to make Shao Ang pay a huge price. Shao Ang's counterattack, Lin Tian's winning strategy. Although Shao Ang has fallen into a quagmire, he is still unwilling to fail and decides to launch a final capital counterattack, trying to force Lin Tian to compromise through the power of the global capital market. However, Lin Tian has long been prepared for this final battle. Through continuous capital layout, technological innovation, and global strategic cooperation, he has firmly grasped the dominance of the market. Lin Tian, you may be standing here today, but you may not be the one laughing last tomorrow. Shao Ang's voice came from the other end of the phone, full of unwillingness and anger. I'd like to see how long thunder energy can last in front of me. Lin Tian responded slowly, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. End of Chapter 33. Chapter 34. Chess game in the dark, Lin Tian moves forward step by step. In the baptism of the global capital market, Lin Tian has begun to gradually unveil his grand strategic blueprint. Although there are constant disturbances in the outside world, he remains calm and composed, and every counterattack brings a heavy blow to the enemy. Although Shao Ang's conspiracy once caused Lin Tian's stock price to fluctuate, under Lin Tian's precise counterattack, the market has gradually recovered. Xingchen Power's stock price has returned to a reasonable range again, and the focus of the outside world has gradually shifted to the new energy field he controls. However, Lin Tian did not relax because of this. Although on the surface, he had won this round of war in the capital market, he knew that this was just a battle, and the real war had just begun. Pengze, continue to strengthen the monitoring of thunder energy. Lin Tian stood in front of the French window in the office, looking at the city under the night sky, his eyes revealing deep thoughts. This chess game has just begun. Peng Zhe nodded and said, Boss Lin, the capital behind thunder energy is still making secret plans. Although they are in a desperate situation due to our pressure, there is still a part of the forces controlling them. They don't dare to give up easily. Lin Tian sneered, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. So, next, we have to expand the layout of the chessboard by one more layer. Global layout, Lin Tian's winning strategy. Lin Tian knows that the development of the new energy industry is not just a competition of technology, but the operation of capital is the key to success or failure. He decided to use his resources in the global capital market to quickly expand the influence of star power to every country and every city. Pengze, include the markets of Europe, North America, and Southeast Asia in the next strategic plan. We want to expand star power's technology to the world. Lin Tianxia issued the order. In the following period, Xingchen Power's technology was rapidly exported. In addition to making steady progress in the domestic market, Lin Tian also quickly entered the global new energy market through capital cooperation. Through mergers and acquisitions with German energy companies, American technology companies, and Indian energy groups, Lin Tian not only brought his company's technology to these countries, but also established a transnational new energy cooperation network. At the same time, his layout in major global capital markets has also begun to achieve remarkable results. In each market, Lin Tian has secretly increased his investment, not only acquiring energy-related companies, but also investing in advanced technology projects around the world to pave the way for the future development of Xingchen Power. Shao Ang's despair, Lin Tian's plan. Although Shao Ang's capital has been secretly controlling the situation, as Lin Tian's global layout gradually takes shape, Thunder Energy's advantages are being gradually eroded. In particular, Lin Tian's linkage with the global capital market has rapidly diluted Thunder Energy's market share in many countries and regions. Thunder Energy's market share has begun to decline. Mr. Lin, our global layout has achieved phased success, Peng Zhe reported. Lin Tian nodded, his eyes still stern. This is just the beginning. The next step is to completely cut off Thunder Energy's foothold in the global market. He already had a plan for the next step, which was to completely block Thunder Energy's subsequent financial support through legal and capital means. He knew that if he didn't destroy the capital chain behind Shao Ang in one fell swoop, it would only be a matter of time before Thunder Energy would revive. We will unite global investment banks and use legal capital operations to control the major shareholders of Thunder Energy and completely cut off its capital chain, said Lin Tian. Understood, Mr. Lin. Peng Zhe nodded and began to plan the next course of action. Shao Ang's counterattack, Lin Tian's chess game. Although Thunder Energy's capital chain is gradually collapsing, Shao Ang still refuses to give up. He keeps sending signals in the market that he is ready to fight back, and uses the media to create an atmosphere of panic, intending to force Lin Tian to make concessions through pressure from public opinion and the capital market. Xiaowang's counterattack was not only financial, he also used his connections with the political and capital circles to secretly exert pressure, hoping to restrict the technological development of star power through political means. In order to buy himself time, he even joined forces with some dark forces and tried to deal with Lin Tian through illegal means. Xiaowang is still unwilling to give in. It seems that he is ready to take a risk. Lin Tian's eyes were sharp and his brows were furrowed. Boss Lin, he has secretly prepared a large-scale capital flow and is ready to launch a final capital counterattack. Peng Zhe frowned. If this continues, Xiaowang is likely to use some means to create large-scale market turmoil. Lin Tian took a deep breath, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In this case, let's give him a chance and let him expose himself. The counterattack begins, Lin Tian's ultimate plan. Lin Tian decided to take the initiative to uncover the true face of Xiaowang's capital operation through capital counterattack and legal means. He instructed Peng Zhe to contact a world-renowned law firm to launch a legal investigation into Xiaowang Capital Group to uncover the truth of the conspiracy. At the same time, Lin Tian also began to use his resources in the international capital market to steadily advance the full acquisition of Thunder Energy. Through carefully designed capital operations, he successfully attracted the attention of some large investors, who were willing to join the star power camp and help suppress Xiaowang's capital power. In several rounds of capital games, Lin Tian relied on his outstanding vision and accurate judgment to continuously seize opportunities from the market, making Xiaowang's counterattack become no substantial threat. In the end, Xiaowang's counterattack in the capital market was unsuccessful. Thunder Energy's stock price continued to fall, and the market's trust in Xiaowang continued to decline. Lin Tian's capital empire has completely overwhelmed every line of defense of Thunder Energy. End of Chapter 34. Chapter 35 Global forces join forces to encircle and suppress Thunder Energy. Although Xiaowang's capital counterattack was short-lived, neither the way of capital flow nor the attack of media opinion could really shake Lin Tian's foundation. On the contrary, as time went on, Lin Tian's global layout became more and more close, Xingqian Power's international market share gradually increased, and Thunder Energy's decline became more and more obvious. Lin Tian stood in front of the French window in his office for a while. The night view of the city outside was illuminated by the colorful neon lights, but his mood remained calm. He knew that the competition in the global market was far from over. Although he had a certain advantage, it did not mean that Xiaowang would surrender. Peng Zhe, prepare our next plan. Lin Tian said in a steady voice, this time, we are not only going to defeat Thunder Energy, but also to completely dismantle their global foundation. Peng Zhe nodded, I understand, Mr. Lin. Thunder Energy's capital chain began to break, and their shareholders began to cash out. According to our investigation, Xiaowang is likely to be preparing for retreat. Lin Tian raised his lips slightly, revealing a cold smile. Retreat? Then let them go to a dead end completely. The capital market's last stand. Lin Tian was not satisfied with a simple attack with capital, he wanted to wipe out Xiaowang's foundation from the root. In order to achieve this goal, Lin Tian decided to unite several well-known investment institutions around the world to create a massive capital siege. We must not only suppress Thunder Energy in the stock market, but also completely defeat them at the shareholders' meeting. While planning, Lin Tian explained the next plan to Peng Zhe. Peng Zhe quickly took action and contacted several well-known investment banks and capital groups around the world to plan to acquire the core shares of Thunder Energy. At the same time, Lin Tian also obtained some political support through his personal connections to provide strong backing for the upcoming shareholders' meeting. The investment intentions of several capital giants in Xingqian Power are obviously very clear. They hope to use Lin Tian's ability to completely destroy Thunder Energy's market share and occupy a dominant position in the field of new energy. In this battle of capital, Lin Tian has already decided that Xiaowang will not have any chance to counterattack. Global energy cooperation, the rise of star power. In addition to capital acquisitions, Lin Tian has further consolidated his position in the global market through cooperation with internationally renowned energy companies. He has reached cooperation agreements with governments of many countries to invest in new energy projects. This not only enhances the brand image of star power, but also makes the entire global market full of confidence in the future of star power. At the same time, Lin Tian also established a series of scientific research platforms at home and abroad to ensure that Xingqian Power can maintain its leading edge in technology research and development. All of this seems to be announcing a clear signal to the outside world. Xingqian Power has become a leader in the global new energy field. Peng Zhe, I require that every cooperation be implemented as soon as possible. Don't waste any more time. Lin Tian cast his eyes into the distance. Our competitors will not sit idly by. Seize the opportunity. We must make Xingchen Power an unshakable giant in the global market. Peng Zhe nodded. Understood, Mr. Lin. Xiaowang's last stand. Although Thunder Energy's disadvantages in the capital market gradually became apparent, Xiaowang was still unwilling to give up. In Xiaowang's view, this was not just a capital showdown, but a life-and-death battle concerning his own destiny. Lin Tian. Do you think you won? Xiaowang looked at the stock market quotes on the table with gritted teeth, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. He quickly contacted his allies at home and abroad, preparing for a final counterattack. He planned to use a series of illegal means to push up the share price of Thunder Energy and attract capital inflows again through market fluctuations. However, Lin Tian had already expected all this. Facing Xiaowang's crazy counterattack, Lin Tian just sneered, "Since you want to take this path, then let you push Thunder Energy into the abyss with your own hands." Capital strikes back, Xiaowang's collapse. Xiaowang's last-ditch effort ultimately failed to change the outcome. Under the joint attack of global capital, Thunder Energy's stock continued to fall, and the capital market's trust in Xiaowang had dropped to a freezing point. At the same time, Lin Tian had already controlled the core shares of Thunder Energy through multiple channels and officially took over this once giant company. At the next shareholders' meeting, Lin Tian completely excluded Xiaowang from the company's decision-making through legal means and announced that Thunder Energy would be merged into Xingchen Power and become its subsidiary. Xiaowang eventually came to an end in the capital market. Lin Tian's ultimate victory. Xiaowang's failure marked Lin Tian's complete victory in the field of new energy. With the incorporation of Thunder Energy, Xingchen Power rapidly expanded its global market share and became the leader in the global new energy industry. Lin Tian's name once again resounded throughout the global capital market. However, Lin Tian knew that his goal was far more than that. In the capital market, there is never a real end, only a journey of continuous progress. Pengze, our next plan is to start expanding into other areas. Lin Tian said, "I'm ready. The next market will be where we will ultimately win." Peng Zhe nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. "Boss Lin, we are ready for greater challenges." End of Chapter 35. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, The Rise of the Overlord of the Global New Energy Market. Lin Tian stood on the balcony of a high-rise building, looking out at the night view of the entire city, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. After the baptism of this capital storm, Xingchen Power is no longer just a new energy enterprise, it has begun to become a weathervane of the global new energy industry, a true overlord. And this is only part of Lin Tian's plan, it is far more than that. Pengze, proceed as planned. Lin Tian said calmly, turning around to face Peng Zhe who was preparing to report behind him. Peng Zhe nodded, "Boss Lin, our new energy cooperation with many countries around the world is coming to an end, and several major multinational companies have begun to turn their attention to us. Next, our strategic layout needs to be further improved." That's right, Lin Tian raised his lips slightly, however, this is just the beginning. We not only want to occupy the market, but also reshape the global new energy landscape. A new round of game in the capital market. Lin Tian is already familiar with the ever-changing world of global capital. The share price of Xingchen Power has been rising steadily, while the decline of Thunder Energy is almost unstoppable. Xiaowang's final counterattack was repeatedly suppressed by the capital market, and the result of the shareholders' meeting has completely made Thunder Energy lose its last hope. Facing Xiaowang's failure, Lin Tian knows that the next step is the real challenge. Pengze, get ready. Tomorrow we will discuss cooperation in the field of new energy with several multinational companies, especially several resource-based companies in Europe. They need our technology right now. Lin Tian's tone was still flat, but his arrogance and determination were self-evident. Peng Zhe nodded, "I understand, Mr. Lin. Our technology has gradually taken the lead. The next cooperation will definitely make Xingchen Power the core of the global new energy industry." In this process, Lin Tian's strategy is no longer limited to capital acquisition and market share competition. He began to focus on the reshaping of the global energy industry. He is not only for profit, but also for leading the future development direction of global energy through technological innovation and market integration. Xiaowang's final counterattack, the puzzle of capital. However, Xiaowang did not give up. Although the consortium behind him was in turmoil, Xiaowang's ambition remained undiminished. Under the blow of failure, he began to turn to covert operations, preparing to challenge Lin Tian's leadership again through illegal means. Shao tried to create chaos in the global market through a series of complex capital operations. He contacted several neutral capital companies and planned to disrupt the stability of the global new energy market through their intervention. Lin Tian, do you think you have one? Shao sat in the luxurious office, looking at the stock market data in front of him with a sneer. I have just started. Shao knew that Lin Tian's advantage was not only in terms of funds, but also in the huge technical team and global partnerships behind him. Although his own resources had begun to run out, he still hoped to create trouble for Lin Tian through an extreme counterattack. However, this time, he did not know that he had walked into the capital maze that Lin Tian had already set up. Breaking through bottlenecks, Lin Tian's technological revolution. As the global new energy industry entered full competition, Lin Tian knew that relying solely on capital and market competition was far from enough to ensure long-term advantages. He began to invest more resources in technology research and development, especially in clean energy and new energy storage technology, launching an unprecedented technological revolution. Peng Zhe, I have assigned a task to the technical team. Xingshan Power must break through the bottleneck in the field of new energy storage. Only by doing this can we firmly grasp the voice in the industry. Lin Tian's eyes became more determined. New energy storage has always been a pain point for the global new energy industry. Although the production capacity of clean energy such as solar energy and wind energy has made breakthroughs, how to store these energies and use them efficiently has always been an unsolved problem. Lin Tian realized that solving this problem would enable Xingshan Power to gain an unshakable position in the global new energy industry. Therefore, he decided to take the lead in launching the energy storage revolution worldwide through strategic cooperation and technological innovation. The beginning of global new energy cooperation. At the same time, Lin Tian did not relax his layout in the global market. In order to consolidate the global position of Xingshan Power, he not only actively promoted technology research and development, but also strengthened cooperation with governments and enterprises of various countries to ensure that he had sufficient market share worldwide. Mr. Lin, the European energy company is ready to sign the contract, and we have completed preliminary negotiations for our projects in Asia and America. Next, our layout will further expand to Southeast Asia and the Middle East. Peng Zhe reported. Lin Tian nodded. This is the only way forward. Globalization is the key to our success. Next, Star Power's products and technologies will reach every corner of the world. By continuously deepening cooperation with global companies and governments, Lin Tian is building Star Power into a giant in the global new energy industry, and even has the potential to achieve global energy dominance. Xiaoang's anger and isolation. While Lin Tian was gradually realizing his global layout, Xiaoang was becoming increasingly isolated. His capital chain was broken, his partners were leaving one after another, and the reaction of the capital market also put him in a deep desperate situation. You are not worthy of being compared with Lin Tian. A former ally of Xiaoang said coldly on the phone, you have no chance. Xiaoang held the phone tightly, with an unwilling smile on his face. Lin Tian, you will not be the eternal winner after all. I still have a chance. However, in the eyes of the outside world, Xiaoang's counterattack has become insignificant, and the collapse of Thunder Energy is almost inevitable. And Lin Tian is moving step by step towards the pinnacle of the global new energy market. End of Chapter 36. Chapter 37, the final blow to global new energy hegemony. Lin Tian stood on the top floor of the newly built Xingshan Power headquarters building. The night outside the window was as calm as black silk, and the lights of the city were like countless bright stars twinkling on the ground. Standing on the top of this skyscraper, Lin Tian knew that he was only one step away from the final victory in the global new energy market. However, Xiaoang's counterattack is still brewing in secret. Although the outside world seems calm, undercurrents are surging in the ever-changing capital world. Xiaoang is ready to launch the final blow, vowing to counterattack at the last moment. Peng Zhe, get ready. Tomorrow's negotiations between me and several European partners will be particularly critical. This time, there can't be any mistakes. Lin Tian said calmly, with a resolute look in his eyes. Peng Zhe nodded respectfully. Boss Lin, I have arranged it, and all the details are under control. Lin Tian knows that the future of the new energy industry depends not only on technological leadership, but also on capital and global strategic layout. Xingshan Power's current technical strength is unrivaled, but if it cannot quickly seize the leading position in the global market, it may be counterattacked by other competitors at any time if its stamina is insufficient. Xiaoang's recovery, the dark hand behind capital. At this time, Xiaoang did not fail completely as the outside world believed. Instead, he recovered quietly after a short period of decline. Through a series of complex capital operations, he contacted several international giants who had cooperated with him before, and prepared to unite and attack star power again. Lin Tian, you are really smart, but how could you have thought that I, Xiaoang, would let you catch your breath at a time like this? Xiaoang sneered. Several investors around him nodded silently, obviously they were full of confidence in this revenge. Xiaoang knew that to defeat Lin Tian, capital market manipulation alone would no longer work, and he had to rely on technology. He increased his investment in technology and planned a more complex technology upgrade plan, intending to threaten Xingqian power in the core field of global new energy technology. If there is a breakthrough in new energy technology, star power will collapse directly. Xiaoang planned secretly, his eyes full of ambition. Lin Tian's response: acquisition of a global energy giant. Lin Tian would never let Xiaoang succeed. He had already seen through Xiaoang's intentions and had made adequate preparations for this. In order to further consolidate the market position of Xingqian power, Lin Tian decided to adopt an MA strategy and quickly complete the acquisition of several major energy giants around the world to further strengthen his technological barriers. Pengze, according to the plan, the several energy companies we acquired have entered the final negotiation stage. We will strive to complete the acquisition within this week. Lin Tian's voice revealed an unquestionable deterrent power. Understood, Mr. Lin. Pengze quickly wrote down the task. He knew the significance of this acquisition. Once successful, star power would have more technical resources and would be far ahead of Xiaoang and other competitors. At the same time, Lin Tian strengthened his control over the global new energy industry chain, not only limited to technological breakthroughs, but also through the integration of the global supply chain to ensure that Xingqian power can maintain its leading position in multiple links such as energy production, storage, distribution, and transportation. Behind this capital game, Lin Tian did not relax his efforts to polish the corporate culture and manage employee morale. The corporate culture of Xingqian power has gradually taken shape, the loyalty and sense of belonging of employees have been strengthened, and the overall atmosphere is full of innovation and enterprising power. New energy revolution, the final breakthrough in technology. Through in-depth analysis of the global new energy market, Lin Tian finally found a breakthrough in technological breakthrough quantum battery technology. The key to this technology is that it can achieve ultra-efficient energy storage and significantly increase the utilization rate of new energy, solving the current global energy waste problem. Once quantum battery technology is successfully put into use, star power will be the first to master this core technology worldwide, which means that the global new energy market will be completely dependent on star power's technology. Pengze, how is the research and development of quantum batteries progressing? Lin Tian asked Pengze in front of him. We have entered the final stage, and the technical difficulties have been almost resolved. We expect to be able to conduct the first mass production test next month. Pengze answered confidently. Lin Tian nodded slightly. This is the magic weapon of star power. We must maintain the leading edge of technology and never let anyone surpass us. Lin Tian has realized at this time that star power, which has mastered quantum battery technology, can not only completely subvert the landscape of the global new energy industry, but may even completely change the global energy supply chain structure and become the global energy leader. Xiaoang's dilemma, the collapse of the capital market. As star power's technology continued to break through, Xiaoang's capital chain gradually began to have problems. Several major financial groups that once provided him with financial support began to quietly withdraw their capital, and Xiaoang's position in the capital market was shaken again. As the pace of technological upgrading in the new energy industry accelerated, Xiaoang's old business model gradually exposed unsolvable bottlenecks. At an important capital meeting, Xiaoang looked at the shareholders nervously, and his words no longer had the confidence of the past. I believe we can get through this difficult time, as long as we unite as one. Shareholders have long been suspicious and no longer fully support him as they did in the past. Some shareholders even said bluntly, Mr. Shao, we are no longer optimistic about Letang Energy. The investment is no longer safe. Xiaoang's face turned pale, and he was extremely angry. You ungrateful guys, wait and see my counterattack. However, he did not realize that his counterattack was impossible, and Lin Tian had already occupied the commanding heights of the global new energy market. The final showdown of global energy, Lin Tian's victory. With technological breakthroughs and the steady development of the capital market, Xingqian power successfully led the revolution of the global new energy industry and gained dominance in global energy. However, Xiaoang ultimately failed to make a comeback and completely disappeared from the stage of the capital market. Standing at the pinnacle of the global energy industry, Lin Tian looks back on the ups and downs along the way. He knows that this is not just an accumulation of wealth, but also a complete reshaping of the future global energy landscape. The name of Xingqian Power has become synonymous with the global new energy industry, and Lin Tian has also grown from an ordinary young man to the strongest person on the global economic stage. End of Chapter 37. Chapter 38 Global Control, Entering the Peak of Capital. Lin Tian stood at the threshold of the new world, looking at the city below. His heart was filled with infinite possibilities. After years of hard work, Xingqian Power is no longer just a new energy company, it has become a leader in the global energy field, almost controlling the lifeline of the entire market. And Lin Tian has also grown from an ordinary young man to a supergiant of global capital, standing at the top of the financial world. Everything seems to be invincible, but Lin Tian knows that the world is changing too fast. With technology and capital, he still cannot be careless. Although Xiaowang has failed temporarily, Lin Tian knows that there is no absolute winner in this world, and everyone has the opportunity to make a comeback. On this day, Lin Tian received an invitation from the United Nations, inviting him to attend the upcoming Global Energy Summit. This summit brings together the world's top politicians, business tycoons and economists, representing the highest authority in the global energy field. Lin Tian's name was written into the invitation letter, and he realized that this was a global strategic layout, which meant that Xingqian Power would become the leader of the global energy industry, not just limited to new energy, but to fully control global energy resources. Pangza, let's get ready for tomorrow's Global Energy Summit. We must ensure our influence on the global stage. Lin Tian said calmly, his eyes full of confidence. Mr. Lin, the opponents at the meeting should not be underestimated. We have arranged everything to ensure that we have the advantage. Pang Zhe nodded while quickly organizing the meeting materials. Lin Tian thought for a moment, then continued, not only the future of the energy industry, I also want to thoroughly establish our reputation in the global economic field at this summit. Only by doing this can we avoid being threatened by any capital force. Global Energy Summit, Star Power's debut. The Global Energy Summit was held as scheduled, with hundreds of international political and business leaders gathered together. Lin Tian, wearing a black suit, walked into the venue in high spirits. The surrounding discussion stopped instantly, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. This young man from the East has become a celebrity in the global energy industry. Even if he only appears at the venue, his every word and every action will become the focus. On the first day of the conference, the main topic of discussion was the transformation and development of global energy and sustainable development goals. During this discussion, Lin Tian did not speak directly, but quietly observed the movements of other companies. He realized that this summit was not only a technical exchange, but also a stage for capital game. Through this summit, all energy giants will compete deeply at the capital level. On the second day, the summit entered the most critical stage, the future development plan of the energy market. At this time, Lin Tian finally stood up. Everyone, I believe that the future of the energy industry lies not only in the optimization of traditional energy, but also in the thorough transformation of new energy. Lin Tian's voice was clear and loud, and his words were powerful. I believe that Xingqian Power will lead the future of global energy and create a cleaner, more efficient and more environmentally friendly energy method. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Many people looked at each other, as if to measure the weight behind Lin Tian's words. Lin Tian knew very well that all of this was not just empty talk, but the support of the strong technical strength and capital power behind him. He went on to say, our quantum battery technology from Star Power can increase the efficiency of energy storage by 5 times. If applied globally, it will completely change the global energy landscape. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Quantum battery technology is one of the most revolutionary technologies in the world. It can greatly improve energy storage efficiency and solve the problem of uneven global energy distribution and serious waste. Lin Tian's words undoubtedly brought an unprecedented impact to the global energy market. However, just as the meeting was reaching its climax, Xiaowang suddenly appeared with a group of capital representatives, his eyes directed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, it seems that you have done a good job. The quantum battery technology of Xingqian Power is indeed very promising. Xiaowang's tone was filled with a hint of sneer, but do you think that you can dominate the global energy market with just these? Lin Tian looked at Xiaowang calmly. He knew that Xiaowang's arrival was not accidental. Behind Xiaowang was a huge capital force, which was enough to influence the direction of the global energy market. Since you are here, come and listen to my latest proposal for everyone. Lin Tian smiled slightly, his eyes as sharp as a sword. Competition of capital, Xiaowang's counterattack. Xiaowang smiled coldly, obviously not intending to let Lin Tian's speech end easily. He suddenly said, "Quantum battery technology is indeed a breakthrough, but do you know? The investors behind me have begun to increase their investment in traditional energy such as oil and natural gas. Do you think your new energy can dominate the global market? Traditional energy is the real pillar of the global economy." Lin Tian frowned slightly, but he was not angered by Xiaowang. On the contrary, he looked at him with a sharp gaze. "Your traditional energy is only a transitional resource. The real future is sustainable new energy. Only we can meet the challenges of the future." There was no wavering in Lin Tian's voice, but instead there was an unparalleled firmness. At this time, the atmosphere of the Global Energy Summit suddenly became solemn, and various forces began to compete secretly. Lin Tian knew that Xiaowang's counterattack this time meant that the global energy market would enter a more complicated capital game, and he must seize this historic opportunity to completely control the future of global energy. Lin Tian's decision, leading the global energy revolution. In the following days, Lin Tian and his team not only worked hard to promote the global layout of quantum battery technology, but also strengthened cooperation with governments and capital markets around the world to gain more support. Lin Tian knows that this capital competition has just begun and the future is full of unknowns and challenges, but as long as he seizes the opportunity and relies on technological breakthroughs, Star Power will no longer be a simple energy company, but the absolute overlord in the global energy field. Lin Tian stared at the future before him, with countless plans and ideas in his mind. The global energy revolution was destined to be led by him. End of Chapter 38. Chapter 39, Capital Showdown, the storm is brewing again. Lin Tian stood on the top of the headquarters building of Star Power, overlooking the busy city. Under the night sky, thousands of lights dotted the outline of the city, but the fire in his heart burned more and more vigorously. At this moment, he knew that Star Power was no longer just a company, but had become the focus of the entire global capital market. Over the past few years, he has accumulated capital through breakthrough technologies, which has made the market value of Star Power soar. Today, he is one of the most influential capital giants in the world. However, his enemy, Xiaowang, is still following him around, watching his every move all the time. "Boss Lin, the situation is not optimistic." Pang Zhe walked to Lin Tian's side and whispered, "The investors behind Xiaowang have begun to secretly lay out in the stock markets of many countries, trying to shake our market share by manipulating the stock market." Lin Tian frowned slightly. He had anticipated this problem. Although Xiaowang had temporarily lost an opportunity, he would never give up easily. This man's ambition and means were far more complicated than Lin Tian had imagined. "I understand." Lin Tian said calmly, "Prepare to fight back. We can't just make a breakthrough at the technical level, we must also fight back at the capital level. Counterattack layout, game of capital market." In order to deal with Xiaowang's capital offensive, Lin Tian decided to fundamentally change the strategic layout of Star Power, not only to continue to expand the technological advantages in the new energy field, but also to make in-depth layout in the global capital market to break Xiaowang's capital control chain. He immediately convened the core team of Star Power and formulated a detailed capital counterattack plan, which not only involved stock market manipulation, but also included cross-border acquisitions and financial product innovation. "Pengza, concentrate our funds and start large-scale mergers and acquisitions of companies related to new energy. We must establish a capital spider web on a global scale to prevent Xiaowang from finding a breakthrough easily." Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a calm and firm light. "Understood." Pang Zhe nodded in response. "We will mobilize all resources to ensure that every step is steady and solid." Lin Tian knew that although Xiaowang was good at capital operation, he did not have enough technical advantages. And Xingqian Power gradually opened the door to the global market with its strong technical strength. Now, what Lin Tian had to do was to make this technical force even more unshakable. Global capital game, competition for capital chain. In the following months, Lin Tian used the strong capital strength of Xingqian Power to quickly launch a series of mergers and acquisitions. They acquired a number of leading companies in the fields of new energy, environmental protection, and high technology, and absorbed the technological advantages of these companies for their own use through capital operations. At the same time, Lin Tian also launched a global financial investment project called Future Energy, which attracted a large amount of capital inflow. This project not only covers investment in the field of new energy, but also includes cutting-edge technology fields such as smart technology and quantum computing, becoming the object of global investors' pursuit. However, Xiaowang did not sit still and wait for death. He also began to fight back globally through his capital group. In just a few months, Xiaowang used financial leverage and capital mergers to bring together multiple traditional energy giants, trying to form a powerful competitive force to prevent the global expansion of star power. The competition between the two major capital groups has entered a white-hot stage. The big counterattack, manipulating the stock market and breaking the shackles completely. Although Xiaowang continued to exert pressure through capital operations, Lin Tian did not relax his vigilance, but became calmer. He knew that Xiaowang's capital operation had its limitations, especially in terms of stock market manipulation and market manipulation. Xiaowang was far from perfect. So, Lin Tian began to prepare his final trump card, a counterattack in the capital market. Through the strong technical resources and innovation capabilities of Star Power, he joined forces with several large investment institutions around the world to launch a financial product called Energy Revolution Fund on a global scale. The operation model of this fund is completely dependent on the development of the global new energy market and is closely linked to the energy policies of various countries. With the launch of the Energy Revolution Fund, the global capital market instantly entered a frenzy. Investors poured money into it, driving the new energy stock market to soar. And Xingchen Power, controlled by Lin Tian, received a huge capital injection in this capital boom. When Xiaowang saw this scene, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but he did not panic. He knew that Lin Tian's layout this time had entered the core link of global capital, and it would be more difficult for him to fight back. Lin Tian, you are really smart. Xiaowang sneered, looking at the trend of the stock market, and secretly swore in his heart that he would never give up until the last moment. The decisive battle is imminent, a dual contest between capital and technology. As the war in the capital market intensified, Lin Tian understood that every step forward was crucial. If he could seize this opportunity and completely break Xiaowang's capital layout, then Xingchen Power could become the hegemon of the global energy industry in one fell swoop. However, Lin Tian also knew that Xiaowang would never give up easily. The next few months would be the final showdown between him and Xiaowang, and the winner would dominate the future of the global energy market. Lin Tian stood in front of the window of a high-rise building, looking at the dazzling night view, with a fearless power surging in his heart. He knew that all his plans and efforts would be decided in this battle. And he would surely lead Star Power to a more glorious tomorrow. End of Chapter 39. Chapter 40, Capital Storm, the Final Battle. Lin Tian has realized that his struggle with Xiaowang is no longer just a simple business competition. This confrontation between capital and technology has entered a white-hot stage. Every step determines the fate of future generations and may even change the global energy landscape. Star Power's global market share is growing, especially with the launch of the Energy Revolution Fund, which has attracted the attention of countless investors. The performance of global stock markets has fluctuated as a result, becoming the focus of discussion in the media and capital markets. However, Xiaowang's capital group did not stop either. With its strong financial strength and huge resources, he secretly laid a huge network to try to seize back Star Power's market share. Lin Tian calmly analyzed the situation. He knew that there was no way out in this duel. If he wanted to completely suppress Xiaowang, he had to win this capital war. At this time, Xiaowang's counterattack was imminent. Peng Zhe, are you ready? Lin Tian turned his head and looked at his right-hand man, his eyes full of determination. It's all ready. Peng Zhe nodded. Our capital chain is already closely connected, and the feedback from the energy fund is also very ideal. In the next few months, we will launch large-scale mergers and acquisitions around the world. Very good. Lin Tian smiled calmly. However, this time, we must take the initiative to break Xiaowang's capital control. Offense and defense, the race in the capital market. Lin Tian knew that Xiaowang's capital counterattack would definitely be met head-on. He would not only manipulate the market through the stock market, but also through a series of mergers and acquisitions to attract more capital giants to fight against Xingchen Power. However, Lin Tian had already prepared a counterattack plan. He decided to rapidly increase Star Power's market share by acquiring more new energy companies, especially those small companies with technological breakthrough potential. At the same time, he also increased Star Power's production capacity and innovation capabilities to ensure that Star Power could maintain relatively stable growth even if there were fluctuations in market share. However, Lin Tian also knew that the real challenge was not in corporate acquisitions, but in the game of the capital market. Once Xiaowang decided to fight back through stock market manipulation, Xingchen Power must be fully prepared. Let investors around the world know that Star Power is no longer just a leader in new energy, it has become the master of the capital market. Lin Tian clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with determination. At this moment, he knew that only by using the power of capital to completely suppress Xiaowang could his plan proceed smoothly. Xiaowang's counterattack, the conspiracy of capital crocodiles. Although Xiaowang's capital group failed to pose much threat to star power in the short term, he knew that Lin Tian's market layout had already penetrated the world, and any counterattack would need to be more precise and deadly. Therefore, Xiaowang quietly launched a plan called Global Energy Alliance, joining forces with multiple energy giants, trying to control more traditional energy companies through joint acquisitions and other means, thereby restraining the expansion of star power. At the same time, Xiaowang also exerted pressure on the stock market, frequently creating market panic through stock index futures and derivatives markets, causing global stock markets to fluctuate sharply for a period of time. Taking this opportunity, he tried to weaken the share price of Xingchen Power through capital fluctuations, thereby obtaining more chips. Lin Tian quickly captured Xiaowang's movements through a special intelligence system. However, he did not rush to react, but waited patiently. Xiaowang's actions are fierce, but not invulnerable, Lin Tian said confidently. What we need to do is to ensure that we are not defeated during the market turmoil. Reaping victory, capital layout to turn defeat into victory. Finally, Lin Tian seized a golden opportunity. In order to expand the influence of capital, Xiaowang decided to enter the Asian market in an all-round way, trying to suppress the market share of Xingchen Power through mergers and acquisitions of local companies. However, this step just provided Lin Tian with a fatal counterattack opportunity. Lin Tian decided to take the initiative and acquired an energy giant with great potential in the Asian energy market, and at the same time controlled several medium-sized energy companies through investment funds. This operation not only dealt a heavy blow to Xiaowang's layout, but also completely disrupted his pace in the Asian market. Next, Lin Tian once again used the Energy Revolution Fund to stir up a stock market storm in the Asian capital market. With the strong rebound of the stock market, the share price of Xingchen Power quickly rebounded, while the capital group controlled by Xiaowang suffered a huge loss in the market decline. Lin Tian, you are so cunning. Xiaowang watched the stock market trend with gritted teeth, his eyes full of unacceptable anger. Lin Tian smiled lightly, his heart filled with the pleasure of victory. The capital market ultimately belongs to the smartest people. After some planning, Xingchen Power once again gained a firm foothold, and Xiaowang's counterattack was completely extinguished. The future is promising, a new business empire. As the war in the global capital market gradually subsides, Lin Tian knows that the struggle between capital and technology is not over. Although Xiaowang has failed temporarily, he will not give up easily. Lin Tian knows that he must continue to innovate and constantly consolidate and expand the market share of star power to ensure that star power has an absolute advantage in future capital competition. Today, Xingchen Power is no longer just a new energy company. It has become a huge force in the global capital market. With this force, Lin Tian can influence the future business landscape and even reshape the global energy ecology. The battle for the future has just begun. End of Chapter 40. Chapter 41 New Capital Structure, Comprehensive Suppression of Xiaowang. After the baptism of a capital war, Lin Tian's star power not only successfully stabilized the global market, but also completely suppressed the expansion of Xiaowang Capital Group. Through a series of precise capital layouts, Lin Tian has quietly changed the pattern of the global energy market. Today, he is no longer a simple business tycoon, but one of the leaders of the global capital market. This competition seems calm, but in fact it is magnificent. Countless investors and financial institutions around the world are re-evaluating their investment direction in the field of new energy. Xingchen Power, represented by Lin Tian, has become one of the most promising companies in the minds of investors. Although Xiaowang failed, he is still an extremely dangerous opponent. Lin Tian knows that he cannot take it lightly. Pangza, we have to defeat Xiaowang completely next. Lin Tian sat at his desk with a frown on his face. I don't want him to have any chance of rebounding in the capital market. Peng Zhe nodded. Although Xiaowang has suffered heavy losses, he still has some hidden funds and resources, especially in Europe and the Middle East, where his influence is still there. Since he still has a backup plan, we must take the initiative and completely stifle his counterattack. Lin Tian said calmly, his eyes full of determination, we must replan and further expand Xingchen Power's market share, attract more capital inflows, and leave him with a dead end. Market counterattack, the offensive and defensive transformation in the capital game. Although Xiaowang's capital chain has been hit, with his deep business background and huge resources, he can still temporarily restore some of his strength through some secret capital operations. However, Lin Tian knows that Xiaowang's next step will be the key to determining the outcome of this game. We need to fundamentally break his funding chain. Lin Tian began to analyze Xiaowang's possible counterattack route. Most of his funds are already locked in the traditional energy industry. We can completely cut off his source of funds by acquiring or directing funds to the new energy industry. At the same time, Lin Tian began to deploy a deeper capital layout and decided to invest funds in more cutting-edge technological innovation fields. In particular, he targeted some emerging new energy startups on a global scale. Lin Tian knew that only by seizing the initiative in technological innovation could he dominate in future competition. Pangza, get ready to launch a global MA plan. Lin Tian said in a deep voice, we need to cut up Xiaowang's resources one by one and completely control the new energy industry chain. Pang Zhe immediately understood Lin Tian's intention. Understood, let us take action immediately. Xiaowang's last-ditch effort, the ultimate counterattack of capital operation. While Lin Tian gradually suppressed Xiaowang through capital operations, Xiaowang did not sit idly by. Although he faced the crisis of a broken capital chain, he still quietly launched a counterattack with his strong business wisdom and deep industrial resources. Through a series of capital leverage operations, Xiaowang tried to guide funds to some new energy projects that have not yet been fully developed. He reached cooperation with several world-renowned capital giants and prepared to set off a new acquisition wave in the new energy industry to rebuild his influence in the capital market. However, Xiaowang obviously underestimated Lin Tian's reaction speed. Lin Tian had already seen through Xiaowang's plan and took quick action. He wants to control the future market by acquiring these new energy companies, but he didn't expect that we have taken the first step. Lin Tian said with a sneer. Lin Tian decided to compete with Xiaowang in the acquisition of these new energy projects. By quickly injecting a large amount of funds, Xingqian Power not only successfully acquired some of these high-potential startups, but also further strengthened its voice in the global new energy industry. The decisive moment, the final battle in the capital market. After a series of acquisitions and capital operations, Lin Tian successfully stabilized the market and gradually suppressed Xiaowang's capital counterattack. However, Xiaowang was obviously unwilling to give up. He decided to make a last-ditch effort, mobilize all the remaining capital forces, and focus on attacking the core projects of Xingqian Power. Xiaowang's funding chain has collapsed. He has no choice but to fight to the death now. Pang Zhe analyzed, his target is undoubtedly Xingqian Power. Lin Tian nodded. Once Xiaowang is determined to fight back, there will be no way out. We must give him a fatal blow at the last moment. Therefore, Lin Tian decided to further reduce Xiaowang's capital flow and use the rules of the capital market to bring him down in one fell swoop. In order to achieve this goal, Lin Tian did not hesitate to use all the capital of Xingqian Power to carry out an unprecedented capital acquisition. With the success of this acquisition, Lin Tian's capital empire has established an unbreakable line of defense, while Xiaowang's capital empire completely collapsed in a series of capital attacks. Final victory, the rise of the global energy hegemon. At the last moment of this capital war, Xiaowang finally gave up and completely withdrew from the capital market. Lin Tian led Xingqian Power to completely win this capital war and become the overlord of the global energy market. However, Lin Tian did not stop his pace. He was still full of ambition for the future. This capital game was just a beginning, and the real challenge had just begun. Xiaowang's failure gave us an opportunity. Lin Tian stood on the top floor of the Star Power building, overlooking the brilliant lights of the entire city, but in the future, we still have more challenges waiting for us. The rise of Star Power is destined to change the world, and Lin Tian will continue to write his own legend in this global capital competition. End of Chapter 41. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, Expanding Territory and Global Layout. After a series of capital battles, Lin Tian's Xingqian Power has firmly established its leading position in the global new energy field. However, the competition in the global capital market has never stopped. Although Xiaowang's failure has temporarily calmed the market, everything still hides huge variables. Pengza, although Xiaowang was defeated, he still has some resources in Europe and the Middle East. We cannot let our guard down. Lin Tian walked into the office with a calm look. These regions are the key to our next expansion. Yes, Mr. Lin. Peng Zhe nodded. Although Xiaowang failed, some of his partners are still powerful. We can't underestimate them. Lin Tian smiled slightly. What we need to do is not just to consolidate our market share in the new energy industry, but to make layouts in multiple fields around the world and quickly build up our comprehensive strength. With the rapid development of the new energy industry, Lin Tian realized that relying solely on profits from the energy industry could no longer meet the future needs of Xingqian Power. To this end, he decided to start from a larger strategic perspective, expand into new business areas, and further consolidate his market leadership. Global mergers and acquisitions, expansion of the capital empire. With the brilliant achievements of star power in the field of new energy, Lin Tian began to launch a large-scale merger and acquisition plan around the world. His target is not only the new energy industry, but also technology, finance, medical and other fields. Through a series of capital operations, Lin Tian quickly extended the tentacles of star power to every corner of the world, and gradually built a cross-industry and cross-border capital empire. I have arranged for the team to enter multiple fields for acquisitions and cooperation, Peng Zhihui reported. In the field of science and technology, we have made in-depth layouts in artificial intelligence and quantum computing, which will become our new profit growth points in the future. Lin Tian nodded. Very good. Future competition will not only be a competition of capital, but also a competition of technological innovation. We must ensure that we are at the forefront in any field. At the same time, Lin Tian accelerated its layout in Europe, the Middle East and Asia, and quickly controlled a number of potential local companies through mergers and acquisitions or cooperation. The addition of these companies not only injected new vitality into Xingchen Power, but also greatly enhanced its competitiveness in the global market. Tech offensive, the rise of StarTech. With the capital market gradually becoming more stable, Lin Tian turned his attention to the more promising technology industry. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and big data will determine the future technology trends and will also be an important force in promoting the development of the capital market. Lin Tian has acquired many technology companies around the world and gradually established a huge technology empire, Xingchen Technology. Unlike Xingchen Power's new energy field, Xingchen Technology's goal is not only to seize market share, but also to gain technological advantages in the global technology competition. In the field of artificial intelligence, Xingchen Technology has taken the lead in launching L chips with independent intellectual property rights, and has entered into applications in multiple industries, especially in the fields of unmanned driving, smart medical care and smart manufacturing, and has made breakthrough progress. Our L chips are already a big step ahead of the market. Next, we will launch more technological achievements. Lin Tian said in a meeting with the team, with confidence in his eyes. This is not only to win the market, but also to create our own future. Financial news, layout of global financial markets. In addition to technology, Lin Tian also set out to reshape the global financial market. Through capital acquisition and market manipulation, Star Power gradually built a powerful financial empire, Star Finance. We want to rapidly expand our share of the financial market by acquiring world-renowned financial institutions, said Lin Tian. At the same time, we will also promote a global financial innovation program to build a new global financial network using blockchain and smart contract technology. The establishment of Star Financial marks the comprehensive rise of Lin Tian in the global financial market. Through deep penetration into the capital market, Star Financial has not only become one of the world's largest asset management companies, but also has occupied an important position in securities, insurance, investment banking, and other fields. Behind all this is Lin Tian's precise strategic layout and profound business vision. He knows that only by mastering the discourse power in the global financial market can we truly stand at the top of the global economy. Future vision, the dream of global domination. As the three major sectors of Xingchen Power, Xingchen Technology and Xingchen Finance gradually mature, Lin Tian's capital empire has gradually acquired global influence. However, Lin Tian is not satisfied with the status quo. He knows that the essence of global market competition is an endless game, and only by constantly expanding his own field can he truly become a global hegemon. We are no longer just a leader in new energy. In the future, we will be the leader in all industries around the world. Lin Tian stood in the conference room of the global headquarters, overlooking the skyscrapers in the entire city, with a determined light in his eyes. We want to become a force that changes the world. The deep integration of the three fields of Xingchen Power, Xingchen Technology, and Xingchen Finance will eventually build a huge business empire. Lin Tian's name will become a legend in the history of global business. End of Chapter 42. Chapter 43. Cross-border mergers and acquisitions, control the future. Lin Tian sat on the top floor of the headquarters building of Star Power, overlooking the panoramic view of this bustling city. The outside world was full of opportunities, and he was standing at the forefront of global business, controlling it all. Next, we will enter the biopharmaceutical industry. Lin Tian pointed out the current strategic goal in one sentence: future competition will not only be in the fields of science and technology and finance, but also breakthroughs in the fields of medicine and biotechnology. In his opinion, humans will face huge health challenges in the future, and the biopharmaceutical industry is undoubtedly one of the biggest growth points. With the aging of the global population and the increasing number of diseases, how to provide more efficient and accurate medical services will become a battleground for major companies around the world. Lin Tian realized that although Xingqian Power has taken the lead in the new energy field, if it does not get involved in the medical industry, then even the largest capital empire will eventually find it difficult to maintain sustainable development. He needs a new technological breakthrough, a new industry that can gain a foothold in the global market. Biomedicine, the rise of star life. In order to successfully enter the biopharmaceutical industry, Lin Tian still chose the most direct way: mergers and acquisitions. He set his sights on several world-leading biotechnology companies, which not only have deep technical accumulation in the field of biopharmaceuticals, but also master the core technologies of many key drugs. After urgent discussions with several directors, Lin Tian made a decision, and soon, Xingqian Life Company came into being. The companies we acquired have strong technical strength and are also in the leading position in the world in terms of R&D capabilities, Peng Zhe said in his report, but what we need most is to integrate these technical resources to form our own unique technological advantages. Lin Tian nodded, yes. What we want is not only technology, but also a global medical ecosystem layout. Cross-border MA, challenges and opportunities coexist. The MA process in the biopharmaceutical industry is not always smooth. Although Xingqian Power has strong financial resources, the competition in the global biopharmaceutical market is still very fierce. Behind every MA transaction, there may be complex political games, conflicts of interest and industry barriers. However, Lin Tian was not afraid of these difficulties. With his keen business sense and strong financial support, he gradually overcame one difficulty after another. With the completion of a series of mergers and acquisitions, StarLife successfully absorbed a number of key technologies and entered a number of markets with great potential. Mr. Lin, we have acquired several biopharmaceutical companies and obtained several important patented technologies. Next, we will focus on promoting the research and development of cancer immunotherapy and gene editing technology. Peng Zhe's tone was full of excitement. Xingqian Life has already possessed sufficient competitiveness. Lin Tian looked at the report in front of him, his lips slightly raised. This is just the beginning. Next, we are going to change the global medical landscape. Global layout, controlling the future of healthcare. With the gradual rise of StarLife, Lin Tian began to comprehensively lay out the global medical market. He not only occupied a place in the European and American markets, but also set his sights on emerging markets such as Asia and Africa. Through cooperation with local governments and medical institutions, Lin Tian promoted StarLife's products to all parts of the world. With our technology, cancer treatment worldwide will enter a new era, Lin Tian said in a speech at a global medical forum. In the future, we will no longer rely solely on traditional treatments, but through precise gene therapy and immunotherapy, we can make every life full of hope. The technological breakthrough of StarLife has won great attention from the global medical community. More and more medical institutions have begun to cooperate with StarLife to promote the popularization of its technology around the world. Lin Tian's name has once again become the focus of global business and technology. Political game, the power struggle of multinational corporations. In the process of global layout, Lin Tian gradually realized that behind capital and technology, there are often more complicated political games involved. In some countries, the medical industry is still under a highly controlled state, and government policies and regulations directly affect the survival and development of enterprises. In order to break this bottleneck, Lin Tian not only strengthened cooperation with governments of various countries, but also took the initiative to provide funding and technical support to governments around the world to promote the reform of the global medical system. This move not only established a good corporate image for him worldwide, but also enabled Xingqian Life to gain more political support. We need to do more than just achieve commercial success. We need to become an important member of global governance, Lin Tian said at an international medical summit. Only by overcoming political and regional barriers can we truly achieve fair sharing of global medical resources. Future vision, achieving the great cause of human health. Lin Tian's goal is far more than just accumulating personal wealth. He has set his sights on the world, and even the entire interstellar space. He hopes that through StarLife, the distribution of global medical resources will become more equitable and efficient, so that everyone can enjoy the health dividends brought by technological progress. Our future is for the health of all mankind. Lin Tian said to the team in the conference room of Xingqian Life's headquarters, we not only want to occupy the market, but also change the face of the entire industry. These words deeply shocked everyone present. Lin Tian, the young man who rose from the capital market, is no longer a simple businessman. His goal has surpassed the boundaries of business and entered a higher realm to create a better future for mankind. End of Chapter 43. Chapter 44, Capital Storm, Control the Financial Empire. After the global medical market gradually stabilized, Lin Tian realized that relying solely on the biopharmaceutical industry was not enough to ensure the sustainable development of the empire. He needed to expand into a wider field to ensure the leadership of star power. The financial industry is the ultimate foundation. Lin Tian sat in his office, thinking about the future layout. Technology, energy, and medical care have all been developed under the impetus of capital. Next, we will enter the financial sector and control the lifeline of global capital flows. Lin Tian has decided that the financial sector will be his next battlefield to conquer. Finance is not only about the control of global wealth, but also about the game between countries and the power behind the game. Mastering the lifeline of finance is equivalent to mastering the heart of the global economy. Strategic choice, acquisition of top global financial institutions. For Lin Tian, who already has tens of billions of dollars in capital, it is not realistic to directly establish a new financial empire. The fastest way is through acquisition. In the global financial market, almost all top financial institutions have extremely deep historical backgrounds and strong capital accumulation. Lin Tian began to acquire several of the world's top financial companies, JP Chase, Credit Suisse, and Deutsche Bank. These companies have huge asset management capabilities, strong investment banking businesses, and the world's top capital market influence. We must complete these acquisitions in the shortest possible time. Lin Tian calmly gave the order, with unquestionable confidence in his tone. The future of Xingqian finance must not only be on par with the world's strongest financial groups, but also surpass them. Fund mobilization, eclectic capital operations. Acquiring these top financial institutions means that Lin Tian will face unprecedented fund mobilization and complex capital operations. Every flow of funds will trigger violent fluctuations in the global market. Mr. Lin, the board of directors of JP Chase has agreed to our acquisition proposal, but the acquisition negotiations with Credit Suisse and Deutsche Bank need to be further advanced. Peng Zhe reported, however, we have gradually gained their trust through some financial and policy means. Lin Tian nodded and said, continue to increase capital investment. Use the influence of the capital market to lower the stock prices of these companies as much as possible. Once their stock prices reach a reasonable level, we will immediately take action. This strategy is another way for Lin Tian to break the rules of the financial market. Through precise capital allocation and market manipulation, he gradually achieved his acquisition goals. JP Chase, Credit Suisse, and Deutsche Bank were eventually incorporated into Xingqian Power. Star Finance, the rise of a global financial giant. The rise of Star Finance quickly shook the global financial market. Lin Tian not only took over these financial companies, but also carried out in-depth integration and upgrading. Using its capital advantage, Star Finance quickly broke the barriers of traditional financial institutions and rapidly expanded its business around the world. We are not just a bank, but also a hub for global capital. Lin Tian announced at the first general meeting of Xingqian Finance, his tone revealing great ambition. Next, we will control the pulse of global wealth flows through financial innovation. In just a few months, Star Finance has quickly seized a place in the global financial market through new financial products such as digital currency, blockchain technology, and global cross-border payment platforms. Traditional financial institutions are beginning to feel unprecedented pressure in the face of competition from Star Finance. Controlling global capital flows, the core of a financial empire. As Xingqian Finance expanded around the world, Lin Tian gradually established a control system for the global financial market. He gradually controlled the flow and direction of global funds by accurately analyzing and planning the capital flows of different countries, regions, and industries. Mr. Lin, Xingqian Finance has established a huge capital network around the world. Peng Zhe reported, we have established cooperative relationships with major financial institutions in more than 50 countries, and our cross-border investment projects are also increasing. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled. Very good. What we need to do now is to gradually integrate this network into a global unified capital circulation system. This is the basis for us to truly control the global economy. Financial confrontation, gambling with world giants. As Star Finance gradually rose, global financial giants felt an unprecedented threat. Wall Street in the United States, European banking consortiums, and Asian financial groups all began to guard against Star Finance. In the financial market, capital games are almost an endless struggle. Lin Tian knows that if he wants to truly become the hegemon of global finance, he must engage in an epic confrontation with these financial giants. He was not in a hurry to confront these giants head-on, but chose a more subtle approach by continuously expanding the influence of star finance, controlling more and more global financial resources, while taking advantage of capital market fluctuations and technological innovations to make it difficult for other financial groups to catch up. Global domination, blueprint for a financial empire. Through years of hard work, Xingqian Finance has become a core force in the global financial market. Lin Tian has successfully linked together multiple industries such as capital, technology, medical care, and energy to form a huge business empire. From today on, Star Finance is not just a financial platform, it will become the core of global wealth flow. Lin Tian stood on the top floor of Star Finance's new headquarters building, overlooking this city full of infinite possibilities, his heart full of firm belief. He understood that true wealth and power do not come solely from the accumulation of financial figures, but rather from the ability to manipulate global resources through capital and thereby change the world's landscape. This is my real goal. Lin Tian smiled, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. His business empire is already unrivaled. End of Chapter 44. Chapter 45 Cross-border mergers and acquisitions, the new journey of the financial empire. The rise of Star Finance is not only the success of a financial institution, but also a revolution that changes the global capital structure. With his profound insight into the global economy, Lin Tian has made Star Finance a force that cannot be ignored. But he is not satisfied with this. The journey ahead is still long. In the battlefield of the global economy, the real competition has just begun. Now is not the time to stop. Lin Tian sat in his office, looking out through the huge French windows at the distant urban landscape, his eyes solemn. Competition in the capital market has never stopped, and the expansion of the financial empire has just begun. Lin Tian knew that only by continuously strengthening his own capital strength could he occupy a place in the future game. The initial layout of Xingqian Finance has been solidified, but the next strategy is more important. Acquire global assets and build a transnational financial network. Mr. Lin, after our team's research, we found that a large number of high-quality companies around the world, especially those in the technology and energy fields, are facing opportunities for capital restructuring. Peng Zihue reported excitedly, holding a document. If we can quickly expand our business scope through mergers and acquisitions, it will greatly enhance our influence in the global market. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and nodded, keep going. Acquisition is our fastest way. In addition to the technology and energy sectors, we also need to focus on industries such as entertainment, media, and education. These are the key points for future capital flows. After several months of preparation, Star Finance began to acquire high-quality companies around the world, especially in the fields of technology, energy, entertainment, and education. With the help of Star Finance's huge capital pool, Lin Tian quickly completed several major mergers and acquisitions. At the same time, Star Finance has gradually opened up cooperation channels with other capital parties and countries, and gradually built a transnational financial network. These acquisitions not only enhanced the industrial chain layout of Star Finance, but also laid the foundation for its influence in the global market. Star Finance is no longer just a financial company. It has begun to penetrate into the core of various industries around the world and become a hub for global capital flows. Capital manipulation, fighting against global financial groups. As Star Finance grew stronger, major financial groups around the world began to threaten it. Some traditional financial giants began to see Lin Tian as their biggest competitor, especially Wall Street in the United States, European banking consortiums, and Asian financial groups. They knew that the rise of Star Finance meant that their dominant position would be challenged. However, Lin Tian did not retreat because of this. Instead, he became more determined in his strategic goal to completely change the rules of the global economy through capital operations. Now is the time to fight back against these financial groups. Lin Tian smiled slightly, his eyes deep. Their advantage lies in their historical accumulation, while our advantage lies in flexibility and technology. Through precise capital manipulation, Lin Tian began to adopt a series of aggressive investment strategies. Through the influence of Xingqian Finance, he operated the stock market around the world and acquired shares of many giants. At the same time, he also began to invest heavily in blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, and new energy industries, laying out the future market with a forward-looking vision. Soon after, Lin Tian successfully acquired some important financial assets on Wall Street through the fluctuations of the capital market, further consolidating the dominant position of Xingqian Finance. At the same time, his move also aroused the vigilance of other consortiums, and the global economic pattern changed again. Strategic adjustment, Star Finance's global layout. With the gradual breakthroughs in major global financial groups, Lin Tian gradually realized that the future development of Star Finance must not only rely on the short-term gains of the capital market, but also look further ahead and make a global strategic layout. The capital market is not the eternal hegemon. Future competition will not be limited to the accumulation of wealth. Technology, energy and innovation are the keys to success. Lin Tian proposed his own strategic adjustment plan. We need to build a transnational cooperation system to integrate global resources, technology and capital to form a truly globalized economy. Therefore, Lin Tian decided to extend the reach of Star Finance to more fields. He proposed to invest in the world's most advanced scientific research projects to develop technologies in future science and technology fields such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and sustainable energy. At the same time, he also increased investment in the global education industry, planning to cultivate the next generation of scientific and technological elites through educational projects and further strengthen Star Finance's global strategic layout. Fighting back against the consortium, becoming the maker of global capital rules. Xingchen Finance has gradually established a strong financial barrier around the world. At the same time, Lin Tian also realized that acquisitions and mergers alone are not enough to completely control the global capital market. To truly become a rule maker for global capital, he needs to master higher-level financial technology. Blockchain technology is a revolutionary force in the future financial sector. Lin Tian announced to his team that he decided to invest in the world's top blockchain companies to master the core technology of digital currency. We want to lead the future financial trend and become a pioneer in digital currency and decentralized finance. On this basis, Stellar Finance has not only become the world's largest digital currency trading platform, but has also established a number of financial infrastructures in cooperation with governments of various countries, providing a more efficient and secure channel for global capital flows. Global layout, the grand blueprint of the capital empire. As the global layout of Star Finance gradually takes shape, Lin Tian begins to set his sights on a bigger goal to establish a globally integrated capital network, through which capital, resources and technology from countries around the world will no longer have barriers but can flow freely. This is not just a financial empire, this is a new era of global economy. Lin Tian stood on the top floor of the headquarters building of Xingchen Finance, gazing at the blueprint for the future. In the next few years, we will completely change the world's economic landscape. Every step of Xingchen Finance's expansion is breaking the inherent rules of the global economy. And Lin Tian, like a commander, controls the direction of this global economic change. In the future, what belongs to him will not only be a financial empire, but also the master of the global economy. End of Chapter 45. Chapter 46. Control global energy with unstoppable force. Lin Tian stood on the top floor of Xingchen Finance, overlooking the prosperous scene of the entire city, with a faint smile on his face. After several years of development, Xingchen Finance is not only a strong player in the financial field, but also a global economic force that cannot be ignored. He has already stood firm at the commanding heights of the financial market, but he has not stopped. The real challenge has just begun. Energy is the key to success in the future. Lin Tian thought about his next strategic goal with a sharp eye and full of foresight. In the past few years, the global energy market has been monopolized by a few giant companies, and in the field of new energy, global competition has become increasingly fierce. Lin Tian understands that controlling the energy market, especially renewable energy, will be the most strategic investment in the next decade. At this time, Xingchen Finance's capital strength has reached an unprecedented height, and it is obviously the best time to carry out global energy acquisitions. Energy acquisition, strategic expansion of Star Financial. Mr. Lin, we have found several energy companies worth investing in, especially in the new energy field. Many companies are undergoing capital restructuring. It is a good time for us to take action. Zhao Lin walked into Lin Tian's office with an excited face holding a report in his hand. Lin Tian flipped through the report, his eyes gleaming with a gleam of decision. New energy is the future strategy. We will not only acquire existing energy companies, but also increase investment in green energy, nuclear energy, wind energy, solar energy, and other technologies. We will lead the future of the global energy market through our technological advantages. Zhao Lin nodded, indicating that she understood. She immediately gave instructions to start Xingchen Finance's global energy acquisition plan. Almost at the same time, Lin Tian personally selected several of the world's top new energy companies and began to inject funds and cooperate with them in technology, quickly forming a powerful energy industry chain. At the same time, Star Finance has also reached cooperation agreements with several international energy organizations and obtained the operating rights of several important energy fields. Lin Tian's goal is very clear: through technological innovation and capital operation, Star Finance will be built into one of the world's largest energy giants and dominate the future direction of the energy market. Raising a storm, a shock to global energy markets. With the strong entry of Star Finance, the global energy market has set off an unprecedented storm. Those traditional energy giants fell into crisis for a while, because Lin Tian has taken over the core technology and market share of his competitors through a series of acquisitions. More importantly, Star Finance's strategic layout in the field of new energy has made everyone realize that the dominance of traditional energy is undergoing a huge change. Star Finance has extended its tentacles into the energy industry. What does this mean? The world-renowned financial media Financial Times quickly published a special report analyzing the far-reaching impact of Star Finance's entry into the energy field. The article pointed out that Lin Tian's move not only subverted the competitive landscape of the global energy market, but also marked a reshuffle of global capital forces. Through large-scale capital investment, Xingchen Finance has pushed a number of technologically innovative companies to the forefront. Whether it is battery energy storage technology in the field of green energy or nuclear fusion technology for future energy, Lin Tian's vision is undoubtedly at the forefront of the times. However, the ever-changing capital market also made Lin Tian realize that acquisitions and technology introductions were only initial breakthroughs, and the subsequent strategic layout was the key to determining whether Star Finance could gain a foothold in the global energy industry in the long term. Establish a global energy alliance and control market rules. The global energy market has changed, but if we want to truly gain the right to speak, it is far from enough to rely solely on acquisitions and technological progress, Lin Tian made clear at an internal strategic meeting. We need to establish a transnational energy alliance, unite governments and companies from various countries, and thoroughly control the flow and distribution of global energy through resource sharing and technological cooperation. Lin Tian proposed a new strategic concept, the Global Energy Alliance. He planned to use the capital advantage of Star Finance to cooperate with governments, enterprises, and scientific research institutions around the world to establish an energy cooperation platform across multiple countries and regions. Through this platform, Star Finance will become a hub for global energy circulation, leading the production, trading, and distribution of energy, and thus controlling the global economic network. Through this strategy, Star Finance can not only control the production of energy, but also dominate the pricing of global energy prices. The establishment of the Global Energy Alliance will also greatly enhance Star Finance's voice in international politics and economy, making it one of the makers of global energy policy. Technological revolution, the future of smart energy. Lin Tian not only pays attention to the market share of traditional energy, but also actively invests in future smart energy technology. He believes that smart energy will be one of the biggest market opportunities in the next few decades. Xingchen Finance not only wants to become a leader in the global energy industry, but also leads the technological revolution and promotes the digitalization and intelligence of the energy industry. We want to make the production, distribution, and use of energy a highly intelligent and automated process. Lin Tian proposed a new goal to the team to establish a global intelligent energy management platform, integrate the global energy supply chain, and realize intelligent control and resource optimization. By cooperating with the world's leading technology companies, Star Finance has increased its R&D and investment in smart energy technology. In just a few years, Star Finance has not only mastered the world's most advanced smart energy management technology, but also launched the world's first smart energy trading platform, which has completely changed the trading model of the energy industry. Reaping the rewards, dominating the global energy market. As Star Finance deepened its presence in the global energy market, Lin Tian's layout gradually showed results. Through close cooperation with governments and enterprises, he successfully built a transnational energy cooperation system and firmly controlled the rules of the global energy market. At the same time, Star Finance's smart energy platform has also become an important channel for global energy transactions, providing a new growth point for the company's capital operation. Lin Tian stood on the top floor of Xingchen Finance, overlooking the bustling city, with a strong sense of pride and achievement in his heart. In just a few years, he went from a nobody to a giant in the global financial and energy market. He used his wisdom and capital to change the world's economic landscape. Next, we will enter the global technology market. Lin Tian smiled calmly, his eyes firm, as if he saw a broader future. End of Chapter 46. Chapter 47, Global Technological Competition, Mastering the Future. Xingchen Finance's capital has spread across major industries around the world. However, Lin Tian knows that relying solely on the control of the capital market is far from enough for him to maintain a long-term advantage. The real competition is the competition in the field of science and technology, and the way to win in the future must be the guidance of science and technology. Technology is the foundation of the future. Lin Tian muttered to himself as he checked the latest developments in the technology industry. Only by mastering core technology can we occupy an absolute leading position on the global economic stage. Lin Tian decided to focus Xingchen Financial's resources on the science and technology field, especially in cutting-edge fields such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing and biotechnology. Through precise strategic deployment, he began to acquire the world's leading technology companies on a large scale, and introduced the world's top scientific research talents to comprehensively lay out the technology industry. Artificial intelligence, ushering in a new era of global intelligence. In the field of artificial intelligence, Lin Tian sees unlimited potential. The future world will be dominated by artificial intelligence technology. By cooperating with the world's top AI companies, Xingchen Finance not only obtained a number of advanced artificial intelligence technologies, but also successfully acquired several artificial intelligence companies with independent research and development capabilities. In order to further consolidate the technological advantages of artificial intelligence, Lin Tian has also established strategic partnerships with many well-known universities and research institutions around the world, set up a number of AI laboratories, and brought together the world's top scientific research teams, dedicated to promoting technological innovation in artificial intelligence. Star Finance not only applies artificial intelligence in the financial field, but also begins to implement AI in other industries. From smart healthcare, smart cities, to smart homes, autonomous driving and other fields, Star Finance's technological achievements are being promoted on a large scale and gradually penetrating into the global market. Through the application of artificial intelligence, Xingchen Finance has not only achieved breakthroughs in technology, but also brought unprecedented changes to the capital market. Lin Tian realized that intelligent technology not only improves efficiency, but also opens the door to the future economy. Quantum computing, a technological revolution that spans the ages. Then, Lin Tian turned his attention to the field of quantum computing. Quantum computing is hailed as the crown jewel of future technology and will completely change the way computer technology, communication technology, and even the entire society operates. The development of quantum computing means a huge leap forward for global science and technology. Lin Tian is full of longing for this field. Whoever masters quantum computing owns the future. In order to seize the commanding heights of quantum computing, Lin Tian invested heavily and quickly acquired the world's top quantum computing companies and research institutions through mergers and acquisitions, cooperation and independent research and development. With the capital support of Star Finance, the technological progress of quantum computing has been advancing at an astonishing speed and has become the core of digital transformation in all walks of life around the world. Quantum computing can not only make more accurate market forecasts in the financial field, but also bring revolutionary changes to the fields of energy, medicine, military, etc. Lin Tian has positioned Xingchen Finance as a leader in the field of global quantum computing and will promote the popularization and application of this technology in the future, completely changing the operating mode of the global economy. Biotechnology, opening a new era for human health. Biotechnology, especially gene editing and regenerative medicine, is also one of Lin Tian's key investment areas. As the global population ages, breakthroughs in biotechnology will become one of the most important changes in future society. Human health and longevity are the most precious wealth. Lin Tian knows very well that the ultimate goal of science and technology is not only to create wealth, but also to improve the quality of life of all mankind. Through acquisitions and investments in leading global biotech companies, Star Financial has gradually mastered key technologies in gene editing, precision medicine, anti-aging technology, and other key areas. Lin Tian is particularly interested in the potential of gene therapy technology and plans to promote the cure of human diseases and realize the arrival of the era of longevity through the dual means of technology and capital. Through the research and development of gene editing and regenerative medicine, Lin Tian has made Star Financial a leader in the global health industry. This strategy has not only brought huge profits to Star Financial, but also made great contributions to the health and longevity of human beings around the world. Global Technology Alliance, innovative collaboration across borders. With the successful layout of artificial intelligence, quantum computing and biotechnology, Lin Tian realized that the power of Star Finance alone could not fully support the advancement of science and technology. The development of global science and technology must rely on cross-border cooperation. In order to promote the innovation and development of global science and technology, Lin Tian proposed to establish a global science and technology alliance to integrate the scientific research strength, capital resources, and technical strength of various countries to jointly promote the progress of global science and technology. This alliance includes not only enterprises, but also governments, scientific research institutions, and educational platforms of various countries in the world. The goal is to break down the technological barriers between countries and promote global scientific and technological innovation. Through this global technology alliance, Star Finance not only consolidated its position in the global technology field, but also further expanded its voice in the international economy. Lin Tian's idea has received widespread support from the global technology community, and many countries and companies have joined in, forming a new pattern of global technology development. The journey ahead, a global technological empire. Lin Tian stood in front of the glass curtain wall of the Xingqian financial headquarters, looking at the prosperous scene of the city. His heart was filled with pride and sense of accomplishment. He knew that he was not only the founder of a financial empire, but also the master of the future of global technology. The combination of capital and technology is the ultimate way to win. Lin Tian said in a low voice, his eyes deep, as if he had seen the blueprint for the future. Every step taken by Xingqian Finance is changing the world, and Lin Tian's strategic layout gradually reveals the new pattern of the global economy. He knows that only by continuing to lead technological innovation can he truly achieve global control and become the master of the future economy. The future belongs to Star Finance and Lin Tian. End of Chapter 47. Chapter 48, Global Financial Crisis, The Rise of Star Finance. The layout of Xingqian Finance's technology empire has achieved remarkable results. However, the changes in the global economic landscape will not stagnate because of the rise of individual companies. Lin Tian knows that the world's financial system is already undergoing profound changes, and the rules of capital flow are quietly changing. How to seize the initiative in this storm has become the key to success. The financial storm is coming. Lin Tian sat at his large desk, his eyes scanning the global market report in front of him. We must take the initiative and stand in the center of the storm to seize future opportunities. Lin Tian's words make sense. With the instability of the global economy, the traditional financial system is facing unprecedented challenges. Major financial institutions have increased their attention to digital currencies, blockchain technology, and decentralized finance, and the rules of the game in the financial market are changing rapidly. Decentralized finance, the beginning of a financial revolution. As the most revolutionary financial model at present, decentralized finance DeFi has attracted great attention from investors around the world. It does not rely on the traditional banking system, but through blockchain technology, it realizes peer-to-peer transactions around the world, reduces intermediaries, and improves financial efficiency. Seeing this trend, Lin Tian quickly made a decision: Xingqian Finance will comprehensively deploy decentralized finance and promote the reform of the global financial system. We want to become the leader in the global DeFi market, Lin Tian said firmly. Through blockchain technology and smart contracts, we will completely break the shackles of the traditional financial market and reshape the global financial system. Star Finance has used its strong capital and technological advantages to quickly invest in the field of decentralized finance, not only developing its own digital currency platform, but also launching a number of innovative financial products and services. This move quickly attracted a large amount of funds and investors, and Star Finance's influence in the global financial market has been further enhanced. Game of capital, acquisition, and counterattack. As the global capital market changes, more and more financial giants are entering the decentralized financial sector. Some traditional financial groups, such as Wall Street investment banks and European banking consortiums, are also making plans for the blockchain and digital currency markets. However, Lin Tian was not intimidated by these competitors. Instead, he actively acquired and integrated outstanding global blockchain companies to further strengthen his technological advantages. Xingqian Finance not only exerted its strength in the capital market, but also gradually formed a strong competitive barrier through technical means and the research and development of blockchain and digital currency. The game of capital is no longer just about money. Lin Tian looked at the ever-changing stock market and digital currency trends on the screen, with a sneer in his eyes. In this game, whoever can master the most cutting-edge technology will gain dominance in the future. Lin Tian's strategy gradually became clear. Xingqian Finance not only wanted to gain a dominant position in the traditional financial market, but also wanted to create its own rules in the field of decentralized finance and digital currency. Global capital storm, leading the future economy. As the global financial crisis intensified, Lin Tian became more determined to promote global financial reform. At this time, governments around the world also began to notice the impact of decentralized finance, and regulators in various countries introduced policies to try to control the risks of this emerging industry. Lin Tian is not constrained by these policies, but believes that this is an important opportunity for the global financial market to move towards innovation. He believes that only through innovation and reform can we break the bottleneck of the traditional financial system and usher in a new era of a freer and more efficient global economy. The future financial market will be a free market without borders and barriers. Lin Tian expressed his views on the future financial market. Only by establishing a truly decentralized and globalized financial system can we unleash the maximum potential of capital and promote the rapid development of the global economy. Xingqian finance has gradually emerged in the global capital market through its own technological and financial advantages. At the same time, Lin Tian has further consolidated his position as a financial empire by taking advantage of decentralized finance and using emerging technologies such as digital currency and smart contracts. Global layout, capital without borders. With the success of Xingqian finance in the field of decentralized finance, Lin Tian has set his sights on the broader global market. He realizes that in the future, capital flows will no longer be restricted by national borders, and capital will flow freely around the world, which will break all traditional financial rules. Global capital flow is the ultimate goal. Lin Tian knows very well that to truly control the global economy, it is necessary to break national boundaries and establish a global capital system. In order to achieve this goal, Lin Tian decided to continue to promote the global layout of star finance and expand it to more markets and industries. Whether it is the financial market in Southeast Asia or emerging markets such as Europe, Africa, and Latin America, Lin Tian has extended the tentacles of star finance to every corner of the world. Xingqian finance not only continues to expand its influence in the traditional financial field, but also gradually realizes the borderless flow of global capital through emerging technologies such as decentralized finance and digital currency. The success of this strategy makes Lin Tian more deeply aware that the future of the global economy will be controlled by a group of innovators like him. Leaping into the future, Star Finance's global mission. With the advent of the global financial crisis, the strategic layout of Xingqian finance began to usher in unprecedented opportunities. Under Lin Tian's leadership, Xingqian finance not only stood firm in the traditional financial market, but also became an important promoter of decentralized finance in the global financial market. The future of Star Finance is not only the empire of capital, but also the new order of the global economy. Lin Tian stood on the top floor of Star Finance headquarters, looking out at the capital flow around the world, with fearless confidence in his eyes. We will become the leader of global economic reform and push the world into a new financial era. The future global economy will surely be the era of Star Finance and Lin Tian. End of Chapter 48. Chapter 49. Chapter 49, The Challenge of Technology Giants, the Undercurrent of the Financial Empire. The rapid rise of Xingqian finance is no longer limited to the financial industry itself. With the continuous flow of capital, Lin Tian gradually extended his tentacles to more industries, especially the technology industry. He knew that the future competition would not only be about the competition for funds and market share, but the real decisive point would be technological innovation and technology control. At this time, the global technology giants also began to regard Lin Tian as a threat, and launched a dark tide of competition. The integration of technology and finance is the key to the future. Lin Tian stood on the top floor of the high-rise building of Xingqian Finance, looking at the technology park in the distance, with a gleam of light in his eyes. If we can master the most advanced technology and control the flow of global capital, then the world's economic order will be dominated by us. As emerging technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing gradually mature, global technology giants have also realized that the control of technology will directly affect the future direction of the economy. Several major technology giants in Silicon Valley, high-tech companies in Europe, and technology giants in Asia have invested heavily to seize the commanding heights of these technological fields. But Lin Tian was not afraid. He knew that if he wanted to become a global technology and financial empire, he had to confront these technology giants head-on, and even suppress them with capital and technology. Comprehensive layout, cross-border acquisitions, technology, and financial integration. Lin Tian began to increase investment in the field of science and technology, especially in the research and development of future technologies such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and 5G technology. Xingqian Finance is not only a financial institution, but also a high-tech company with strong financial support. Through huge acquisitions, he continuously acquired advanced technology companies and quickly broke through the barriers to the integration of finance and technology. Mr. Lin, after our investigation, we found that the world's top artificial intelligence company, Genting Technology, is in the process of changing its shareholders. Peng Zhihui handed over a document with a hint of excitement in his tone. If we can acquire this company, we will be able to quickly improve our layout in the field of artificial intelligence and master leading technologies. Lin Tian flipped through the documents, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Keep going, the acquisition is not only a battle for funds, but also a battle for technology control. He said firmly, this is not just a battle of capital, but also a battle for technological revolution. In just a few months, Star Finance successfully acquired several technology giants through capital manipulation, gradually occupying an important position in the fields of artificial intelligence, blockchain, and future technology. At the same time, Lin Tian also launched a project called Starlink, intending to integrate these technologies into one and establish a global technology and financial ecosystem. The counterattack of technology giants, challenges and games. However, Lin Tian's actions have aroused the vigilance of global technology giants. Silicon Valley's Apocalypse Technology, Europe's EU Technology Group, and China's Tianhua Group have all united to try to curb Lin Tian's expansion through capital alliances. They realized that Lin Tian's capital had not only rapidly penetrated the global financial market, but had also entered the technology field, threatening their core competitiveness. If no action was taken, the future technology and financial landscape would undergo fundamental changes. We can't let Xingchen Finance control the global technology finance market. Alan Slott, CEO of Apocalypse Technology, said angrily at the meeting, we must unite to prevent Lin Tian from further expansion. As a result, several of the world's leading technology giants decided to join forces to jointly respond to the challenge of Star Finance. This game is no longer a simple capital competition, but a comprehensive confrontation between technology and finance that concerns the future dominance of the global economy. Counterattack, Xingchen Finance's winning strategy. Lin Tian was not afraid of the joint counterattack by the technology giants. He knew that this was not only a battle of capital, but also a game of technology and strategy. Faced with such a huge opponent, Xingchen Finance chose to take a different approach, increasing investment in the research and development of emerging technologies, especially breakthroughs in the field of quantum computing. We must become the leader in technology. Lin Tian stood in the R&D laboratory, looking at the rows of high-end equipment, his eyes full of determination. Only by mastering future technologies can we completely break the monopoly of these giants and redefine the rules of global technology and finance. Through high investment in scientific research, Star Finance not only quickly mastered the core technology in the field of quantum computing, but also took the lead in launching the world's first digital currency based on quantum encryption, laying the foundation for future decentralized finance. This technological breakthrough completely broke the technical barriers between Apocalypse Technology and EU Technology Group, and also brought Star Finance's competitiveness in the field of science and technology to a new height. They want to block us through capital, but we want to break their monopoly with technology. Lin Tian smiled as he looked at the quantum computing chip in his hand. The ultimate winner of this game will be us. Global layout, dual commanding heights of finance and technology. With the continuous breakthroughs in science and technology, Xingchen Finance has gradually taken control of the commanding heights of the global capital market, and the technological advantages have also allowed Lin Tian to gain a firm foothold in the field of science and technology. Lin Tian knows that the future world will be a world of deep integration of finance and technology, and mastering the core strengths of both is the real way to win. In the future, Xingchen Finance will not only be a leader in the global financial market, but also a leader in the integration of global technology and finance. Lin Tian looked into the future with unquestionable confidence in his eyes. We will completely change the rules of the game and the global economy and create a new era of global capital and technology. The expansion of Star Finance is no longer just about wealth accumulation, but about completely changing the operating model of the world economy through the dual power of finance and technology and becoming a true global leader. End of Chapter 49. Chapter 50 Global Technology and Finance Summit, the major launch of Genting Technology. Lin Tian knows that to become the hegemon in the global technology and finance field, capital and technology alone are not enough, and it is also necessary to establish absolute voice in the world. In order to further consolidate his position, he decided to hold an unprecedented global technology and finance summit, bringing together global technology giants, financial tycoons and investors to showcase the latest progress of Xingchen Finance in the field of technology and announce his next strategy. The venue for this summit was chosen to be Davos, Switzerland. As a major center of the global financial world, Davos has always been a gathering place for capital tycoons, technology leaders, and politicians. Lin Tian chose to release the latest technological achievements of Xingqian finance here, undoubtedly to announce his globalization strategy to the world, not only capital control, but also comprehensive control of technology and finance. Boss Lin, Jilian Technologies' quantum encryption technology has been successfully developed. Peng Zhui excitedly reported to Lin Tian with the latest research report. This is the world's first digital currency system that uses quantum computing technology. The technology is fully mature and can enter the practical application stage. After hearing this, Lin Tian smiled. Our goal for this summit is to showcase the strength of star finance to the world through Jilian technology, especially the breakthroughs in quantum computing and decentralized finance. He paused, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. This is not only a technology release, but also a prelude to a capital war. Summit opens, global financial technology giants gather. When the world's financial and technology giants arrived in Davos, the whole town was suddenly enveloped by an unprecedented wave of enthusiasm. Major technology companies, banking giants, and investment institutions sent representatives to attend this grand summit. Lin Tian successfully attracted the world's top technology talents and investors through his influence. Participants included Alan Slott of Apocalypse Technology, Marina Baker of EU Technology Group, and even the chairman of Tianhua Group from China. I heard that Lin Tian's Star Finance has recently made a breakthrough in the field of quantum computing. Today's summit may become a shock to the financial world. Alan Slott whispered. Don't underestimate him. Lin Tian is not just a capital tycoon. He also has a unique vision for future technology, added Marina Baker. This summit is not only a showcase of technology and finance, but also the prelude to a global capital game. Everyone knows that Lin Tian's move this time will inevitably change the future global financial and technological landscape. Jilian technology, quantum encryption, and the revolution of decentralized finance. In the keynote speech of the summit, Lin Tian stood in the center of the stage, facing the global investors and media. He was dressed in a black suit, with an imposing manner and a sharp gaze, exuding an aura that could not be ignored. Dear participants, thank you for coming to this unprecedented global technology and finance summit. Lin Tian said with a smile, today, on behalf of Xingqian Finance, I would like to announce to you a groundbreaking technology, Jilian technology. Lin Tian tapped the remote control, and the screen immediately showed the demonstration screen of Jilian technology. A virtual digital currency system interface appeared on the big screen, with countless numbers and quantum encryption nodes flashing on it, like a pyramid of technology. Then, Lin Tian explained in detail the core principle of Jilian technology. Through quantum computing technology, it breaks through the limitations of the traditional financial system and realizes an unprecedented decentralized financial system. Compared with traditional blockchain technology, Jilian technology can provide higher security, lower transaction costs, and support instant transactions worldwide. Intelligent chain technology is the world's first truly decentralized digital currency system based on quantum computing, which means we are about to usher in an unprecedented financial revolution. Lin Tian said with a firm tone, this technology will not only subvert the existing financial system, but also bring revolutionary changes to global capital flows, cross-border payments, smart contracts, and other fields. As Lin Tian finished speaking, the entire venue fell into a brief silence. Then, thunderous applause broke out. The participants realized that Xingqian Finance was not just a financial institution, but had the power to change the global financial landscape. The launch of Jilian technology marked that Xingqian Finance was no longer a simple player in the capital market, but a pioneer in global financial technology. The shock and counterattack of the technology giants. However, this breakthrough technology release also caused shock and vigilance among global technology giants. In particular, Alan Slott of Apocalypse Technology had a gloomy expression. He knew that if Jilian technology was successfully promoted, Xingqian Finance would completely break the existing financial structure and become the master of global capital and technology. Lin Tian is a guy who is really cautious in every step. He not only controls finance, but also makes a name for himself in the field of science and technology. Alan Slott said coldly. He doesn't just want to build a financial empire, he wants to dominate the global economy. Marina Baker also frowned. We must act quickly to curb his expansion in the field of science and technology. Global technology giants have decided to unite to meet the challenge of star finance. They no longer rely solely on capital competition, but plan to launch a comprehensive confrontation with star finance through technological innovation, mergers and acquisitions, and strategic cooperation. Lin Tian's next step, planning the future financial landscape. Facing the counterattack of the technology giant, Lin Tian did not panic, but became more determined. He knew that the real battle had just begun. Although the launch of Jilian technology has won him global attention, this is only the first step. The future competition is not only a contest of technology, but also a competition for global resources, capital, and talents. This war of technology finance has just begun. Lin Tian stood on the stage of the summit with a deep gaze. The future of Xingqian finance will no longer be just a financial empire, but the master of the global economy. Xingqian finance is no longer limited to finance. Its tentacles will extend to various fields around the world and become a leader in the deep integration of technology and finance. And Lin Tian is destined to play a vital role in this global financial technology revolution. End of Chapter 50. Chapter 51, Capital Storm, Reshaping of Global Finance. The launch of Jilian technology is like a boulder thrown into the global financial ocean, stirring up huge waves. Lin Tian's Xingqian finance has already stood at the center of the global financial stage, and this storm has just begun. As Lin Tian's technology and financial empire gradually takes shape, global capital giants have begun to take action, trying to counterattack and contain the expansion of Xingqian finance in various ways. The capital tycoons on Wall Street have obviously realized that Xingqian finance poses a huge threat to their traditional hegemony. Lin Tian is no longer just an individual financial tycoon, he is becoming the dominant force in global capital flows, which is undoubtedly a huge crisis for Wall Street, which relies on the traditional financial system. Lin Tian's rise has exceeded our expectations. Julian Miles of Wall Street said coldly at a secret meeting, with a threatening tone, if we don't take action soon, he will dominate the global financial system. We can't just sit there and do nothing. European financial tycoon Claude Bertin also said solemnly, we must unite and use the power of capital to curb the expansion of star finance. At this time, the global capital market began to undergo subtle changes. On the one hand, Xingqian Finance's Jilian technology and global MA strategy promoted the rapid flow of global capital. On the other hand, the international financial market was also facing unprecedented turbulence. The stock prices of some traditional financial institutions fell sharply, and investors began to reassess market risks. Lin Tian, however, stood in the center of the storm, quietly observing all these changes. Lin Tian's counterattack, the counterattack of the capital market. Facing the joint counterattack of global capital giants, Lin Tian was not afraid at all, but smiled. He knew clearly that his advantage was not only the huge amount of funds, but also the unique advantages of Xingqian finance in technology, flexibility, and global resource integration. The ever-changing capital market was the best time for him to carry out capital operations. We're going to give them a big surprise, Lin Tian said in a team meeting. Since they want to fight back, we'll go with the flow and use market fluctuations to make large acquisitions. Our goal is to leave them nowhere to escape. Lin Tian's plan was simple: to take advantage of the instability of the global financial market and quickly expand Xingqian Finance's capital share from large financial institutions in Wall Street, Europe and Asia through mergers and acquisitions, equity acquisitions, etc. He not only wanted to increase his own capital pool, but more importantly, through acquisitions, he wanted to cut off the enemy consortium's capital chain and resource channels, further weakening their strength. Start acquiring core assets on Wall Street, Lin Tian instructed, and pay attention to financial institutions in Asia and Europe, especially those companies that are deeply in debt crisis. The acquisition must be completed in a short period of time. Xingqian Finance's capital operation was very precise. In just a few months, Lin Tian successfully acquired shares of several financial giants through the fluctuations of the capital market, and even directly controlled several traditional banks. This move quickly triggered shocks in the global capital market. Changing global financial rules. The acquisition of Xingqian Finance is not only a capital operation, but also a reshaping of global financial rules. Lin Tian knows that only through continuous capital expansion and technological innovation can he occupy an absolute dominant position in future economic competition. What we need to do is not just capital expansion, Lin Tian said, but more importantly, we need to change the rules of the global financial system through the combination of technology and capital, and make Xingqian Finance the hub of the future financial system. Under Lin Tian's strategy, Xingqian Finance not only expanded its capital map, but also promoted a decentralized financial model on a global scale, changing the global financial ecology. As a core technology, Jilian technology has completely overturned the traditional financial system and promoted the rapid development of digital currency, blockchain, and decentralized finance. Governments and regulators around the world have begun to pay attention to this emerging financial model, and the rules of global capital flows are quietly changing. In the future, all capital flows will be conducted through decentralized networks. Lin Tian believes that the combination of blockchain and quantum computing will completely change the rules of the game in the financial world. He not only wants to control capital, but also wants to lead the future technological revolution and become the rulemaker of global finance. Star Financial's global network. With the stable layout of Star Finance in the global capital market, Lin Tian's goal is no longer just the appreciation of capital, but the reconstruction of the global financial system. Through acquisitions, mergers, capital operations, and technological innovation, Star Finance has quickly broken the traditional financial structure and become the core hub of the global economy. Next, we will enter the world's largest market, China. Lin Tian thought about the future strategy. China's technology, capital, and resources will become the focus of the global economy in the future. We must plan ahead. Therefore, Star Finance's next target is China. Through cooperation with Chinese technology giants, Lin Tian successfully promoted a series of technology and financial integration projects, further expanding Star Finance's influence in the global economy. The aftermath of the capital storm. The reshaping of global finance has brought unprecedented pressure to traditional financial giants. As Lin Tian's capital empire gradually took shape, the financial systems of countries around the world began to face huge challenges. The volatility of the capital market became more and more intense, the stock prices of traditional financial institutions continued to fall, and the market's anxiety became more intense. Lin Tian is not just changing the rules of finance, he is reshaping the foundation of the global economy. Julian Myers of Wall Street said to his team, "We must do our best to stop him, otherwise, the future world will no longer belong to us." However, Lin Tian had seen through all of this. He knew that everything he did was to welcome the new era of the global economy. In this capital storm, only those players who can quickly adapt to changes can eventually stand at the pinnacle of global finance. End of Chapter 51. Chapter 52, The Ultimate Showdown of Global Capital. The rise of Xingqian finance is not only a sign of the changing situation in the capital market, but also a threat that global financial giants cannot ignore. As Lin Tian continues to acquire high-quality assets and break through traditional financial barriers, the global economic landscape has begun to change quietly. The counterattacks of major capital consortiums have gradually escalated, and Lin Tian knows that the next step will be the ultimate showdown in global finance. Many financial giants around the world began to directly confront Lin Tian. They realized that Lin Tian's Xingqian Finance was no longer just a simple financial company, but was building a new financial system and economic structure. All this meant that their dominant position was being eroded, and the traditional capital structure was also facing the risk of collapse. "We have to do more than just fight Lin Tian," Andre Hast, CEO of a top European investment bank, said solemnly at an international consortium summit. "We also have to break the technological power behind him and prevent him from making breakthroughs in the field of financial technology." Lin Tian had long been aware of the coming of these counterattacks, and even waited for this moment to come. He understood that everything he did was to break the old pattern and establish a new economic ecology. And this ultimate showdown in the capital market is not only a contest of finance, but also a contest of technology, wisdom, and strategy. Strategic showdown, deep integration of capital and technology. Lin Tian sat in the large conference room of Xingqian Financial's headquarters, looking through the window at the distant urban scenery, his heart full of determination. The global financial landscape has changed, but our goal is not just that. He said calmly, "We want to become the leader of the global financial ecosystem through the deep integration of capital and technology." The next step for Xingqian Finance is to break the control of capital over the global market through the advantages of technology. Lin Tian decided to increase investment in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, blockchain, and other fields, especially by combining digital currency with the traditional financial system to promote the full implementation of decentralized finance. "We want to use blockchain technology to subvert the traditional financial system." Lin Tian conveyed his latest strategy to team members in the meeting. "By empowering capital through technology, we want to integrate global financial resources into a decentralized network to form a global capital system without borders." Star Finance has rapidly promoted a number of innovative projects and joined forces with technology companies around the world to make all-out efforts to achieve technological breakthroughs in quantum computing and blockchain. At the same time, Star Finance has also increased its investment and layout in digital currencies, leveraging the influence of the world's largest digital currency trading platform to gradually change the rules of the financial market. Besieged by giants, a life and death battle for Xingqian Finance. As the power of Star Finance gradually expanded, global financial giants realized that if no action was taken, Lin Tian would completely dominate the global capital flow. The giants of international financial centers such as Wall Street, London, and Hong Kong united and prepared to launch a comprehensive capital siege on Star Finance. Lin Tian can no longer continue to expand recklessly, said Herman Stewart, a well-known investor on Wall Street, in a private meeting. We need to join forces to completely squeeze him out of the global capital market. Next, the global financial market entered an unprecedented capital war. The major financial groups used the funds in their hands to unite and try to bring down the share price of Xinjiang Finance through stock market operations and capital flows, and intensified the competition for its acquisition targets. This showdown is not just a contest of money. Lin Tian calmly watched the turmoil in the global market and had already formed a strategy in his mind. It is also a contest of wisdom, technology, and resources. Only by surpassing them can we control the future. He realized that everything he did would eventually break through the barriers of global capital through higher-level wisdom and technology. This life-and-death battle in the capital market was not only a life-and-death battle for Xinjiang Finance, but also a decisive moment for Lin Tian's future strategic layout. Control the future, seamless connection from capital to global network. In order to cope with the siege of the giants, Lin Tian decided to adopt a more precise and efficient way of capital operation. He not only increased the layout of the technology industry, but also began to deeply penetrate major financial institutions around the world. In the game with multiple international consortiums, Lin Tian constantly adjusted his strategy, quickly counterattacked through the reaction of the capital market, and defeated many consortiums with insufficient capital chains. However, Lin Tian's real goal has never changed. He not only wants to become the global capital overlord, but also to break the shackles of all capital through the integration of digital currency and decentralized finance and truly realize the free flow of the global economy. This competition is destined to be extremely difficult, Lin Tian told the team in the conference room of Xinjiang Financial's headquarters. But we cannot retreat. We must build a global economic system without any barriers through the deep integration of technology and capital, and truly realize a globalized economy. Star Finance began to strengthen cooperation with countries around the world and promote the construction of a borderless financial system. With precise strategic vision, Lin Tian gradually developed the core technology of digital currency into a cornerstone of global finance. This not only gave Star Finance unrivaled competitiveness worldwide, but also successfully achieved seamless integration of capital and technology. Date changes, reshaping of global capital markets. With the rise of stellar finance, the order of the global financial market has begun to change dramatically. The influence of traditional financial institutions has been gradually eroded, and the dominance of the capital market has been seized by emerging decentralized finance. The popularity of digital currency and blockchain technology has made global capital flows more flexible and efficient, and traditional banks and investment institutions are facing unprecedented challenges. Lin Tian knows that every move he makes will affect the future direction of the global economy. But he still moves forward fearlessly, because he knows that the rise of Xinjiang Finance is not only a victory for the capital market, but also the beginning of a new global economic order. The ultimate showdown of global capital has reached the final decisive moment. Lin Tian stood on the top floor of the Xinjiang Financial headquarters, looking at the city landscape in the distance, his eyes filled with endless ambition. The future global economy will be dominated by us. End of Chapter 52. Chapter 53, The Game Changer of Global Finance. As the global financial market has undergone tremendous changes, Xinjiang Finance has gradually transformed from an emerging dark horse in the capital market to a powerful force in the global economy. Lin Tian's layout has not only found its place in the capital market, but also promoted a new financial revolution on a global scale. However, Lin Tian also knows that this battle has just begun. Although Xinjiang Finance has already occupied a place in many countries, the real test is still to come. The dominance of the global capital market is not only a contest of funds and resources, but also technology, wisdom, and accurate insight into future trends. Crisis lurks on every side, the counterattack of global capital. The rise of Star Finance quickly caused a strong reaction from traditional financial groups around the world. Especially in Europe and the United States, many financial giants not only felt threatened, but also believed that Lin Tian's approach completely overturned their business model and economic order for decades. We must not allow Lin Tian to continue to expand recklessly. Reed Moore, an investment tycoon on Wall Street, said gloomily, he has found a breakthrough in almost every field that we once thought was entrenched through the combination of technology and capital. At the same time, Europe's top financial groups, especially those banking groups that control important financial resources, also began to join forces to launch a comprehensive crackdown on Star Finance. They tried to lower the share price of Star Finance through the linkage of the capital market and used political influence to suppress Lin Tian. These financial giants understand that if Xinjiang Finance continues to expand, the future global financial system will be out of their control. And the decentralization trend led by Lin Tian may also prevent them from ever regaining their former power. Counterattack, Lin Tian's strategic counterattack. Facing the joint counterattack of the consortium, Lin Tian seemed calm. He had long expected that this battle in the global capital market would not be smooth sailing. Those traditional financial giants were accustomed to the position of controlling global resources and would never be willing to let themselves be replaced by an emerging force. This competition is not just a contest of capital, but also a contest of rules. Lin Tian calmly analyzed the situation in front of him in the headquarters office of Xingqian Finance. What they want is not only my assets, but also the new financial system that I represent. Lin Tian quickly made strategic adjustments. He decided to confront these giants head-on and break the control of these traditional financial groups over the global economy by further promoting the popularity of decentralized finance. He wanted to let the world see that the rules of the game and the capital market were no longer dominated by these traditional financial groups. By increasing investment in digital currency, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technology, Lin Tian began to rapidly advance the global layout of decentralized finance. He began to negotiate with governments around the world to promote a series of policies conducive to the development of decentralized finance, and Xingqian Finance also accelerated the construction of a global network, striving to seamlessly connect all financial data, technologies, and resources. Breakthrough, the innovative path of the financial empire. Only innovation can bring eternal victory in this capital battle. Lin Tian emphasized to the team in an internal meeting, we must break through the barriers of traditional finance and create a brand new financial ecosystem. He decided to further expand the investment areas of Xingqian Finance, especially the precise layout of future technology. Lin Tian clearly pointed out that the core of future finance must be to build a global unified financial system through the deep integration of digital currency and blockchain technology. To achieve this goal, Star Finance has invested in a number of top technology companies around the world, especially in the fields of quantum computing and blockchain, and has achieved technological breakthroughs. Behind all this is Lin Tian's accurate grasp of the future direction of the global economy. At the same time, Star Finance has also increased its investment in education and medical care, and plans to help more people gain equal opportunities for education and medical resources through big data analysis and artificial intelligence technology. This will not only further enhance Star Finance's global influence, but also provide sustainable support for economic development around the world. Deconstructing financial hegemony, redistributing global capital. Through precise planning and strong strategic execution, Lin Tian gradually succeeded in breaking the monopoly of global consortiums on capital. He began to make global capital flows more efficient and transparent through decentralized financial models. This not only reduced the dominance of traditional financial giants, but also provided more opportunities for small and medium-sized enterprises and innovative companies around the world. Lin Tian's emergence has changed the way global capital flows, said an internationally renowned economist at the Global Economic Forum. He has successfully broken the original financial rules through innovative technology and capital operations, bringing new opportunities and challenges to the global economy. With the rapid development of Xingqian Finance around the world, Lin Tian has gradually become an important part of the global economic landscape. His influence has long surpassed the financial field and has begun to penetrate into various industries around the world, becoming a key figure in the reshaping of the global economy. The decentralized financial system he advocated has gradually been widely recognized by governments, enterprises, and ordinary people. Xingqian Finance is becoming a disruptor and a maker of a new order in the global financial market. A new era, dominant in the global economy. The hegemons of the capital market are no longer the traditional financial groups we once knew. Lin Tian stood on the top floor of the high-rise building of Xingqian Financial Headquarters, looking at the brightly lit city night scene. With a determined light in his eyes, a new era of global capital has arrived. With its innovative technology and strategic layout, Xingqian Finance has gradually gained control of the global financial market. Lin Tian has become a new generation leader in the global economy. The decentralized financial system he created is changing the world's economic landscape and promoting the redistribution of global capital. In the future, the influence of Xingqian Finance will not be limited to the financial field. It will have a profound impact on various industries such as technology, education, medical care, and environmental protection around the world, becoming the core engine of the global economy. And Lin Tian is destined to write his own legend in this great transformation of the global economy. End of Chapter 53. Chapter 54, The Controller of Global Technology. The global layout of Star Finance has gradually taken shape, but Lin Tian knows that the real way to win is no longer to rely solely on capital control, but on the in-depth development and control of technology. His foresight of future technology has opened a new door for Star Finance. At this time, the battlefield in the field of science and technology is quietly becoming a new focus of global economic games. Winning technology, the key to investing in the future. The rules of the capital market are no longer the only measure of wealth. Future competition is destined to be a competition of technology. Lin Tian sat in the high-level conference room of Shenzhen Finance, frowning slightly, staring at the project report in front of him. With a determined gleam in his eyes, he said, "We must seize the commanding heights in the field of science and technology. Quantum computing, artificial intelligence, decentralized technology, these are the pillars of the future global economy." Lin Tian knows that in order to continue to dominate the global capital market, he must be one step ahead and firmly grasp the future technology in his hands. This is not just a choice of technology investment, but the key to determining the future direction of the global economy. Cross-border investment, breaking down industry barriers. To achieve this goal, Star Finance began to increase its investment in science and technology worldwide, especially in the two cutting-edge fields of quantum computing and artificial intelligence. By acquiring top technology companies, Star Finance quickly attracted global technology talents and built a strong scientific research team. At the same time, Lin Tian also realized that science and technology is not limited to breakthroughs in a single field. He decided to further break down the barriers between industries and form a multi-dimensional innovation ecosystem through cross-border cooperation. We should not only invest in scientific research companies, but also establish cooperation with the world's top universities and research institutions to promote the rapid transformation of scientific and technological achievements. Lin Tian proposed his own cross-border strategy. "We want to become a leader in global scientific and technological innovation, not just a capital player." Through this series of strategic deployments, Star Finance has quickly established a firm foothold in the global science and technology field and has begun to lead the global trend of technological innovation. Technological breakthrough, the combination of quantum computing and artificial intelligence. Under the continuous promotion of Star Finance, quantum computing and artificial intelligence have begun to achieve deep integration. This technological breakthrough means that computing power will enter a new era, and future economic decisions will no longer rely on traditional computing methods, but will be completed through more efficient and intelligent quantum computing. The realization of quantum computing means that we will have almost unlimited computing power, Lin Tian explained to the team at an internal meeting. This will not only greatly improve decision-making efficiency in the financial field, but also provide a continuous source of power for future technological innovation. At the same time, the continuous development of artificial intelligence has also enabled Star Finance to make great breakthroughs in big data analysis, accurate prediction, risk control, etc. Through deep learning technology, Star Finance's intelligent analysis system can monitor the trends of the global economy in real time, predict future market trends, and provide the most accurate decision-making support for capital operations. The dual engines of technology and capital. The combination of capital and technology will create a new order for the future global economy. Lin Tian knows very well that technology is not only an important force driving the future economy, but also an indispensable winning weapon in the capital market. With strong financial support, Star Finance is driving technological innovation among major technology companies around the world. At the same time, Lin Tian's strategic vision has enabled him to successfully grasp the key breakthroughs in the global technology field, laying an unparalleled technological advantage for Star Finance. Future capital flows will no longer be limited to traditional stock and bond markets, but will enter emerging fields such as digital currency, decentralized finance, and quantum computing. This point raised by Lin Tian has gradually become a new trend in global economic development, and Star Finance has also begun to fully promote the transformation of the global economy in this direction. Control of global technology, sovereignty over the future. Through his mastery of cutting-edge technologies such as quantum computing and artificial intelligence, Lin Tian has not only made Star Finance a giant in the global capital market, but also a leader in the global science and technology field. The technology he has mastered is no longer just a weapon in the financial field, but a magic weapon for winning in the global economy. With the rapid rise of Shenzhen Finance, Lin Tian not only occupies a leading position in the capital market, but also becomes the driving force behind global technological innovation. His name is no longer just a synonym for the financial world, but also a symbol of the global technology field. The technological power he controls has also begun to change the economic landscape of countries around the world. Through the popularization of quantum computing, Star Finance has not only made global capital flows more efficient, but also brought the speed of global technological innovation to an unprecedented level. Innovation leadership, the new ruler of the global economy. With the continuous integration of global technology and capital, Lin Tian knows that he is no longer just a financial giant. The technological power he controls and the huge resources of Xingqian finance have given him absolute influence in the global economy. This game is no longer just about wealth. Lin Tian stood on the top floor of the Xingqian financial headquarters, overlooking the economic landscape of the entire world. What we have to do is to control the future of the global economy and create a brand new economic order. Xingqian finance is not only a financial empire, but also the core engine of global technological innovation and capital flow. Lin Tian has successfully shaped a new era of global economy through his outstanding strategic vision and technological insight. The global financial technology empire he has built is gradually moving towards the top of the world. End of Chapter 54. Chapter 55, The Game of Global Politics. Lin Tian's global layout is not limited to the fields of finance and technology. With the rapid rise of star finance, the global political landscape has also begun to change quietly. The power of capital is becoming an important factor in promoting national and government decision-making. Lin Tian has long realized that future competition is not only a contest between capital and technology, but also a game of political power. Dual manipulation of capital and politics. Global politics is undergoing subtle changes. The power of capital is no longer limited to the economic field. More and more countries are beginning to realize that controlling capital means controlling future sovereignty. Lin Tian analyzed to the team at a global strategic meeting, "Our goal is not only to be a leader in the capital market, but also to become a shaper of the global political landscape." As the influence of Xingqian finance gradually expanded, Lin Tian began to gradually get involved in the political level of various countries. In the context of globalization, Lin Tian understood that the game between financial capital and political power has become a key factor in determining the future economic landscape. Capital can influence a country's economic policies and even change a country's leaders. Lin Tian's words made the senior executives present deeply aware that future competition will not only be a contest in the capital market and technology field, but also a game between capital and political power. Capital drives political reform. Star Financial's global acquisition and investment strategy has enabled Lin Tian's capital to gradually penetrate into the core industries of many countries. This not only gives him more influence in the global economy, but also enables him to promote political reforms with the power of capital. In some countries, Lin Tian gradually came into contact with the government level of the country by investing in domestic infrastructure construction, energy industry, and high-tech companies, and used the leverage of capital to promote policy reform and adjustment. This strategy of capital driving politics not only allowed Xingqian finance to gain more commercial benefits, but also made Lin Tian a political force that cannot be ignored worldwide. At the same time, Lin Tian has also begun to promote some policies with global impact on a global scale through cooperation with governments of various countries, especially in the fields of international trade, financial regulation, energy policy, etc. Game with global powers. As Xingqian finance continued to develop, Lin Tian gradually realized that simple capital operations could no longer meet his ever-expanding goals. He began to turn his attention to higher-level global games, especially in the interaction with global powers. How to influence political decisions through capital power became his strategic focus. We need to establish a closer capital network around the world, not just business cooperation, but also a deep integration of politics and resources. Lin Tian proposed this new strategic direction. Through the game of political capital, we must ensure that Xingqian finance can gain an advantage in future global competition. In this process, Lin Tian gradually established connections with leaders of many countries, using the huge capital and resource advantages of star finance to promote adjustments to global economic policies, especially on global issues such as energy, environment, and finance. Great power confrontation, Xingqian finance's diplomatic strategy. Faced with strong reactions from global powers such as the United States, Europe, and China, Lin Tian did not choose to confront them head-on. Instead, he cleverly maintained good cooperative relations with major powers through more flexible diplomatic strategies, while also promoting changes in relevant policies through the power of capital. In the game with the United States, Lin Tian further consolidated his position in the global financial system through acquisitions in the U.S. capital market. At the same time, through cooperation, he enabled Xingqian finance to participate in the United States' technological innovation and resource allocation. In the cooperation with Europe, Lin Tian used Star Finance's investment in new energy and environmental protection to promote Europe's policy reforms in the green economy and successfully established closer economic ties with major European countries. In his interactions with China, Lin Tian helped China accelerate the opening and reform of its financial markets and promoted greater integration of the Chinese and Western economies through in-depth cooperation in science and technology, finance, and other fields. The power of global capital. Through constant capital manipulation and political games, Lin Tian successfully transformed Xinjiang finance from a financial giant into a global super capital entity. In the political and economic landscape of many countries around the world, Xinjiang finance has occupied a pivotal position. Economic competition in the future will not only be a competition of capital, but also a comprehensive contest of resources, technology, and political power, Lin Tian stressed at an internal summary meeting. We must always maintain keen insight and adjust our strategy at any time to ensure that our capital and political influence can be maximized. Star Finance is no longer just a financial company, it is becoming an invisible political force, driving profound changes in the global economic landscape. Shaping the future, a new global economic order. Lin Tian's grand blueprint is not only a commercial victory, but also a reconstruction of the global economic order. Through the organic combination of capital, technology, and politics, Xinjiang finance is gradually shaping a new global economic order. The future belongs to those who dare to break traditional rules and those who can integrate capital, technology, and politics. Lin Tian was in the high-level conference room of Xinjiang Financial's headquarters, looking at the city landscape outside the window, his heart full of infinite longing. What we are doing is to lay the foundation for the future of the global economy and reshape the global economic landscape. With the rise of Xinjiang finance, Lin Tian has gradually grown from a simple capitalist to an important player in the global economic and political game. His strategic vision is not limited to the immediate wealth, but looks to the future, moving towards the path of true global economic domination. End of Chapter 55. Chapter 56. Chapter 56, Technological Breakthrough, Control the Future. In the context of increasingly fierce global capital and political games, Lin Tian's vision is still not limited to the wealth and power in front of him. He began to devote more energy to technological innovation. Although the success of Xinjiang finance benefited from capital operations, Lin Tian knew that it was technology that really changed the world. The future belongs to those who control core technologies. Lin Tian once said this at a high-level meeting, and it was this sentence that became the core guide for his subsequent series of investment decisions. Faced with the rapid development of the global technology industry, Lin Tian decided to accelerate the layout and seize the next commanding heights. Investing in artificial intelligence, the arrival of the era of intelligent machines. Artificial intelligence is the core of the next technological revolution. Lin Tian looked at the technical report on his desk with a determined light in his eyes. We should not only invest, but also participate in it and control the future. Lin Tian invested Star Finance's capital pool in the field of artificial intelligence around the world, especially those technologies that can change traditional industries, improve production efficiency, and even affect the global economic structure. Through a series of precise investments, Star Finance has not only become a leader in the field of global artificial intelligence, but also actively promoted the application of artificial intelligence technology in all walks of life. From autonomous driving to smart healthcare to intelligent manufacturing, Lin Tian, with the financial support of Star Finance, quickly brought artificial intelligence technology into various traditional industries, helping these industries achieve transformation and upgrading. At the same time, Xinjiang Finance also began to develop its own core AI technology, established a number of innovation laboratories, invited top scientists from around the world to join, and actively promoted the application of AI in finance, energy, medical care, education, and other fields. Lin Tian knew that mastering the core technology of artificial intelligence was the real competitive advantage. Quantum computing, the key to unlocking the future. Artificial intelligence is just one aspect of Lin Tian's plan for the future. He knows very well that the technology that will truly change the world must be quantum computing. Quantum computing is the technology that will completely revolutionize the technology industry in the next decade. Lin Tian proposed this strategic direction and decided to increase investment in quantum computing. Quantum computing can not only greatly improve computing power, but also open up new doors to solve many problems that current computers cannot handle, such as cracking complex passwords, solving big data analysis problems, and promoting the research and development of new materials. Through mergers and acquisitions, cooperation, research and development and other means, Star Finance has rapidly laid out its presence in the field of quantum computing, established the world's leading quantum computing research and development center, and attracted the world's top quantum physicists, computer scientists, and engineers to participate. After several years of hard work, Star Finance has made breakthrough progress in the research and development of quantum computing and successfully realized the industrial application of multiple technologies. At the same time, Lin Tian has also established close cooperative relationships with many top technology companies around the world through capital operations to promote the commercialization of quantum computing. New energy revolution, the future of green economy. In addition to artificial intelligence and quantum computing, Lin Tian is well aware that energy is an important area of future global competition. In order to lead the trend of green economy, he decided to gradually shift the focus of Xingqian finance to the field of new energy, especially the research and development of renewable energy and new energy technologies. We need to change not only the structure of the global economy, but also the global energy structure, Lin Tian said at a strategic meeting. New energy is not only related to environmental protection, but also to future global competitiveness. Star Finance has invested billions of dollars in new energy projects to promote technological breakthroughs in renewable energy such as solar energy, wind energy, and hydrogen energy. At the same time, Lin Tian has also launched a number of green economic funds to support green projects and sustainable development plans around the world. Not only that, Star Finance also actively participates in the reconstruction of the global energy market, promotes international energy cooperation and policy adjustments, and strives to occupy a leading position in the global energy field. Through the power of capital, Lin Tian not only promotes the development of the global green economy, but also takes the lead in the strategic layout of the new energy field. Tech monopoly, the rise of a global tech empire. With breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, quantum computing and new energy, Xingqian finance has not only made great achievements in the financial field, but also started to emerge in the field of science and technology. Lin Tian knows that future competition is not only a contest of capital, but also a showdown of science and technology. We want to build a global technology empire and control the technological lifeline of the future. Lin Tian made a decision at a high-level meeting that Star Finance will not only be a capital giant, but also a leader in the global technology industry. To this end, Lin Tian stepped up his acquisition of the world's top technology companies and quickly mastered core technologies in multiple fields. At the same time, Star Finance launched a series of revolutionary products and services through technological innovation, promoting the overall upgrading of the global technology industry. For example, in the fields of smart home, smart healthcare, smart city, etc., Star Finance has launched a series of intelligent products, which not only changed the lifestyles of global consumers, but also greatly improved the production efficiency of the global economy. Global control, the dual power of capital and technology. Lin Tian's technology layout has gradually made Star Finance not only a dominant player in the financial field, but also a major player in the global technology industry. With the continuous breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, energy revolution and other technologies, Star Finance's influence has continued to expand and gradually penetrate into various fields around the world. The future world will be dominated by those who master technology and capital. Lin Tian knows that the future of Xingqian finance is no longer just a competition of capital, but a dual power game of technology and capital. Through the organic combination of technological innovation and capital manipulation, Lin Tian is moving step by step towards the pinnacle of the global technology and financial empire. End of Chapter 56. Chapter 57. Chapter 57, a major reshuffle of global capital, new challenges for the technology empire. As Star Finance expands in the global technology sector, Lin Tian realizes that although he has made breakthroughs in many fields, the competition in the global capital market is still in a dynamic state of constant change. Although the construction of the financial empire is progressing steadily, new challenges have emerged, and the global economic landscape is undergoing an unprecedented reshuffle. In the world of capital, there is no permanent master, only competitors who constantly adapt. Lin Tian stood in front of the French window of a high-rise building, looking at the busy city, with complicated thoughts in his mind. A new round of competition has begun. The rise of the Global Capital Alliance. While Star Finance is rapidly rising through innovations in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, new energy and other fields, a new capital force is also quietly rising. It is not a single company, but an alliance formed by multiple top global consortiums. Behind these consortiums stand many traditional global capital giants, which have already possessed strong capital and influence through long-term accumulation. This emerging capital alliance quickly launched acquisitions around the world, challenging the position of Xingqian finance. When Lin Tian heard the news, his face was grim. He knew that this competition was not only a contest of capital, but also a game of technology, innovation and future trends. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Lin Tian said calmly, if we allow these consortiums to establish their own technological monopoly, the future of Xingqian finance will be full of uncertainties. Counterattack plan, breaking the alliance's capital chain. In Lin Tian's view, the key to this capital war is not the amount of funds, but whether the capital chain of these consortium alliances can be broken. He decided to take the initiative through a series of capital manipulation and technical layout to break the opponent's integration advantage and weaken its influence in the global market. Lin Tian began to fully promote Star Finance's cooperation with more top technology companies around the world, especially in the research and development of cutting-edge technologies such as blockchain and quantum communications, and actively participated in the global technological innovation competition. At the same time, he also continued to acquire technology startups with great potential, using Star Finance's financial strength and technological advantages to incorporate these companies into his huge network. We need to attack these consortiums from the perspective of technology and innovation. Lin Tian said to his team, although they have a great capital advantage, they will never be able to catch up with us in terms of technology. Using financial instruments, volatility in global capital markets. Lin Tian knew that relying solely on technology and acquisitions was far from enough. In order to more effectively combat these consortium alliances, he began to take advantage of the fluctuations in the global capital market, manipulate the stock market, and create capital shocks. Through precise market analysis and capital manipulation, Lin Tian began to conduct a series of precise investment and acquisition operations in the global market. Xingchen Finance not only further expanded its share in the global financial market, but also gained more influence in capital negotiations between governments of many countries. This capital shock strategy soon took effect. The fluctuations in the global capital market brought tremendous pressure to those traditional consortiums, and even caused the senior executives of some consortiums to fall into internal struggles. Technological breakthroughs, taking control of emerging industries. In addition to capital market operations, Lin Tian did not ignore technological breakthroughs. In the face of global competition, the strongest weapon is still technological innovation. In order to completely surpass the opponent, Lin Tian decided to increase investment in future industries, especially in disruptive technologies such as quantum communication, gene editing, and brain-computer interface. If we can be the first to make breakthroughs in these emerging fields, we will be able to occupy a position that cannot be ignored in the game of global economy, Lin Tian told the team. Therefore, Star Finance has gradually mastered the core technologies in these emerging fields through mergers and acquisitions, investments, and cooperation. For example, in the field of gene editing, Star Finance has teamed up with the world's top biotechnology companies to jointly develop revolutionary treatment technologies, which not only brings new medical hope to mankind, but also lays a solid foundation for Star Finance in the field of biotechnology. Power game, the game behind the consortium. As Xingchen Finance gradually took control of the global capital market, Lin Tian realized that the global economy was not just a contest of capital and technology, but also a complex political game behind it. Although the alliance of the consortium was powerful, there were countless political forces and complex interests hidden behind it. The power game between governments, international organizations, and even major economies in the world has become an important factor affecting the global capital market. In order to further consolidate the position of Star Finance, Lin Tian began to strengthen his ties with governments of various countries, promote a series of policies conducive to global economic development, and even participate in the global economic governance arena. Through the dual means of capital and technology, Lin Tian began to gradually break the control of these consortiums in global politics and economy, and strive for more voice for Star Finance. Global control, Xingchen Finance's path to hegemony. After years of planning and breakthroughs, Star Finance has not only taken a dominant position in the global capital market, but has also become a global leader in technological innovation. Through in-depth planning in various key areas, Lin Tian has not only achieved control over the global economy, but also broken the monopoly of multiple capital giants and built a more fair and innovative global economic environment. Xingchen Finance is not just a financial empire, it represents the future of global capital and technology. Lin Tian stood in front of his office window, looking at the city landscape in the distance, his eyes flashing with a deep light. The road ahead is our real challenge. The road to hegemony for Xingchen Finance has just begun. Lin Tian also knows that the real competition has just entered its climax. Only by continuously promoting technological innovation and capital layout can we stay at the top in the future global competition. End of Chapter 57. Chapter 58, Financial Crisis, the final blow of Xingchen Finance. As the global capital market continues to fluctuate, Lin Tian clearly realizes that although Xingchen Finance has occupied the core position of global finance, this hegemony is not stable. Although the counterattack of the global consortium has not been successful for the time being, their combined strength will eventually explode at some point. And now, this force is slowly gathering, preparing to deal a heavy blow to Xingchen Finance. The atmosphere in Lin Tian's office was heavy, and the team members all looked serious. Peng Zhiwei, Li Yunxiao, and Han Li were all gathered here. They knew that the current situation was related to whether Xingqian Finance could continue to consolidate its dominant position in the global economic landscape. Boss Lin, the global financial groups are jointly launching an unprecedented capital attack, which is expected to create a financial storm through large-scale market operations. Peng Zhiwei flipped open the report in his hand and said solemnly, "The scale of this storm may exceed our expectations." Lin Tian nodded expressionlessly. "I know that an unprecedented storm will come eventually. But we can't just sit there and wait for death. Let them come. We must fight back against this storm. Capital storm, the global market is on the brink of collapse." Lin Tian knew that the joint action of the global consortium was aimed at destroying the capital chain of Star Finance in a short period of time, creating a global financial storm, and breaking the capital network of Star Finance. But he also knew that behind this capital offensive, there was a deeper political and economic game hidden. In just a few days, the turmoil in the global stock market swept in like a storm. The major stock markets began to fluctuate violently, investors panicked, and the capital market fell into great chaos. Countless financial giants and hedge funds began to gather funds and began to try to bring down the stock price of Star Finance, trying to take this opportunity to disintegrate the financial empire of Star Finance. Lin Tian kept a close eye on the trend of the global market and had a strategy in mind. He decided not only to stabilize Xingqian Finance's position, but also to take this opportunity to go against the trend and get a chance to counterattack. Counterattack plan, the capital markets counterattack. Let them come. Lin Tian stood up and announced to the team, "We must take advantage of this storm and take back the initiative. Now is the best time for us to fight back." Lin Tian directed his team to take action without hesitation. He activated his extensive network in the global capital market and quickly organized funds to fight back. Through the strong capital advantage of Xingqian Finance, he not only stabilized his own stock price, but also increased investment in the global market, using the flexibility of capital to seize high-quality assets that had fallen in price due to panic selling. At the same time, Lin Tian also launched a counterattack through transnational capital operations and joined forces with some partners, successfully forcing some giant consortiums to give up their suppression of Star Finance and even gradually force them to retreat from key areas. In this market storm, Lin Tian's calmness and courage not only allowed Xingqian Finance to gain a firm foothold, but also took the opportunity to accelerate capital expansion and further consolidate its influence in the global market. Innovation-driven, future layout beyond market competition. Xingqian Finance did not rely solely on its financial advantages to fight back against the capital storm, but paid more attention to laying out future competitiveness through technological innovation. Lin Tian knew that only by breaking the old model of the consortium could true capital transcendence be achieved. He has set his sights further and invested a lot of resources in cutting-edge technology fields such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, genetic technology, and blockchain. In these fields, Lin Tian has established an unshakable technological barrier. In the future, transforming these innovative technologies into capital and industrial power will be the key to the future development of Xingqian Finance. Technology is the winning factor in the future. Only by achieving breakthroughs in these areas can we ensure that we will not be surpassed by any consortium. Lin Tian said confidently. He directed Star Finance to increase research and development in the fields of artificial intelligence algorithms and quantum communication technology, and quickly broke through several important technical bottlenecks through technology acquisitions. At the same time, Star Finance's blockchain network has gradually established a decentralized financial platform worldwide, changing the global financial ecology. Political game, a new outlet for the financial empire. As the capital market becomes more stable, Lin Tian knows that future competition will not only be a competition of finance and technology, but also a game of politics and capital. The political struggle on a global scale is becoming more and more complicated, and the economic game between countries in the world has gradually become an important factor affecting the global capital flow. We need more political support and must gain a firm foothold among governments. Lin Tian made it clear that he decided to further strengthen cooperation with governments around the world and promote the introduction of more favorable economic policies to ensure that the global development of Star Finance will not be restricted by any country. Lin Tian established a wider political alliance around the world and promoted the signing of a series of transnational economic cooperation agreements. These cooperation agreements not only strengthened the capital flow capacity of Xingqian Finance, but also laid a solid foundation for future global expansion. Global vision, future layout of the financial empire. Through a series of precise capital operations and technology layout, Xingqian Finance has not only occupied a more stable position in the global financial market, but also established an unshakable dominant position in the emerging technology field. Lin Tian knows that only by continuous innovation can we always stay ahead. In the future, Star Finance will not only be a financial empire, it will become a dual engine of global capital and technology, promoting the overall upgrading of the global economy. Lin Tian stood on the top floor of the Star Finance building, overlooking the bustling city scene with a firm gaze. The future of Star Finance is moving step by step towards the pinnacle of the global economy, and Lin Tian is also ready to write his own legendary chapter in the game of global capital and technology. End of chapter 58.